All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another Sunday morning Bible study, Trimmed and Burning Bible study, where we are in 2 Samuel. Remember, for those of us who have missed or have been a while, we are in the Bible, telling God's Word as one story through one family. We're connecting the 66 books to be one long movie story, basically, so you can make sense of it, because we often think that these are just a bunch of different books, and they are different books from different time periods, but they literally connect and tell one storyline. So from Genesis right through Esther, those first books there, 17 books, 5 by Moses, 12 here, they will tell the history of creation all the way up to the intertestamental period before the Greeks come on, when the Persians are still in charge. So that's what we're going through right now. We're in the 10th book. We're in 2 Samuel, and David is now king. We're just going to go ahead and jump right in. So we're going to pick back up a couple chapters where we left off. We're going to be in 2 Samuel 11 today. But we'll just kind of recap again quickly, just to remember, get our minds going of what's going on in the story, because it's really important. We even looked at, remember last week, I'll kind of go over Nahash and how he actually showed up in 1 Samuel 11. If you didn't read 1 Samuel, you'd have no idea how crazy it was that David and Nahash had a friendship. So it's really amazing to see how it all ties together. So 2 Samuel 7, this is the Davidic covenant, one of the most popular chapters in the Bible. David wanted to build a house for God. He had his house built, this amazing house of cedar, and he realized, wait a minute, God's in a tent. I should make him a house. God says, I don't need a house, David. I would have asked for a house by now 400 years ago with Moses if I really wanted one. I don't need one, but I'm going to build you a house. So God flips it around on him. And at first you can say, well, how's he going to build him a house? He already has a house. Well, it's a dynastic house, a dynasty through his family. And it's really Jesus Christ pointing to the Messiah, that one day his bloodline will carry out the messianic line. But he's going to bless his line forever, and forever one of his sons will be on the throne. And of course, David prays a prayer of gratitude, thanks the Lord, reminds him of his promises, and says, please allow this to be done. We see there David praying God's promises back to him, which is a good reminder to us to pray God's prayers out loud, or his promises out loud, to remind us that God can do what we're asking for. It's a good reminder for ourselves. God already knows what he can do. Sometimes we forget God's power when we pray. David shows us right here how to do that. Then in 2 Samuel 8, after now David's king, now he got this dynasty that's going to be coming, the Lord is going to now bless him and expand the kingdom under David. He starts conquering Aram and Syria. That's to the north. Then the Ammonites, the Moabites, the Edomites, so the east and the south. And then he takes out the Philistines to the west. So it's showing David is conquering in all directions. And not only conquering, but expanding the kingdom. The Lord's blessing him. And with that, we also learn about his administration to show that a good, strong king has a good set of leaders that he has trained to be administrators. And it gives a list of all of them there. And that's where David starts to expand the kingdom. Then in chapter 9, we got to see the gospel message in the Old Testament again. We're seeing that over and over and over. God has embedded the code of the gospel all in through these stories. Here's Mephibosheth, Jonathan's grandson, or Jonathan's son, right? Saul's grandson. And he is crippled, and David went out and sought him out, went and looked for him, and he was crippled from the fall, just like humanity. We're crippled from our fall, right? And David goes out and seeks him. Even though he's not worthy, calls him by name and brings him and says, you can eat at my table forever. Exactly what Jesus is going to do to us. We are not worthy, and I love what Mephibosheth says. Why would you do that to a dead dog such as I? Why do you care about me, God? But again, it's showing how God was showing through David here how God will love us, how Christ will love us, and did this for us. So that was the story of Mephibosheth, how David got him. And then last week, this is where we were last week, 2 Samuel chapter 10. Remember Hanun. He was the king, the new king. His dad had died, Nahash, he had died. And David is going to send an envoy, which is pretty common. When a king dies, you send some ambassadors to wish him well, maybe bring some gifts. That's exactly what David does, because it says he was friends and he wants to keep this good relationship with Nahash. Now, the weird thing was, last week I went into this. If you go back to 1 Samuel 11, all you have to do is read the first couple verses of 1 Samuel 11, and Nahash is the same guy that was going to make all of Israel gouge their right eyes out. And he hated King Saul and Israel. So I asked, how could David consider Nahash a friend if he's in history books as wanting to gouge out the right eyes of Israel to humiliate them? Well, we think that when he was running from Saul, when Saul became David's enemy, David and Saul were enemies and David was fleeing, perhaps he ran into Nahash and they made a friendship, right? Because the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So that's probably Nahash how he thought of David, the enemy of his enemy. So he sends an envoy up, and Hanun gets bad advice. His advisors say, David's not really here to help you. He's here to spy on you. So what did Hanun do? He was a foolish thing. He cuts off their clothes at their hip, shaves off half their beard, and humiliates them. And that was actually even against the law. because they're supposed to keep their beards in a certain amount of shape. So Hanun did this and basically started a war when it was unnecessary. So I even talked about last week the difference between chapter 9 and chapter 10. Chapter 9, David shows kindness to Mephibosheth. He didn't deserve it. He shows up in Lodabar. He goes to Mephibosheth and offers him kindness. Mephibosheth accepts it, and he'll be living with the king forever. That's like Christ with us, the believers. When Christ shows us his kindness and love, he shows it to everybody. Some of us accept it, and we're so thankful. We're like Mephibosheth. We're dead dogs. We don't deserve this, and God, appreciates it, takes us in anyway. Then there's the people who don't believe in God. Jesus comes and offers his love and forgiveness, and people say, I don't need you. Get out of here. I don't want you anyway. It's very much like Hanun did, and what does it end up in? War and death, right? And the Lord will go to war and essentially killed for the second time all the people that opposed him, very similar to Hanun here. So you can even see the message of the gospel here, accept or reject it. It's in 2 Samuel 9 and 10. Then we have God who leads Joab and Abishai to victory. Joab and Abishai, of course, are his nephews. They're the brother of Asahel who was murdered. They're very strong warriors, some of David's best guys. They go and fight. Remember, they're trapped on both sides. Some of them are up at the city, and then they hired those mercenaries, the professional fighters, to be behind them. But God is with them because all these professional fighters flee. And I said it would be like if we had to go in a hand-to-hand combat with a bunch of UFC fighters, and when we went up to fight them, the UFC fighters ran from us. It wouldn't really make sense. These are trained fighters, trained warriors, and they ran. You can just see God. It's a divine thing. God causing panic in their hearts and getting them to retreat without any bloodshed. So I think it's God acting there again. And then you see, of course, they retreated, and then they came back. King Hadadezer went back and got warriors from across the river and said, we're going to go attack again. And I said, you see that in the Bible a lot. When Israel defeats their enemies, they'll retreat and they'll come back. And it's just like that with our sin. So if you conquer a sin and say, wow, I've really conquered this temptation, don't forget it will regroup and come back. That seems to be what the Bible points out with war here, and it also can reflect in a spiritual sense. And that's what happened last week, and that was chapter 10. Now we're going to jump into 2 Samuel chapter 11. So if you got your Bibles, you can open up there, 2 Samuel chapter 11, and we'll go verse by verse and go ahead and break this all down. 2 Samuel chapter 11, verse number 1. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab and his servants with him, and all Israel. And they ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah, but David remained at Jerusalem. It happened late one afternoon when David arose from his couch and was walking on the roof of the king's house, that he saw from the roof a woman bathing, and the woman was very beautiful. And David sent and inquired about the woman. And one said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? So David sent messengers and took her, and she came to him, and he lay with her. Now she had been purifying herself from her uncleanness. Then she returned to her house, and the woman conceived, and she sent and told David, I am pregnant. So David sent word to Joab, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked how Joab was doing, and how the people were doing, and how the war was going. Then David said to Uriah, go down to your house and wash your feet. And Uriah went out of the king's house, and there followed him a present from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his lord, and did not go down to his house. When they told David, Uriah did not go down to his house. David said to Uriah, have you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? Uriah said to David, the ark and Israel and Judah dwell in booths, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are camping in the open field. Shall I then go to my house to eat and to drink and to lie with my wife? As you live and as your soul lives, I will not do this thing. Then David said to Uriah, remain here today also, and tomorrow I will send you back. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next. And David invited him, and he ate in his presence and drank, so that he made him drunk. And in the evening he went out to lie on his couch with the servants of his lord, but he did not go down to his house. In the morning David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. In the letter he wrote, set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting, and then draw back from him, that he may be struck down and die. And as Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah to the place where he knew there were valiant men. And the men of the city came out and fought with Joab, and some of the servants of David among the people fell. Uriah the Hittite also died. Then Joab sent and told David all the news about the fighting. And he instructed the messenger, when you have finished telling all the news about the fighting to the king, Then if the king's anger rises, and if he says to you, why did you go so near to the city to fight? Did you not know that they would shoot from the wall? Who killed Abimelech, the son of Jerubasheth? Did not a woman cast an upper millstone on him from the wall, so that he died at Thebez? Why did you go so near the wall? Then you shall say, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. So the messenger went and came and told David all that Joab had sent him to tell. The messenger said to David, the men gained an advantage over us and came out against us in the field, but we drove them back to the entrance of the gate. Then the archers shot at your servants from the wall. Some of the king's servants are dead, and your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. David said to the messenger, thus shall you say to Joab, do not let this matter displease you, for the sword devours now one and now another. Strengthen your attack against the city and overthrow it, and encourage him. When the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead, she lamented over her husband. And when the mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. All right, 2 Samuel chapter 11, the worst chapter in David's life. If you actually only knew David by this story, you'd probably hate the guy. You probably would not like David if you read this. But we think of David as a pretty good king and a man after God's own heart. But this chapter reminds us that even the best can slip into some ugly sin if things aren't in check. So let's look at the first 5 verses. Verse number 1. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle, David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, and they ravaged the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah. But David remained at Jerusalem. So this Ammonite battle, these are the ones they were battling in 2 Samuel chapter 10. This is who they're going to go to war with. But you see a key thing in the beginning. In the spring of the year, the time when kings go out to battle. What you have to understand is in the Near East, things were very seasonal. So just like here, and you even know about, in the world wars, these things happen with Russia, the tough winters. You don't really want to fight through snowstorms or really cold. They don't really have snowstorms much there, but heavy rains, cold winds, it made traveling terrible, fighting in these, the military, really, really difficult. So the thing back then was that the kings would go out, and the kings were supposed to lead their armies, and they would go out into the battle in the spring. So this, you can actually start to see, it's starting out right out the gate. We're going to learn about a misstep from David and his tragic downfall. And it shows us that the sign or sin usually starts out not with an outright sinful act at first, but with a neglect of duty sometimes, or neglect of responsibility. So you see, David, according to these words here, should be out leading a battle. That's his responsibility as a king. He should be going out and leading this battle against the Ammonites here. So that's the problem. And he sends them out. Instead, he sends out Joab. You can see he sent Joab, which is his military commander. You wouldn't have thought anything of it until you realize, this is a time when the kings go out, and Joab's not a king, right? But it says they go out, they were victorious in battle. They take Rabbah, which Rabbah is the capital of the Ammonites. So now, not only did they defeat them, they're now taking their city, their capital, right? And the Israelites, you can see, were victorious in battle. So you think, well, it's going to be great. It starts out really good. They go out into battle and they win and they defeat everything. But what interesting thing is, what you're going to see is why the nation of Israel is prospering. Like, yeah, we just fought this battle. It's overshadowed by David's sin. And again, it seems so minor that he stayed home. And in his mind, he probably thought, it's not a big deal. We're defeating the Ammonites. Joab, I've said him before, he's a strong guy. He can go out and fight this. And maybe in his mind, he wasn't wrong. Joab could have done this. But again, it was this reason is why he's going to slip into maybe what we call his greatest downfall ever. And you could say here, you can just, by looking at this here, and what we're going to get into, that the best way to avoid falling into temptation is just to be where God tells you to be. When you're in places that God tells you not to be, like God says, hey, go out there and fight these wars with your people, and you're not doing that, you're going to open yourself up to some sinful opportunities. All right, verses number 2 and 3. It happened late one afternoon when David arose from his couch and was walking on the roof of the king's house that he saw from the roof of a woman bathing. And the woman was very beautiful. And David sent and inquired about the woman, and once said, is not this Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite? So when it says David arose from his couch, was walking on the roof, basically the rooftop of the palace, right? This would have given a really good view of the city. You guys have probably gone up before to really tall buildings and looked over. You go to the Empire State Building or something, and you look out over the city. Wow, this is really, really cool. Or you climb up a mountain, hike up a mountain, you look out. You always get a really, really good view. So Bathsheba was not in public view. When we say sees a woman bathing, we don't understand this because we don't do it like today. Like, why is he looking in her house, right? Well, it was a little bit different. She would have maybe been in an outdoor area bathing, but it wouldn't have been in public sight. So, it'd be like somebody like, if you had to get in a swimming pool or something like that, and you're bathing in a swimming pool, and you had a fence around your house, you'd feel pretty safe, like, all right, cool, I'm in the privacy of my own home. But not so private if there's a guy up there on the roof, right? So David, it's not that Bathsheba's being indecent by any means. She's probably doing what she's supposed to do. But David has a good view, and his wandering gaze leads to his downfall. And by the way, you can see the Bible. There's another pattern in the Bible. Sin will often start with the eyes, you'll notice. Think about Genesis. Think about Eve. What did she do the fruit first before she did it? She saw. She saw the fruit. It was pleasing to the eyes, it says, before she ate it. So that was the fruit was pleasing before the eyes. And if you go to Joshua 7, this is also Achan. You remember him? Achan or Achan, whatever you call him. He stole the stuff when he wasn't supposed to, and they got defeated by Ai. That was because he saw the forbidden treasures, and he saw it and acted upon it. Now, the problem, remember, seeing something isn't a sin, because people always say, is this a sin, is this a sin? Seeing something isn't a sin, but dwelling on it. If David looked down and saw Bathsheba, he should have seen and said, hey, I shouldn't be doing this, and should have, like, wow, I shouldn't be out here right now. I'm going to go back in. But instead, he stops and continues to look. When you continue to look, now you're going to start to get yourself into sin. Matthew 5:28, what does it say? Everyone who looks at a woman with lustful intent has already committed adultery with her in his heart. So according to Jesus, David is actually committing a sin right here just by standing and watching, which is true. But he sees, he sticks around and watches, and the longer he looks, the desire gets stirred up in his heart. And it's exactly what James says. James 1:14-15 says, but each person is tempted when he is lured and enticed by his own desire. Then desire, when it is conceived, gives birth to sin. And sin, when it is fully grown, brings forth death. And again, it's really interesting how you can see these New Testament truths that we've seen about the New Testament played out here in the Old Testament. David didn't have the book of James, but it was still the same. So that thing they say about when he's asking about this woman, who is this woman, right? And this is kind of not that surprising because we know that David has Ahinoam, he's got Abigail, he had Michal, he has all these wives and these concubines, and that was a thing back then. Not a good thing, right? Not a good thing for a godly king, but all the other kings around were doing this, and David just kind of doing this. It was a way to have power and all that stuff. So it's like, oh, here we go again. David's looking after a woman, and he actually checks into her, and they say, oh, that's the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. So for a couple reasons, this should have stopped David right away and said, oh, yeah, I shouldn't pursue this anymore. Number one, she was the daughter of Eliam. If you go, you don't have to go to this now, but 2 Samuel 23, we'll eventually get to 2 Samuel 23. That's the chapter we hear about all of David's mighty men. This is one of his mighty men. So this is the daughter of one of his mighty men, Eliam here. So he should have said, oh, that's, a loyal warrior. That's his daughter. That would be, I don't know if I should do that. But even worse, the worst of it all, she was the wife. He could have just stopped there. She's the wife of a man. Could have said that, right? And that was enough to be like, okay, I shouldn't be doing this. Not only that, even to make it worse, she's the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And a couple verses after, in 2 Samuel 23, I think verse 39 it is, Uriah the Hittite also shows up as one of David's mighty men. So this is Uriah the Hittite's not just some guy. He's listed later in this book as one of David's 37 mighty men. Uriah is listed even after his death here. So it's really sad to see he took one of his elite warriors' wives. He knew this. Like, hey, she's married. Not only that, she's the daughter of one of your warriors here, and she's married to that warrior over here. These are your mighty men that have been fighting your battles. You should probably, stick away. They didn't say that because he's the king, but these are reasons he should have stopped. Now, the Bible, we have a lot of examples because people say, well, this is a really bad example of giving into lust. Well, we have an example in Genesis of how to handle this stuff. Joseph, remember Joseph and Potiphar's wife? This is why he ended up in jail. Potiphar's wife accused him of rape, right? And that was even worse. So here David's jumping into sin and getting into sin, giving into his lust. Joseph wasn't looking for lust, right? Potiphar's wife was coming on to him, and Joseph resists. You can see two different examples here in the Bible. You could be a Joseph or a David. David gives into a sin and actually pursues the sin. Joseph's not even pursuing. He's resisting temptation. So you can see, David runs toward it. Joseph fled from it, right? Verses 4 and 5, we'll finish up this little section here. So David sent messengers and took her, and she came to him, and he lay with her. Now she had been purifying herself from her uncleanness. Then she returned to her house, and the woman conceived, and she sent and told David, I am pregnant. So David now escalates this, right? He's looking at the woman. That was already a sin for him, looking at her naked while she's bathing. That was already a problem. Finds out she's married. He should be turning the other way. But instead, he goes even deeper. You'll see David just keeps going harder and harder and harder into his sin. He sends messengers and takes her, which is a deliberate act of power. As the king, you could do that. Hey, bring me her. Hey, bring me him. And as the king, you had that power. So he's now abusing his power, essentially, to take somebody's wife and have her summoned to him, right? And this looks a lot like the pagan kings. In the world, they wouldn't have, his servants might not even been that surprised. I mean, probably surprised, like, well, this is not really godly, and you follow the one true God. But all the other kings do this, and I know they take women, and they do this to women, and they do this to men. But remember, those are Gentile nations that are sinful, not following God's ways. They're not the ways to follow. And that's, again, that's the problem. If you follow the ungodly people, you can start slipping into their ways. And this is what David is essentially doing here. Look at that one next section here. It says, now she had been purifying herself from uncleanness. So you can imagine, so back then, Leviticus 15, 19 to 24, I don't read it. You can read it in detail. I don't need to read it in detail. But it was how when a woman was ceremonially unclean during her menstrual cycle, essentially what it was, she had to pure herself afterward, right? And that there was actually a rule. Leviticus 15, 19 to 24, like I said, I won't read them, but you can read. She's going through a legal process after her menstrual cycle of how to purify herself. Now, this is a really weird thing. Like, all right, well, we could have just done without that. We could just learn that she was doing a bath. Like, why do we need these details? Well, every detail is in the Bible for a reason. Does anybody have a guess why this might be in the Bible? Why it mentions this little detail here? Does anybody have any guess? Beard.
Because it adds to David's sin, because he's not supposed to, a woman is not supposed to lie with a man during that time.
Correct. So, yeah, so that's against the law. So he shouldn't even be laying with her, going through this whole purifying cycle. I mean, it's already a sin that she's married. Now it's a sin here. And then to make it even worse on top of this, that means we know, because what do we learn a little bit here? We learned that she is pregnant at the end of verse 5. I am pregnant. So what we know then is this can't be Uriah's. This couldn't be Uriah's anyway. It couldn't be a mishap of this David's or Uriah's because she was just going through her menstrual cycle. So she couldn't have been pregnant up until this point. It's solidifying that this is David. This is all David because he's the next man to lie with her, it says, right? So this confirms that before this encounter, she had no child, so it makes it even worse. But yeah, he shouldn't even, we can just keep listening to reasons why David is in the wrong. It's just getting worse and worse the more we look at it. But the irony is that Bathsheba here is trying to follow the law. She's actually trying to listen to God. That bath wasn't just some bath to clean up. She was following God's law in Leviticus. So she's out here trying to obey God, and here's David out here sinning against God simultaneously, which is really, really interesting here. Now, we'll go to verses 6 through 13. Look at 6 through 9 here first. So David sent word to Joab, send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. When Uriah came to him, David asked how Joab was doing and how the people were doing and how the war was going. Then David said to Uriah, go down to your house and wash your feet. And Uriah went out of the king's house, and there followed him a present from the king. But Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of the Lord and did not go down to his house. So David now uses kingly authority to summon. He just summoned Bathsheba. Then he does what he did, finds out, she's going to be pregnant. Now he's summoning Uriah, right, using his kingly authority to do this. And Uriah was probably surprised because it was not common to be called off the battlefield unless there was some big thing going on. So I'm sure he was very surprised. And you see Uriah comes back, and David makes it look like he actually cares about him, right? He says, when Uriah came to him, David asked, hey, how's Joab? Hey, how's the war going, Uriah? Making small talk with him. How's everything going out there? Just wanted to check in on everything. It's like, David, you didn't just want to check in on everything. You summoned him from the battlefield for a reason. But you can see David's kind of being deceptive here. He's pretending that he cares about things, and he's just bringing Uriah in as a news anchor to give me an update on what's going on out there, right? And he's one of his mighty warriors, so, and he's going to listen. He's one of his better fighters, so maybe he's like, all right, well, David wants to talk to me about all these things. So it's basically diplomacy. Well, disguised as deception, disguised as diplomacy. David's actions are very self-serving. He's calling Uriah out, calling him for his own reasons. Uriah is listening because he's an obedient warrior of David. The reason, obviously, that he brings him back is that David hopes that Uriah would sleep with Bathsheba, because that would make this whole child's birth seem natural. Like, oh, it was the father. Uriah came back from the battlefield after David called him. He ended up sleeping with Bathsheba, and that's just kind of how it happened. So you can see David here is trying to cover up his sin. He's covering up his sin, and it's going to continue on. He's trying these different ways. If he can get Uriah to sleep with her, this will all be over. He can forget about what he did. He can move on. This won't be a problem anymore. And what's really interesting is he says, go down to your house and wash your feet. That's a euphemism. Wash your feet would have been a euphemism back then for go sleep with your wife. He would have understood exactly what that meant. And you can see he even gives a present. And we think it's possibly maybe food or probably maybe even wine. Something to encourage relaxation. Here, Take this bottle of wine, go home with your wife, enjoy the night off the battlefield. You deserve it, Uriah. He's basically giving everything he needed for Uriah to slip up into this issue. Now, in wartime, you have to understand, in wartime, soldiers abstained from marital relations to stay fervent on the battlefield. And this would have been common for him to know this. Like, this is not even a normal thing, David. You shouldn't be telling me this. Nobody else is doing this, right? So he confirms that, like he needs him to go down there, but Uriah shouldn't be doing it. Uriah shows discipline and loyalty here. Because what does it say? David goes, but Uriah slept at the door of the king's house with all the servants of his Lord and did not go down to his house. So Uriah wants to be obedient and says, no, he might even thought, maybe David's testing me. Maybe he's seeing what kind of warrior I am. I'm going to show him I'm a strong warrior. I'm not even going to sleep with my wife. Nobody else is, doing that. So I'm going to stay right here with all of the other warriors. Verse 10 through 13. When they told David Uriah did not go down to his house, David said to Uriah, have you not come from a journey? Why did you not go down to your house? So I love that right there, verse 10. David's like, hey, you deserve this. Why aren't you taking a rest, Uriah? You've had a long journey off the battlefield. What are you doing? You should have went right home to your wife. It's the least thing you deserve. But Uriah said to David in verse 11, the ark and Israel and Judah dwell in booths, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord are camping in the open field. Shall I then go to my house to eat and to drink and to lie with my wife? As you live and as your soul lives, I will not do this thing. So here again, you have David being such an ungodly king. Remember, David's always so godly in a lot of the previous chapters. He had some slips and falls. But now David is just a straight up sinner, basically an antagonist to anybody who wants to follow the Lord. He's having to do all these things. And you see Uriah is such a godly leader, he's a godly figure. He's saying, I'm not going to go sleep with my wife. He sounds like David again. Here's the ark. The ark, that's not in a house, and these guys are sleeping. If you guys don't have a house, I'm not having a house. I'm not sleeping in a comfortable bed with my wife if nobody else is doing it, especially if God's ark of the covenant. So he mentions the ark of the covenant here, showing that he's really careful and he cares about the Lord and honoring the Lord here. So it's showing a very honorable and godly thing. Uriah is actually thinking in the right mind space, right? Then we say, let's see, verse number 12. Then David said to Uriah, remain here today also, and tomorrow I will send you back. So Uriah remained in Jerusalem that day and the next. So it's interesting. Why would David have him say, like, all right, well, if you're not going to do that, just stay here for the next 2 days. Just stay here. Why would he do that when there's a battle raging? His plan failed. Well, that's exactly what happened. His plan failed. It's like, well, he's not going to sleep with his wife. I need to buy some time. So I think here, David having him linger around is just having him here and David the whole time stroking his beard, like, how can I get rid of this guy? How am I going to make him sleep with his wife? How am I going to cover all this up so people don't think this is my kid? I need to get out of the sin. And he's probably probably has a little bit of anxiety over this. Verse 13, and David invited him, and he ate in his presence and drank, so that he made him drunk. And in the evening he went out to lie on his couch with the servants of his Lord, but he did not go down to his house. So what's really crazy is, so now David, so he tried to get him to sleep with his wife. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't sleep there tonight. He gave him presents too. He wouldn't do it. So now his next thing, he sat around, well, I'll just get him drunk. I'll get him drunk and he'll do it. He'll be stupid enough because he'll drink so much, won't be in his right mind, and I'll get him to go down with his wife and sleep with her then. So, but even in his drunken state, even if he gets him drunk, it says, did not go down to his own house. So even getting him all wind up with all this stuff, Uriah still knows, nope, this isn't godly. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay here with everybody else. So David even tries that. And again, this is really interesting because Uriah is a Hittite. So Uriah the Hittite means he's not even an Israelite. This is the most maybe mind-blowing part of Uriah here. He's a Hittite, so he's not an Israelite. So you have Uriah who's just basically, he moved in, he's following all God's ways. He probably got circumcised, went through everything, and he's basically Jewish by converting. He'd been converting, and he's like, I'm going to fight with Israel now. I believe in the one true God, Yahweh. So it's a sign that Gentiles were saved. Uriah would have been a Gentile. Shows that you can be saved by God. But now you have this former Gentile who's now believing in Yahweh, and he's trying to give devotion to God and the Ark of the Covenant and these laws and all these things. And you have the King David here who's trying to lead him into sin. So it's really got ironic now. Godly King David is trying to get a Gentile to sin against Yahweh, and the Gentile won't do it because of God and his laws. It's so backwards, but it shows you again how somebody's so godly, if slipping into their sin, if you don't stop slipping, you don't just come clean and repent, David could have just came clean right in the beginning and repented, saying, you know what, Lord, I did something wrong. Uriah, I got to admit what I did to you. It's so shameful of me. I'm sorry. He could have done this, but he keeps going further and further and further. And the further in his sin, now David's acting like a Gentile, and the Gentile's acting like a godly man. So I think Uriah being a Hittite and acting so godly is just another slap in the face to David. How could a Gentile follow God's laws? And you're doing this to him, David. You're doing all of these things. But David's now running out of options. He tried to get him to sleep with his wife. He wouldn't sleep with his wife. He tried to get him drunk. He got him drunk, but he still wouldn't sleep with his wife. So he's having a hard time here. Now look at verses 14 and 15. We'll do the end of the chapter here, 14 through 27. 14 and 15. In the morning, David wrote a letter to Joab and sent it by the hand of Uriah. In the letter he wrote, set Uriah in the forefront of the hardest fighting, and then draw back from him, that he may be struck down and die. How awful is this, by the way? This shows you David now sees how loyal Uriah is. He already knew he was loyal. And he says, I'm going to deliver the message of his death right with Uriah. So Uriah carries his own death sentence in his hand. And he's so obedient, he's not going to look at it. He says he's in the morning, he sent to Joab a letter, and Uriah goes and delivers it to Joab, the general of the army. And in the letter it says, hey, I want you to attack, and when you attack, I want you to drop back and basically abandon Uriah on the battlefield. Basically go into some big war here, and when the war's going, everybody retreat. But don't tell Uriah. Let him out there fighting the whole army himself, and he'll die. So it's actually really sick what David did. And Uriah, being so obedient and such a faithful guy, doesn't even read it, doesn't even know he's going to die, and delivers it right here. Hey, have me killed. He has no idea that he's doing it. But it's amazing, again, to see how devoted Uriah is and how cold-hearted David's now got. David's now going to kill him, and he's going to make him deliver it. David's slowly getting more and more evil as the story goes on. Not only that, he doesn't even want him killed. It's even worse than that. He could have just said, hey, kill Uriah right now, stab him in the stomach. Could have had it done. No, not only that, he wants to get into even more sin. He wants to get even more deceptive. He says, I want to make this look like an accident. I want to assassinate him, and I want to do a cover-up. So now he's doing a government cover-up. Well, we accuse of the deep state doing all the time. Oh, they killed their opponents, and they're making all this stuff up. That literally happens today, and it happened back then. David was doing assassination and wanted to cover it up. It's pretty sick. So you can see David is now, his mind is super wicked. He's not only going to kill people, he's going to start being even more deceptive about it. Verses 16 and 17. And as Joab was besieging the city, he assigned Uriah to the place where he knew there were valiant men, the strong warriors. And the men of the city came out and fought with Joab. And some of the servants of David among the people fell. Uriah the Hittite also died. So Joab follows David's orders to have Uriah killed, but he doesn't do it fully, because he's supposed to go up there and retreat. And you see even Joab here is not as faithful as Uriah. Uriah probably would have followed it word for word. Joab does not. Joab has a different plan. He's trying to besiege the city, and he sends all of his troops up there. And you find out that some of the servants of David among the people fell. Some of them died. So now we're learning again. So David, who's supposed to be protecting his people, is now not only sacrificing Uriah, now all these other warriors are dying. Because Uriah has to die and Joab's taking him up, because Joab didn't follow things completely, Joab's slip up here ends up to other people dying. There were innocent Israelites that are dying. Why? All because David saw this woman bathing, slept with her, got her pregnant, and then all this chaos happened. So David's sin is affecting more and more and more people. And that's why I say, don't ever double down on your sin. Repent of it immediately, because your sin rarely only affects you and God. There's usually innocent bystanders around you where your sin will affect. And you're seeing with David, as he continues on, more and more people have become affected by his sin. He's supposed to be their shepherd, but David's starting to look like a wolf. I'm telling you, like if he were a church pastor right now, I'd say, get this guy out of here. This guy is no good. Think about that. I think a lot of us we'd sit down, me and the elders would sit down and say, yeah, this guy's no good, get him out of leadership. So it's crazy to see how far David has slipped into what he's doing. All right, verses 18 through 21 here. Then Joab sent and told David all the news about the fighting, and he instructed the messenger, when you have finished telling all the news about the fighting of the king, then if the king's anger rises, he says to you, why'd you go so near the city to fight? Did you not know they would shoot from the wall? Who killed Abimelech the son? And he goes on to ask about that. And then he says, then you shall say, after I ask all these questions, your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. So Joab anticipates David's not going to be happy that these other guys died, because Joab was supposed to kill Uriah, not the other guys. And he's already anticipating David's going to hate my war tactic, because he's a warrior. He's going to say, what were you doing? You're being an idiot by going so close. What he says there about Abimelech, that's Judges chapter 9. If you remember Gideon, Gideon that we know of, that was, feeble, whatever, did the fleece. He ends up having a son, Abimelech, means my father's king. because Gideon lost it at the end. If you go to the end of the story, he starts to lose it and gets gold and all this stuff. But Abimelech ended up killing all of his brothers, all of Gideon's other sons, except for one. I think it was Jotham. But Abimelech, the reason he dies is he gets so close to the wall. If you remember, this woman, when he gets so close, pushes off this millstone, falls on his head and kills him. And it's kind of reminiscent of Saul. Abimelech's laying there and says, he looks at his armor bearers like, kill me. I don't want to be known as being killed by a woman, which is ironic because it's in the Bible, it's him being killed by a woman. You can't escape it. But he literally, if you go to that story, he's like, kill me. I don't want to be killed by a woman. But this is what he's recalling. So Joab's saying, we have a historic event, knows that this is foolish to get too close to the walls because you'll get killed. David's going to ask me why I was being an idiot, why I did this when we know it doesn't work. Abimelech died this way. All I want you to do, if he gets mad, I want you to tell him that Uriah is dead, and he'll back off, right? So that's what we see that is said right there. So the servant is supposed to go deliver this message. So verse 22, so the messenger went and came and told David all that Joab had sent him to tell. The messenger said to David, the men gained an advantage over us and came out against us in the field, but we drove them back to the entrance of the gate. Then the archers shot at your servants from the wall. Some of the king's servants are dead, and your servant Uriah the Hittite is dead also. Now does David, why were you doing this? The servant's smart. He goes, I'm just going to get it all out right now. I'm going to tell him that guys died. I'm going to tell him that Joab died. I don't want to answer any hard questions, right? And David doesn't bring anything up about Abimelech because he heard at the end, Uriah is dead. And it's probably at first he's like, I can imagine David's face, like, who died? What died? And he's like, Uriah's dead. Like, oh, okay, that's fine. It's kind of sick, but that's kind of how he acts here. And it says, verse 25, so David said to the messenger, thus shall you say to Joab, do not let this matter displease you, for the sword devours now one and now another. Strengthen your attack against the city and overthrow it. And encourage him, meaning encourage Joab. So this is pretty terrible response. So instead of being like, oh, all this death, I can't believe this awful thing happened. David basically goes, it happens, war, people are going to die. What are you going to do about it, Joab? Don't let any skin off your back. Don't worry about it. This happens. We're warriors. We've seen people die. Just remember to keep fighting, buddy. Keep fighting. Don't worry. Don't let it bother you. So it's pretty sick now. He's had a callous heart. He's not even caring that his own men are dying. And he's actually telling Joab, don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about this stuff. This happens all the time. So David, who was a man after God's own heart, back in 1 Samuel 13, when he's first called that, has now fallen so deeply into sin that he no longer even feels the weight of Uriah's death. I'm sure he felt guilty in the beginning, which is why he wanted him to sleep with him and cover all this stuff up. Now he's so far into sin, he doesn't even care. And did you know if you keep sinning and sinning over and over and over with the same sin, you're going to be like this too. You're not even going to care until some believer, one of your Christian brothers and sisters says, hey, are you okay? You've been doing this? You're not going to realize it. And at first you might even be callous. What's the deal? What's the problem? Because you become so callous to sinning over and over and over and over and over again. And when you see no results, you think God's letting you get away with it, which he never is, by the way. The Bible says you're never getting away with anything. It might only be for this little bit of time. But you can convince yourself that it's not wrong. You can just keep on going, doing these sins. And it's not until somebody kind of snaps you out of it. The Lord will send somebody to snap you out of it there. But he's telling him again to strengthen his attack. So he's saying, hey, just keep on fighting. I know people are murdered, but just keep on going. We got to take over Rabbah. We got to take over the Ammonites anyway. Don't worry about it. Let's just keep on. We got a mission to take care of, Joab. And then the final two verses 26 and 27. When the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah, her husband, was dead, she lamented over her husband. And when the mourning was over, David sent and brought her to his house, and she became his wife and bore him a son. But the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. So Bathsheba, she's doing it naturally. She's mourning her husband, Uriah, who died. This is a natural response. I don't think Bathsheba knew that he got murdered. I don't know if she ever knows he got murdered. It might have come up in their conversation that David said, hey, I got to admit this to you. Or maybe he didn't. I don't know. But Bathsheba just finds out that her husband died, probably thinks, oh, poor Uriah, how awful it was that he died, and is really, really sad, lamenting over this, which is what you were supposed to do. It's supposed to last for several days. So it shows here Bathsheba is not complicit in this. These are real natural tears. She's not going along with David. These aren't crocodile tears. She's not faking it and to go along with it. She's really distraught. That was her husband that she loved, Uriah, right? So David, again, is effectively here, though, because it says, after she mourns, he takes her as his wife. Now, he had done this, remember, to Abigail. Remember when Abigail's husband died, Nabal? And God killed Nabal, remember? God kills Nabal in 1 Samuel, and David takes her as his wife, right? That was one thing. Now, this is a whole other thing. David has her husband murdered and takes her as a wife. Again, he doesn't need another wife. This is breaking the law. He already has more than one wife. He's already breaking the law as it is. He doesn't need any more women. But what he's trying to do here is he's trying to take this scandalous affair with Bathsheba and legitimize it. and marry her to now say, oh yeah, we just had this baby because we got married. You know, Uriah died in battle, and I kind of took her under my wing. Poor Bathsheba didn't have a husband, and we just kind of had this kid. So you can see here, David is trying to cover it up again. He keeps going further and further and further. Not only did he assassinate Uriah and cover that up, he's going to try to cover up this pregnancy by marrying her and saying this is some natural consequence of what had happened, because people are like, oh yeah, he married Abigail the same way. So it's just what happens. So you can see that he was trying to do this, but God cannot be deceived. So meanwhile, Joab knows about this. Bathsheba doesn't know about this. The warriors don't know what David's really doing. David thinks he's getting away with it, but the thing that David had done, it says, displeased the Lord. So again, you're not going to get away from God, and we're going to see all the effects of what happened here. But there's 3 big points I'll make here. Number 1, from this whole chapter, sin begins with small compromises. Remember, it all started with David not being where he should have been. That's how it all started. Had David gone out to battle, this story never happens. We never learn about Bathsheba. We never learn about any of this stuff. Sin is progressive, and it goes from temptation to action to consequence. And if you sin, repent immediately, because more and more consequence will come out of it. Number 2, the danger of misusing power. David uses authority to take what he wanted rather than to serve. If you're in a leadership position, it's to serve other people. It's not to get what you want. It's not to become a dictator and say, this is mine, bring me this, I want to take this. It's to be a leader and to be a shepherd. David here acts like a wolf. So when you're a leader over somebody, you have accountability, whether it's your children, your family, or some position here. Remember, you're there to serve, not to take, not to be a wolf like David was acting. He's supposed to be their shepherd here. And number 3, covering sin only makes it worse. Instead of confessing, David tried to manipulate the situation. And every time he manipulated it, it got worse and worse and worse. Remember, he tried to manipulate Uriah to go sleep with his wife. When he didn't, he got him drunk, which is a sin, right? And when that didn't work, he went and had him murdered. But that wasn't worse enough. He kept going and going and going. So covering up sin's only going to make it worse. Proverbs 28:13 says that. Whoever conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but he who confesses and forsakes them will obtain mercy. And one of the last things, remember that God sees all sin. So even if you're sinning today and you're caught in some sin, you don't think anybody knows it, God sees it. Just like you saw this, David, even though after the man of his own heart, 1 Samuel 13, David is going to see some excruciating punishment coming up for the rest of the book of 2 Samuel, essentially. Does anybody have any questions or comments based on anything there? Yeah, Dave. All right. It's going to be good.
In verse 11, chapter 11, verse 11, where Uriah is telling him how committed he is.
Yeah.
We obviously want to attack David here, and we do.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the difference? You go back to Adam and Eve, the pride and arrogance of their sin is the same thing with David.
Absolutely.
But what about us?
Right.
Doesn't it continue to us?
That's a great point.
It's just a good story of how we should not be. We put God, as David did, as Adam and Eve did, put God in a position where he had to allow Uriah to be killed because just a short time before that, he already made a covenant with David.
Yeah. Literally, in our recap, it was so close to this chapter. In the recap, we learned that God makes this promise to David, and God's not going to break his promise, by the way. And David is still going to be in heaven with us one day, and he's going to be ruling. He's going to be, pretty high up, right? And God will probably wipe this from our memories. Like, we probably won't be able to talk to him about Bathsheba. That's going to be gone for David's sake, right? But Dave's right here. Like, what is different from Adam and Eve? This is how it all started. And we can go over, like Gideon. I mentioned Gideon. We see most people don't even know. Gideon, like, oh, how good. He was this little feeble guy, and he got really strong. At the end, Gideon saying, bring me gold. I'm naming my kid. My son is king. I'm going to make a golden ephod, which is not for me. And everybody can slip into pride. Gideon's actually one of my favorite stories because he starts out really so feeble, and then kind of like how David even is. And it's a lesson to all of us. I like what Dave's saying. It's a lesson to all of us. If you think, oh, I would never do that, maybe you wouldn't do the Bathsheba thing. But if you think you're going to escape sin, and I would never slip into all these things. These are godly people in the Bible. You can't find one godly person other than Jesus Christ who doesn't sin. Solomon's going to be his son. He's going to be the wisest man who ever lives. They're going to slip into all kinds of sin that's going to wreak havoc on the kingdom. So don't ever let yourself think that you're so much higher than mightier than this person over here, because pride is the root of all sin. And it's a root, but there's different fruits of that root, right? So somebody's a drug addict over here, or somebody's abusive over here, or sleeping with all these women over here, and you say, I don't do that, don't do that. You still have the root problem. You have pride issues too. It comes out in other ways. So make sure you're looking at those fruit of that root and cutting them off when you can, not letting it grow. Because even David here, who is the godliest king, one of the godliest kings of all, a man after his own heart, he has a guy murdered. So it shows that you cannot escape pride and sin. You have to be checking yourself. This is why you should be reading the Bible and praying every day. The minute you don't, you'll slip into sin. You won't notice your sin anymore, and you'll continue living in it, and it'll get worse and worse and worse. So David makes a great point. We could beat up David all we want, but we're not much different than David in our own ways. Maybe we didn't do a Bathsheba thing, but there's other things that if you let your pride and stuff go and you don't check it, you don't check with God, you're going to get out of whack with things. That's a good point. Yeah, Matt.
In the thing that stuck out to me was Joab, and the fact that leadership was trying to tell him what to do, and he kind of had that battle of godly to ungodly, but yet he wanted to follow the leadership, so he tried to do it a godly way, but like his whole position in this is just...
That's what I love about Bible stories, because we always see it from, like, actually almost all of us, you see David and Bathsheba in the story. But you could do a whole lesson on just Uriah, or you could do a whole lesson on this just on Joab. Joab's is amazing, because Joab's a leader. And what is he supposed to do? Take orders from the king, right? And he's doing it. But you can see Joab's why doesn't Joab pull everybody back? He probably feels guilty. He loves Uriah. Uriah is one of the warriors. It's one of his buddies. Like, I can't just abandon him. We're going to still fight alongside him. I don't want him to die alone. So you can see, why did Joab make that difference? Probably because that was his buddy. Would you want to abandon your buddy because your boss told you to? And Joab, we could beat up Joab and say, Joab, you should have told David. You should have went right to the king and said, that's not godly. You should have sent a letter back. I'm not killing anybody. That's our troops. That's not a godly way to do it. But again, Joab's in a weird spot, because you have to listen to the king or you can be in trouble, right? But Joab's also not going to abandon Uriah. So there's a whole study you can do just on Joab alone in this, and that's a really great point. You got to feel for him. It's a really interesting situation. Joab has his own list of sins. He's a very violent man too. But go ahead.
It kind of just reminds me of, in the New Testament where, if your leadership is doing stuff or trying to encourage you to do stuff unbiblical, you are still responsible to follow God's word no matter what.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what he was trying to do here. Even though he knew it was...
Yeah, I wouldn't have wanted to be Joab in this situation. I'll tell you that right now. It wouldn't have been good. Had he rejected it, David could have had him killed. Like, let's be honest. If you don't follow the king, you can be killed. So he's in a weird spot here. So it's a really interesting analysis. And when you look at these stories, I love doing that. Take all these different angles as if, you're writing it from Joab's point of view. You're Joab's lawyer, or you're Uriah. Like, it's really interesting to take these different views, because you'll find all these lessons that are hiding throughout this story. So thank you again, everybody. Go ahead, keep reading ahead. We'll continue on in the 2 Samuel series. Thanks again for joining us. Until next time, keep your lamps trimmed and burning. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to another Bible study. We are in 2 Samuel of the book Trimmed and Burning Bible Study, telling God's word as one story through one family. We've really been, obviously, in David's family a lot since 2 Samuel. This whole book follows upon David's family, but everything before this has been part of David's family. It's really Jesus Christ's family, right? We're learning about the messianic bloodline and all the chaos that's really been going on. Of course, we're in the history books in 2 Samuel. We're just going to go ahead and just jump right into some quick recap, just to get our minds where we're at in the book right now. So 2 Samuel 8, if you remember, the chapter before, God had made a promise to David that he's going to bless his name, build David a house, which meant a dynastic house through his family. And right after that, David started to expand his kingdom. So we started to see God's blessing in chapter 8. His victories north, south, east, and west was showing that the Lord was expanding and conquering for David. It wasn't David even doing it. David was just being obedient to God. And we learned about his administration. Then we learned about how David showed kindness to Mephibosheth when he didn't need to, although he had that covenant with Jonathan. It had been a few years, but he still wanted to hold that covenant. And he went out, and I talked again about how this is one of the best gospel stories in the Bible in the Old Testament, where a fallen man, crippled, helpless, like Mephibosheth, couldn't do anything, and David goes out and calls him by name and lets him sit at his table. It's very much the same as Christ, what Christ the King does with us. And then we learned about how Hanun, David went and sent people to the Ammonites to show them love and compassion after Hanun's dad died. And he had advisors and counselors to say that David was spying, made up all these conspiracies. And Hanun, of course, shamed the men. And this led into a great war, right? He shamed all the men. So David and Joab and Abishai end up having to fight with them. the battle began there in chapter 10. David ended up defeating the Syrians, and the Syrians became subjects to them. And remember Hanun again. This is a good example, I said, of Mephibosheth and Hanun. They were both shown kindness by David, right? David showed kindness to Mephibosheth. He showed kindness to Hanun. Mephibosheth accepted it. Hanun rejected it and actually kind of went to war with him. And it's exactly how the gospel is, right? Christ shows love and compassion to everybody. There's some of us who accept it like Mephibosheth and say, hey, why do you love dead dogs such as I, dying dogs such as I, and I'm such a terrible human being. Why would you even love me? And there's the other one saying, I don't need you, God. And they basically go to war with God the whole time, and God will, unfortunately, have to defeat them later on. But that's what the gospel's about, and you can see the gospel message right there, the two different reactions right there with Hanun. And then last week was the chapter 11 story with David and Bathsheba. This is where we were last week. Of course, David was supposed to be out at battle, because remember in the springtime, the kings go to battle, but David did not. He sent Joab and, probably thought, oh, I'll win. We'll win the war. We don't really need me. He decides to take a break when he shouldn't have and gets into a bad situation. And we talked about how sin usually starts when you're in places you shouldn't be, right? That's really how this all began. If David had been on war, we wouldn't even have this chapter, right? If he would have went out to the war, we just have another battle story in the Bible, honestly, like we did before, of some respect. But here you have David viewing Bathsheba, and that was a sin alone, because she was a married woman. He finds out she's married. Not only is she the daughter of Eliam, his one mighty warrior, but also the wife of Uriah, another one of his warriors. So he's really betraying his two mighty men by doing this, but he continues on with it anyway. He tried to cover his sin after he slept with her and she got pregnant. He wanted to cover up his sin now, so it went even worse, to where he tried to get Uriah. He called Uriah back from the battlefield, and Uriah was really surprised, I'm sure, because nobody gets called back from the battlefield unless it's some emergency. But he calls him back. He tries to get him to sleep with his wife, but Uriah is so dedicated, because in the wartime, the soldiers didn't do that. They purposely did not sleep with their women to be focused on the war. And he says, no, I'm not going to do that. Nobody else is doing that. I'm not doing that, David. So then David says, hang out here for a couple days, tries to brainstorm how else he's going to get him to cover, and tries to get him drunk to do it again, which is a sin. Getting somebody drunk is definitely sin. So David does it again. Uriah is still loyal, even in his drunkenness, is still loyal. That doesn't work. So then he conspired, of course, to have Uriah killed on the battlefield. And what was worse, because Uriah was so loyal, he's the one that actually carried his death sentence in a letter that he didn't read because he was so loyal and honorable, and handed his death sentence right to Joab. And we learned that Joab was supposed to retreat and pull back and abandon him. But he didn't do that. Joab did have Uriah murdered, but ended up having other people killed too, which is sad. Even more people died because of this sin. Because Joab was basically supposed to lose part of a war, essentially, at least for him. But what had happened is they got a little too close where more Israelites died. And I think Joab did that. It doesn't really say. But Joab, could you imagine if, one of your really good friends and the president or some governor or somebody says, hey, you need to make sure that you leave your friend high and dry. You let him go. You abandon him on the battlefield. It'll be really hard for you to do. I'm not abandoning him. I'm not going to let him die. But I have to take this command because it's the king. So he wanted to do it in a way that probably that Uriah didn't feel abandoned, maybe. I don't know. But he doesn't follow exactly what David said, but he still had Uriah killed. And then David, tries to comfort Joab through all that. So David has just sunk really deeply into sin. And the last chapter actually ended with the sentence in verse 27, but the thing that David had done displeased the Lord. So all those things we learned about, we didn't hear much of it until right at the end, you get this one line, this displeased God. This is not happening. And remember, David's a man after God's own heart. So this is a bit of a change here where God is really displeased in what David's doing, and it's openly spoken of here. So that was chapter 11. That was just getting caught up. And here, I grabbed this map here just to give you an idea of what's going on. It's always good. I'm a visual learner. Sometimes it's good to visualize this if you don't know the geography over there. So you can see Aram to the north. Those are the Syrians. Those are the ones that he was fighting, right? Ammon's to the east, right there you can see. Moab's to the kind of southeast, and then Edom's all the way down there to the southeast. And then the Philistines have that little spot over there on the west. That's actually where Gaza is today. So all that war, all that fighting is going on right over there where the Philistines would be. So you can see that's how it was all going about. So when you hear him fighting Aram or Syria, that's up north. That was Hanun. And then, of course, the Ammonites, we're going to be Today's story, it's going to focus a little bit, again, back on Ammon. We were watching that fight last couple chapters with Ammon. So that's right there, and Rabbah's going to pop up. So you can kind of get an idea of where everything's at on the map there. All right, now let's go ahead. We're going to read chapter 12, 2 Samuel chapter 12, and then we'll jump in verse by verse. But let's go ahead and read that. 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 1. All right, let me get my pages here. Oh, my pages are sticking. Okay. And the Lord sent Nathan to David. He came to him and said to him, there were two men in a certain city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb, which he had bought. And he bought it up, and it grew up with him, with his children. It used to eat of his morsel and drink from his cup and lie in his arms, and it was like a daughter to him. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was unwilling to take one of his own flock or herd to prepare for the guest who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for the man who had come to him. Then David's anger was greatly kindled against the man, and he said to Nathan, as the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die, and he shall restore the lamb fourfold, because he did this thing, and because he had no pity. Nathan said to David, you are the man. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed you king over Israel, and I delivered you out of the hand of Saul. And I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arms, and gave you the house of Israel and of Judah. And if this were too little, I would add to you as much more. Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and have taken his wife to be your wife, and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, because you have despised me, and taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Thus says the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against you out of your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in the sight of the sun. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, the Lord also has put away your sin. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child who is born to you shall die. Then Nathan went to his house. And the Lord afflicted the child that Uriah's wife bore to David, and he became sick. David therefore sought God on behalf of the child. And David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. And the elders of his house stood beside him to raise him from the ground, but he would not, nor did he eat food with them. On the seventh day the child died, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, behold, while the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he did not listen to us. How then can we say to him, the child is dead? He may do himself some harm. But when David saw that his servants were whispering together, David understood that the child was dead. And David said to his servants, is the child dead? They said, he is dead. Then David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his clothes. And he went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. He then went to his own house. And when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate. Then his servant said to him, what is this thing that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while he was alive. But when the child died, you arose and ate food. He said, while the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who knows whether the Lord will be gracious to me that the child may live? But now he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? I shall go to him, but he will not return to me. Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba, and went into her and lay with her, and she bore a son, and he called his name Solomon. And the Lord loved him, and sent a message by Nathan the prophet. So he called his name Jedediah, because of the Lord. Now Joab fought against Rabbah of the Ammonites, and took the royal city. And Joab sent messengers to David, and said, I have fought against Rabbah. Moreover, I have taken the city of waters. Now then gather the rest of the people together, and encamp against the city, and take it, lest I take the city, and it be called by my name. So David gathered all the people together, and went to Rabbah, and fought against it, and took it. And he took the crown of their king from his head. The weight of it was a talent of gold, and in it was a precious stone, and it was placed on David's head. And he brought out the spoil of the city, a very great amount. And he brought out the people who were in it, and set them to labor with saws and iron picks and iron axes, and made them toil at the brick kilns. And thus he did to all the cities of the Ammonites. Then David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. All right, a lot going on in that chapter. All right, we're going to look at the first 15 verses when Nathan rebukes David. All right, so the first two verses says, and the Lord sent Nathan to David. He came to him and said to him, there were two men in a city, certain city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had very many flocks and herds, but the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb which he had bought. And he brought it up, and it grew up with him, with his children. It used to eat of his morsel and drink from his cup and lie in his arms. It was like a daughter to him. So the last thing we heard, remember, is it displeased God, and we know that David's in not in good light with God right now. Now all of a sudden it jumps, and we're going to find out. Obviously, it's going to jump probably pretty far into the future. We're not sure how because the baby's not born yet. But Nathan now approaches him based on what God leads him to do. So Nathan showed up in chapter 7 when he said that, hey, God says you're not going to build him a house. He's going to build you a house, right? That was the last time we heard from Nathan. Now Nathan's back. And the good thing that Nathan approached him and not some random person, because Nathan, again, was that prophet. The last time we heard was the one that said that God was going to bless him. So David, seeing Nathan, trusts Nathan, right? So God sent somebody who David could trust through Nathan here. So the Lord sent Nathan, right? It says, and like I said, probably for about nearly a year based on how the baby's going to be born. So it's been a long time. But the approach is great. And now Jesus did this too, right? Jesus would talk in parables. So there'd be a lesson in it. There'd be a story going on, and there'd be a lesson in it. So he approaches them with a wise method of confrontation to use parables to expose David's sin. And what's interesting is what we're going to find out is David, I'm sure as he's listening to this, Nathan doesn't come out and say, hey, I have a story for you here. I'm going to tell you this parable. He doesn't say that. He just starts telling them of the situation between this rich man and, this poor man. And he starts out, verse 2 there, it says, the rich man had very many flocks and herds. So in this story, that, of course, is going to represent David, right? And David doesn't know that now. David thinks he's taking, because he probably has to judge issues all the time. People probably approach him all the time saying, hey, we have an issue here. This is what went on. Some guy robbed this guy. What should we do? Hey, kill him. Hey, this guy stole this. What should you do? Hey, have him restore, fourfold, all this. So these things probably happen all the time. When Nathan the prophet approaches, he probably thinks there's some awful thing going on and that he's bringing it to David to judge. So he's telling about this rich man that had very many flocks and herds. And of course, that's David because he's a king with power. He's got wives, multiple wives, right? Multiple wives. Those would be the flocks of lambs. He's got many of them, and he's got a lot of wealth, right? So he's the rich man in the story we know. In verse, let's see, is it number 3? It says, the poor man had nothing but one little ewe lamb, which he had bought. And it says that it was like a daughter to him. So the poor man in this story, obviously, we know, will represent Uriah, who was his faithful, loyal soldier to David. And the lamb represents Bathsheba, which would be obviously his beloved wife that he loved. And what's really interesting is back then, lambs were actually pets for people. So this would actually, again, would have made sense. It wouldn't have sounded like some weird story. Back then, there really was a thing where lambs could be kept as pets. I know they're sacrificed, but that was also a thing too. So the lamb represents Bathsheba. And what's interesting is people will discuss, was Bathsheba guilty in that whole situation with David when David called her? But you remember, Bathsheba had to go to the king because when the king calls, you have to go or you die, right? And then followed David's command, slept with him, wasn't right. But this seems to point to that she might have been innocent in all this, that she might have just complied out of the compulsion of the king because the way it talks about this ewe lamb, and the ewe lamb would be a symbol of purity and gentleness. So at least in this parable, you can make the argument maybe Bathsheba shouldn't have done certain things, and she could have said whatever. But it seems that from here, Bathsheba is looked at as kind of innocent in all this, that David caused all this to happen, and Bathsheba was just kind of a part of this. And again, Bathsheba, remember, she cried and mourned when Uriah died. And we still don't know. I don't think the Bible ever says if she ever found out that Uriah was murdered or not. She still, for all we know, could have thought he died in battle, right? And this kind of leads us to believe that, well, she wouldn't have at least even been a part of that. But she is kind of innocent here, and that's why the ewe lamb is probably used here. And you can see that Nathan does a good job, and it's God's words, of really tying that connection of care. It says it grew up with him, ate of his morsel, drank from his cup, lay in his arms. So think about this lamb eating out of your hand, drinking the cup, cuddling with you at night. It was just saying how much this poor man loved his one and only little ewe lamb. Meanwhile, there's this rich man that had all sorts of stuff, right? Then you look at verse 4. Verse 4. Now there came a traveler to the rich man, and he was unwilling to take one of his own flock or herd to prepare for the guest who had come to him. But he took the poor man's lamb and prepared it for the man who had come to him. So there's a traveler here now. So we know David is obviously the rich man. Uriah is the poor man. Bathsheba is the lamb. But who's the traveler? Because we didn't really have a traveler in the story. There's really no other person that got involved in this. Well, the thought might be that the traveler in the story represents temptation or desire that comes upon a person, right? Because think about how the Bible talks about temptation. Temptation comes and you can resist, right, and flee. So temptation will come like a visitor. It comes and visits and leaves unless you invite it to stay, which David did, right? That's exactly what David did. This temptation came and he could have said, no, she's married. Those are my two men, the daughter of one, the wife of other. I can't. But he invited his temptation in to stay. So I believe here that the traveler would be the sinful temptation. And it says there that the rich man was unwilling to take one of his own flock or herd. And the rich man in this story obviously had plenty. This is why David gets outraged later. The rich man had plenty. He was greedy, right? He has he has flocks, it says, flocks of lambs, and he's rich, so he could probably even buy more. And instead, he's going to take the other man's lamb, which shows lack of self-control, which is what David really had, right? And greed is what it says, because in the story, you're like, that's a greedy man. That guy's greedy, and he has no control, right? He has no control. And it's reflecting on David's lack of self-control in that situation with Bathsheba. And it's really interesting, too, again, because, again, David had all these wives, which was sinful, by the way. Was sinful, but that was common back then. Not saying it was right, but it was common. He had Ahinoam, Abigail, Michal. Remember, he had all these wives here that if he was really in the mood, he could have taken one of those wives and said, no, she's married. That's not for me, right? So this is a common theme in the Bible, though, too, right? And actually how the whole Bible started. What's like one of the first stories of the Bible? It's Adam and Eve, right? And what does God tell them? You have all this fruit. You have all these trees. You have every tree in the world, just not this one. And what did Adam and Eve do? They ate that one forbidden one when they had, literally, read it, go back and read it. It wasn't that they were starving. They had all these other fruits, everything else in the garden except the one, and they wanted that one forbidden one. This is the forbidden fruit effect again that we see today in our own lives. Sometimes it's like that, so it's forbidden. You can see kids get in trouble just because of things that are forbidden. It's that forbidden fruit effect, and you saw it with Eve and Adam back in Genesis 3. It's exactly what's going on again. You have abundance, but you want the one thing that you shouldn't have or you can't have. And what's really interesting is the one psalm that most people are familiar with is Psalm 23. And what does it say in the beginning? The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want, I shall not desire, I shall not be basically greedy. I don't need anything. God provides everything. But here you don't see David acting out his psalm that he wrote about. This is obviously one of his lower points. And this is also, there's another example, again, just to show you the patterns in the Bible. I've talked about patterns. It's not only there. 1 Kings 21 later on, whenever we get to that. Remember, Ahab takes Naboth's vineyard. That happens with Jezebel. Same kind of thing. He's a rich king. Why did he need that? But they end up, killing Naboth, taking all that stuff. So there's a pattern that's taken place in the Bible before. Let's look at verses 5 and 6. Then David's anger was greatly kindled against the man, and he said to Nathan, as the Lord lives, the man who has done this deserves to die. And he shall restore the lamb fourfold because he did this thing and because he had no pity. So I love it. David's righteous anger comes out now. Like, how evil, I can't believe that. Right? And this is effective, by the way. If you want somebody to, judge their own sin or get a better perspective, just tell them these other people that are without names, and you saw these other things happen, and you'll get people's reaction. It's a lot easier to prove. This is like a genius method, actually, to get people who would obviously not, he probably wouldn't have seen this thing because David's gone almost a year now and hasn't done anything about this, right? But now all of a sudden he has this anger over this injustice, right? Which is really about him, which is really interesting. So he immediately acts with fury. He sees the injustice. But he fails to recognize his own sin. And this is how it is with us. When somebody else is sinning, it's like, I can't believe that. The Lord should judge that, or they need to get that out of their lives. But then once it's your sin, it's like, there's this thing. And that's kind of how David was. He didn't really see his sin until it was in somebody else, this fictitious rich man, right? And that's David. He doesn't know it. And he's mad at David, but he's not mad at himself. So it's this really interesting thing about the human heart. Well, look, check yourself in your own life. How you view sin in your own life versus other people's lives. Because again, and we talked about this last week, usually you want other people's sins judged and you want yours forgiven, right? You want God's justice on other people, you want God's mercy on yourself. And that's kind of what we're seeing even here. It's just our heart is inclined to do this. You've got to get over it. You've got to look at the right things to do. Reminds me of Romans 2:1. You have no excuse, O man, every one of you who judges, for in passing judgment on another you condemn yourself because you, the judge, practice the very same things, right? And we're seeing this here. And again, I love this. The reason I've been bringing up the New Testament, by the way, is because I love the Bible and how the Old Testament lives out the New Testament before it was ever written. And you can go back and read the New Testament and take it back to the Old Testament and say, oh, this is all true. This is all right throughout here. So you're going to see these stories living out truths that we know from the New Testament because it's always been true. It's God's word. So the irony of David's judgment here, by the way, too, is that he says the rich man deserves to die, right? But under the law of Moses, stealing a lamb was not a capital offense. You can see he's actually getting a little over the top. Like, we got to kill him, kill this man. It's like, whoa, whoa, David, that's not what the law even calls for, dude. God, not even God says we should kill him. Like, you're getting a little exaggerated here. Isn't that interesting? Would David say that he should have been murdered? Probably not. But now some other guy, now we should kill him. It's like, well, that's not what the law even says, David. Calm down. And this shows emotion, how emotional he probably was, an emotional reaction. It was a little excessive. We can get like that. Do you ever hear somebody sin or do something bad and you get really excessive? Like, we got to go through this and do that, and then you calm down. You say, I got to show grace. I got to get my mind back. That might have been a little excessive. What really fits the crime? You know, that kind of a thing here. So his judgment was really excessive, and it wasn't supposed to be like that. Now, he did pronounce it right, though. He said, he shall restore the lamb fourfold. What's really interesting there is David's not just pulling out of the sky like, you know what? All right, we're not going to kill him, but he's got to give him like 4 lambs for that one lamb. He's actually, turn to Exodus 22. Just turn to Exodus chapter 22. This is really interesting. Yeah, Exodus chapter 22, and it's just the first verse there when you get there. This is really fascinating. It's even deeper once we open this up here. Exodus 22, verse 1. This is what my translation says. Exodus 22, verse 1. If a man steals an ox or a sheep and kills it or sells it, he shall repay 5 oxen for an ox and 4 sheep for a sheep. So David then, after being excessive, goes back to what God's law actually says. And God's law says it's restoration, which is really interesting. We don't always think about this, but biblically, it wasn't just killing people like, somebody deserved death for a sin. It was kill them, and then we need restoration. We need to fix this. We need to restore this. If somebody lost something, they need something back. And they need something back even more. It was prevented stealing, obviously, right? You got caught stealing an ox, you had to give 5 ox. You had caught stealing a sheep, you had to give 4. So there was a risk to the crime, which is good, and it kind of deterred that. So David rightly says, this man, whoever this, because he thinks, in his mind, he thinks he's putting this judgment out on this crime that happened out in his kingdom, right? He doesn't know where this guy's from, but he wants him to go out and make sure this rich guy pays 4 lambs. You know what's really interesting? If you study David's life, if we take that Bathsheba as that one lamb, and Uriah was killed over it, right? Uriah was killed over that. David would owe 4 lives for that. If we're going to do the restoration process of a lamb for 4 lambs, and you have this chapter we see the death of Bathsheba's child. Then you see Amnon get killed by Absalom. You see Absalom die, and you see Adonijah die later on. So David actually has to be restored, and 4 of his family members must die to replace the one killed in Uriah, which is really interesting. And the concept, the fourfold thing, actually plays out in David's life later on. Whether he knew that was going to happen or not, I don't know. But it does. You could actually say that happened for Uriah's death. There was 4 in David's family over the whole situation because David's kingdom just starts to fall apart after this. Verses 7 and 8 we'll move to now. Nathan said to David, you are the man. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed you king over Israel and delivered you out of the hand. I gave you your master's house, gave you the house of Israel and Judah. And if this were too little, I would add to you as much more. So first off, Nathan says, you are the man. Now it's funny. In our society, somebody says, you are the man. It's like, that's a good thing. You did not want to hear this in David's situation. For David to be called the man meant he was the one in that story. This is where David is revealed to. And I love how Nathan didn't just tell him this and tell David to be quiet while he told him the story. He allowed David to erupt and say, we got to kill him. He's got to give 4 lambs back. And once he erupts, says, all right, cool. That was about you, David. You just pronounced your own judgment. Which, like I just said, he actually did. 4 of his children actually do die based on all that. But it's really interesting here. So Nathan now reveals it. And then it's God, Nathan's speaking, but God's words are coming out here. And God is going to point out here how greedy David really was. Look at it. He says, he anointed him as a king. So that was a divine appointment from 1 Samuel 16. God anointed him a king. That's pretty awesome. He delivered him from Saul. Remember that? When God protected him from Saul all those times. He did that. He gave him Saul's houses and wives, which that sounds interesting in this context. Like, what do you mean, God, you gave him all these things? What that really means is that he inherited all of Saul's royal authority and possessions. God wasn't really, saying, well, I gave you his wives to have. It's just kind of saying, You get all of his possession. I gave you his full kingdom. Everything that came with it, you got that. I gave you Israel and Judah, unified a kingdom. That's kind of hard to do. There's a lot of civil war and strife there. God unified that, gave him Israel and Judah. And then, if you see how it ended there, and if this were too little, I would add to you as much more. God saying, if that wouldn't have been enough, you would have kept praying. I would have kept giving you more, David. If that wasn't enough, which that would be more than enough for most people. But if that weren't even enough, I would have done even more for you, David. And this is what you did. So David's sin is not due to lack. It wasn't due because he didn't have enough wives, because he didn't have enough things to do, right? It was greed and lust. And that's what God is pointing out here through this prophecy through Nathan. That's why he goes through and reminds them. After he says, you are the man, then he says, I gave you all these things. I did all these things for you. Pointing out to David, like, why did you have to go and do this? You were blessed beyond any man on the earth at this time. And that's how you decided to act. And again, same with Adam and Eve. They still wanted more even after being given us that pattern again. Verse number 9. Why have you despised the word of the Lord to do what is evil in his sight? You have struck down Uriah the Hittite with a sword and have taken his wife to be your wife and have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. Now, therefore, the sword shall never depart from your house because you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Isn't that interesting? It says, why have you despised the word of the Lord? And I'm sure David at first, said, I don't despise your word. I love your word. That's why I even know it was fourfold for the sheep. I love your word. But here's the thing. God thinks every time we sin, this is how he sees it. Every time we sin, we despise his word. We're going against his word as if we hate his word. Because if we loved his word, we'd obey it and do what it says, right? So he's saying, why did you despise my word, David? You knew exactly what it said. So that's how God takes it, because that's what he's saying here. Because you don't see that David doesn't say anything about hating scripture, or hating the book of the law, or hating the book of Moses. But God is pointing out that when you break the law, it's as good as saying you despise it and you'd rather not. I'd rather not follow your law, God. I'd rather do my own thing, God. And that's what he's pointing out here. And then he lays out all the different layers of it. You struck down Uriah the Hittite with a sword, so David abused power to orchestrate his death, and it was murder through deception. You have taken his wife to be your wife. That's adultery. So there's adultery now. So there's murder through deception, adultery there. And then you have killed him with the sword of the Ammonites. To make it even worse, you deceived him, you took his wife, but then you killed him with your enemies. Make it even worse. You allowed your enemies to kill him, which is was another thing. It was a deliberate thing that David didn't, basically it's pointed out here, again, David didn't fall into the sin by accident, right? Because there's so many layers to it and so many levels to it, right? He could have done, if he did the one thing and said, that was stupid of me, I fell in this thing, but he's just going further and further, and that's what this is illustrating again. This is a very deliberate pattern of sin here that David carried out with all this. So in verse 10, we hear, the sword shall not depart from your house. And David's own family suffers from perpetual violence after this as the result of these actions. You'll see after this, it's a turning point. David's life was already hectic with war, but now it's going to enter his own family. And we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that before, right? And this prophecy will be fulfilled as we go through the books. Amnon will rape Tamar in the next chapter. We'll go over that. It's an awful story. Absalom's going to murder Amnon because of that. Absalom's going to rebel against David, and Adonijah, like I said, is going to be killed by Solomon. So like I said, this is going to take place right after, literally the next chapter. It's going to get really ugly, and we're seeing from this right here, this verse is saying everything that's going to happen that we're going to read about, all these awful stories that are about to come, prepare yourselves, is all because of what David did here. All because of David's actions and how he did this, how he treated Uriah, how he treated Bathsheba, how he treated the word of God, how he despised the word of the Lord. Verse 11, thus says the Lord, behold, I will raise up evil against you out of your own house. I'll take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives and in the sight of the sun. For you did it secretly, but I'll do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. So it says, I will raise up evil against you out of your own house. Like I said, that'll come from David's own family. And again, you could say, this is the New Testament being lived out, Galatians 6:7. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that will he also reap, right? And think about this. What's going to happen? What's going to happen in David's family? So what did David really do here? Well, it started with sexual sin, right? Sexual sin, and then led into murder. Do you know what the next chapter is going to be about? Sexual sin. And then it's going to lead into murder. So what David sowed on Uriah's family is going to come back to his house. There's going to be sexual sin and murder that is going to plague David's household. It's the exact thing. He's reaping what he sows, literally. Did you ever think about that? These aren't some random things that are going to happen in David's life. What God is going to plant in David's family was what David did to somebody else's family. That's what's going to happen. So that's why the next story is going to be sexual sin against the daughter of Tamar, because that's how David's sin pattern started. And then it's going to go into murder, and it's going to last a lot longer than David's sin did here. So you can see again, he is definitely reaping what he sows. It says here, I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. And when we get to chapter 16, this will actually happen. Absalom does take David's concubines and sleeps with them in public to show dominance over David. That was a thing, unfortunately, that would happen back in the day, and that's exactly what happens here. It says, you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and before the sun. So here's another interesting thing. David secretly did this, right? David secretly slept with Bathsheba and secretly had, Uriah killed and all this. He says, well, you did that in secret. This is going to be public. I'm going to make this public, right? And I'm going to humiliate you in public. And that's exactly what happens. God makes this happen all publicly, like I said in chapter 16. But it shows how in today's world, this is the same way. This is why you find public figures. Every so often you turn on the news and you find out some guy that people thought was all great and stuff. And then you find out he was sleeping with this woman and he had a mistress down here and he had drugs over here and was doing all these things. And it comes out into public light. And you know what usually happens then? They usually fall out of the public eye. It usually decimates their career, crushes them, right? So it's kind of showing what that still happens today. You can do private sins all you want, but God makes things public for other people to see when he thinks it's necessary. And he does here. He's going to do it to David in a few chapters here. And now we'll do verses 13 through the beginning of 15. We'll stop halfway through 15 here. It says, David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, the Lord also has put away your sin. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child who is born to you shall die. Then Nathan went to his house. I'll just stop right there for a second. David, look what he says. I have sinned against the Lord. So David's confession here is very short. Just, I sinned against the Lord. But that was enough. God obviously recognized it. Because right after that, what does he say? He says, the Lord has also put away your sin. You shall not die. Which is really interesting, right? Because, by the way, Leviticus 20:10, you don't have to go there, but I'll read Leviticus 20, verse 10. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. So it's just interesting. If you go back, remember when David was talking in the story about the man should die, but then he has to give fourfold? Accurately so, in David's story, that would have actually been accurate. Now, in the story of the parable, that wasn't accurate because the man shouldn't die. He didn't do anything other than steal the lamb. But in David's scenario, there was adultery added, so he should have died. So why didn't David die? Well, you can see God's mercy here. God shows mercy. It says you're not going to die right after David says, I have sinned against the Lord. And that's a really short, just I've sinned. And you'd think, if it were us, we'd be babbling, saying all kinds of things to the Lord, why we did it, how we're sorry, and we would have gone on and on and on. But it shows that sometimes just the simple heart of saying, Lord, I have sinned, I have wronged you, I am sorry. That is good enough for the Lord to see a sincere heart. Actually, well, the more you talk, the more you might be justifying it. If you look at Saul when he sins, he babbles on about his sin and why he justified it and why he had to take King Agag and all these kind of things. So a nice, simple, short confession right there to God was enough for God to actually withhold judgment because David should have died according to God's law. So you're seeing God actually be very merciful to him here. All right, let's see. And then you can actually see, just want to make a note of it, Psalm 51. We don't have time to read it, but if you ever read Psalm 51, that is all about this situation here. And in verse 4 of Psalm 51, it says, against you, you only have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight. David will go on to confess here and point out his sin here and talks about, this is where we get, create in me a clean heart, O God. All that comes from this part here. So when you're praying for a clean heart, remember it comes from the sins of David and how everything had to be really renewed and refreshed there. Verse 13 says, the Lord has also put away your sin, you shall not die, like I said. We talked about that already. Verse 14, nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child who is born to you shall die. It's a little interesting here because you're like, wait a minute, David's not going to die, but his child's going to die. This seems weird. So it's almost like the death sentence was passed on from David to his child here. And this shows us that forgiveness does not remove consequences. David was forgiven. Sometimes we want to think like, cool, God forgives us. It means nothing bad will happen from this. Like, no. Whatever your sin was, there are natural, physical consequences that will play out, right? That are going to affect you. It just means eternally you are forgiven. But you still might pay for your sins and the effects of your sins. And I know actually some drug addicts who have recovered from heroin, which is amazing. They're clean and they trust the Lord with their lives, but they still have hepatitis C from the liver, and they still might die young. Even though they're forgiven by the Lord, they're clean now, they're in church, they're involved in acting in the community, they still might live shorter lives because of their past sin. We know that, and that's just one example. There are many, many examples. That's just one that came to the top of my head of somebody I knew that had to kind of go through this, that you do have to pay. That doesn't mean once you are forgiven, you follow the Lord, that all of a sudden the consequences are removed. They are not, and we're seeing that here. Then verses 15, the second part of 15 through 17 here. And the Lord afflicted the child that Uriah's wife bore to David, and he became sick. David therefore sought God on behalf of the child, and David fasted and went in and lay all night on the ground. And the elders of his house stood beside him to raise him from the ground, but he would not, nor did he eat food with them. So we see here, the Lord afflicted the child, and he became sick. What's real interesting, it says, the child that Uriah's wife bore. So here, the reason he's not called your wife, or didn't say Bathsheba, Uriah's wife, he's attaching this to the sin. The child is sick because it's Uriah's wife. Right? Don't forget, because every time you probably heard Uriah's wife, it probably made David cringe a little bit. And probably sick of himself, self-loathing. God, like, I can't believe I did that to Uriah again. It probably hit home there. But that's to show this is all tied to the sin. David therefore sought God on behalf of the child then, which is really interesting here. So even though God says the child's going to die, David seeks God's mercy, and he prays, which is really interesting, and it shows that you can pray for everything. And we do know in Jonah, later on, the Ninevites they'll repent, and God was going to destroy them, but he prays. And we've seen Moses pray for the people. We've seen this happen where God will, quote unquote, we say change his mind. He didn't really change his mind, but God will allow intercessory to change things, right? If people intercede, it will change things. So David's just taking that approach, saying, I know God said what he said, but perhaps he'll be merciful, and I'm just going to pray, and I'm going to mourn, and I'm going to, just worship the Lord and pray to him right now that this will change. And if you think about it, Jesus did this too. Jesus prayed that the cup would be taken from him, but Jesus knew exactly why he came, right? So even Jesus knew that he was going to pray a prayer that would probably get a no, but you still pray to the Lord anyway, and you can pray these things that the Lord might change, quote unquote, change his mind, although he will not actually change his mind, right? So David fasted and went in, and fasting and mourning was the sign of humility and desperation right there. So him laying on the ground was showing full submission to God. While he's praying, he's in full submission, like, God, you're the only one that can do this. Could you please spare this child? And he's in, he's all worked up about it. And this is why David is a man after God's own heart, because King Saul didn't do this. After God took the thing, King Saul didn't say, I'm sorry for not killing King Agag and not killing all the people, the Amalekites. I'm really sorry. You don't see that from Saul. You see it from David. So David's showing humility here, and you're seeing why he's the man after God's own heart. So he's definitely not perfect, as we're learning here. And then you see in verse 17, David refuses to be comforted, which is a sign, again, of sorrow and conviction. It's another sign to show another version of, like, submission. Like, no, I don't even want comfort. I don't even want rest right now. I just need to be before the Lord and weep and mourn and grieve over this impending death of my child that's coming, right? Hoping that with pleading, he could change the Lord's mind. Verses 18 through 20 continues on. Verse 18 talks about on the seventh day, the child died. Now, so the child's death here will mark the fulfillment of God's judgment. This is kind of like the end. You'll see the end of the judgment for David and Bathsheba's sin. This is going to be a finality. One, because he dies on the seventh day. 7 is the number of completeness usually in the Bible. So what that means is you can look at it and say the seventh day. So this is complete fulfillment. So what David did all the way back in the beginning, you're going to say this is the punishment. And of course we know that what's going to happen in the house, at David's house, there's going to be a lot of murder, and that's going to come about. But this is going to settle this situation here. Not only that, another thing that's important on the 8th day is when a child would actually get their name. That's why the child doesn't have a name. In the Jewish tradition, you wouldn't get a name till your 8th day until you were circumcised and put in the covenant of the Jewish law. So also, he wouldn't have considered, as weird as his, would have only been considered a child, but wouldn't have been considered an actual named child, which is also interesting. Could have been in God's infinite wisdom, because back then, if a child were born out of wedlock like this would have actually screwed up the whole kingdom. This would have been a scandal. It would have been a scandal back then, just like it is today. It would have been scandalous in God's kingdom, and this could have caused more upfighting and uprooting and all these kind of things in his house. So God decides that this baby's not even going to have a name, and that's why it dies before the 8th day. That's why it's the child of Bathsheba and doesn't actually have a name there. Then verse 18 said, and the servants of David were afraid to tell him that the child was dead. So imagine being a servant here. You see David weeping, mourning, probably super loud, probably on the ground. And you're like, oh no, his child died. I don't want to be the one to tell him. What's he going to do? Is he going to kill himself? Is he going to do something? Is he going to lash out? I don't know, but he's already kind of out of his mind here. He's really upset, and I don't think he's going to be able to bear this bad news. So they don't even want to tell him. And I love that, they start whispering. And, this still happens today. People whisper, should we do this? Should we tell him? I don't know. And immediately, you ever in a room and somebody's whispering and kind of looking over, you're like, oh, you're talking something about me, right? There's something going on here. So David, not stupid, he goes, oh, whispering. He's like, the child's dead, isn't it? Because they didn't know what to do. They're trying to conspire or talk about, not conspire, but talk about how they're going to say it. And David's like, the child's dead, right? Just tell me. That's what it means, right? He's not stupid. He knows they're whispering. They're afraid to come tell him. And they, of course, tell him that the child did indeed die. And David it says that then David arose from the earth and washed and anointed himself and changed his clothes. This had to surprise them because they thought he was going to lash out, flip a table or, do something, like I said, self-harm. But he doesn't. He gets right back up and he goes from mourning to now focusing on God, because it says in verse 20, he went into the house of the Lord and worshiped. It was really interesting. A lot of us wouldn't do this. A lot of us wouldn't even think to do this. After somebody said, hey, your family member died that you really loved and you were praying for. And like, all right, well, I'm going to get up now. I'm going to stop crying. I'm going to go worship the Lord and do some song and dance, right? What it shows us is the right heart to have, though, to worship the Lord, to bless the Lord. Psalm 34, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. So he's showing that no matter what, in the ups and downs of life, you praise the Lord, and God's plan is always for the best. And David probably even knew deep down too, this is deserved. This is part of his sin. God was judging it, rightfully so. But now he had to get on and move on from this mourning phase here. It says, he then went to his own house, and when he asked, they set food before him, and he ate. So eating now signifies a return to normalcy. That's what that is. Now he's eating. Now it's a normal time. He's going to go back to normal life. Now that that's happened, he's trying to shift from this grieving to mourning pretty quickly, a lot quickly than many of us would do. We'd want to take some, days off work to kind of get our stuff together. Nope, he gets right up and says, I'm going to praise the Lord. I'm going to eat food and getting back to normal. We're getting back into the routine. And he's like a no-nonsense guy, you can kind of see here, but he's still worshiping the Lord. And then we got verses 21 through 23 here. Look at verse 21. It says, then his servant said to him, what is this thing that you have done? You fasted and wept for the child while he was alive, but when the child died, you arose and ate food. Now the servant's really confused. He's acting all happy now, or not happy, but he's not upset anymore. And even more, the mourning, again, just like ours lasts a couple days, back then it would actually last 30 days. So this wasn't normal even for them. They're like, well, David, you should be mourning. He died. You have a whole month to do this. Like, why are you eating now? Like, they probably thought it was really bizarre. They might have even thought he was losing his mind, to be honest, because it's just nothing is like making sense to them anymore. But look what he says in verse 22. He said, while the child was still alive, I fasted and wept, for I said, who knows whether the Lord will be gracious to me, that the child may live. So he's reasoning here, his fasting and weeping was a response to hope. He was weeping in hope that God would show mercy on him with this mourning. So he says that. He says, but now the child, he is dead. Why should I fast? Can I bring him back again? So this is David accepting that the child's death is a clear statement of that he's going to, he gives into God's will. That's God's will. He did what he did. I acknowledge that was that was the solution that God had for my crime. I understand that's what it was. And now I'm going to move on. And then verse 23, it's a really awesome verse, gets brought up a lot actually. I shall go to him, but he will not return to me. So David expresses confidence in the afterlife here, and that he will be reunited with his child. And this gets talked about a lot because people always say, what happens to babies when they die? Well, right here we have some pretty good evidence that in the afterlife, the Lord, that they live on with the Lord at some point, because that's what David's saying. He's saying he's never going to come back to the earth. I'm going to go to him in the afterlife. So he believes that child is with the Lord right now. This is really interesting because there's not a lot of eternal life things, like if I'm over eschatology, there's not a lot of afterlife talk, and there's eternal life things like that, but there's not as much in the Old Testament. So this is one of the few examples here you actually have in a confidence in the afterlife. It wasn't spoken of as much as when Jesus came in the New Testament. It was really revealed to us there. But here's another hint of it. Then we have verses 24 through 25. Then David comforted his wife Bathsheba and went into her and lay with her. She bore a son and called his name Solomon. So you can see here, David now is going to comfort Bathsheba, and it's a comfort here to have another child with her. It sounds weird, but Bathsheba, she's the mother. She has had a baby. She carried the baby for months, right? Had this baby, and then it dies on her. She's going to be emotionally wrecked, emotionally upset here. So David has compassion now as her husband, and they end up having a child, which we find out is going to be Solomon. And this is the one that the Lord's going to bless. He's going to be the wisest man to ever live other than Jesus Christ, which is really interesting, which also shows us that God has now restored them. Actually restored their marriage. Now their marriage, in a weird, strange way, is sort of legal in a way. At least God's allowing it to be legitimate in some respect now, where he's actually going to bless this. It's his way of saying, I'm over it, David. I've forgiven you. That's in the past. I'm not going to bless you. And I'm actually giving you a son, Jedediah, right there. It means the Lord loved him, right? That's exactly what that means. Verse 24 there. He names him Jedediah. So it's showing here that God is still going to bless this family and actually Bathsheba's son. It's really interesting. Why would God pick Bathsheba out of all the wives he had? Well, maybe to honor Bathsheba for what she had to go through. Maybe that's why God picked her. We don't know exactly why. But again, God just had this plan of going with Solomon. He was going to make, and sometimes God even, I think maybe even, there's probably so many ways. I can't even say why God would do one thing. But here's another aspect to it. If God would have sent Solomon through Ahinoam or somebody else or Abigail, we wouldn't ever probably hear this story much. But because Solomon comes, we're going to have to hear over and over of Bathsheba and this adultery. Without Solomon, we wouldn't. So this almost keeps that in the forefront of things, which is interesting. Okay, then we're going to just pivot here for the last couple verses where Rabbah is captured. I'll go through these very quickly. So it shows in verse 27, Joab sent messengers to David, said, I have fought against Rabbah. Moreover, I have taken the city of waters. Verse 28, it says, now then gather the rest of the people together and camp against the city and take it, lest I take the city and it be called by my name. So now it pivots right after this over to David's battle in Rabbah. We almost forgot about this. Like, why is this in this chapter? Well, you're going to see now, Joab is finally winning this war. Think about this. This war began chapters ago. It's been going for over a year. Why aren't they winning? Probably because of David's sin. This is a connection to David's sin being judged. His sin was judged. His child died. Now all of a sudden, Joab's about to win the war. No coincidence. It was all a spiritual war. No coincidence at all. And he says, hey, I've taken the city of waters, probably because there's a big water supply, basically saying, hey, I'm going to cut off their water pretty soon. They're going to have to submit pretty soon. David, you better get down here before I get credit for this. I don't want to steal your credit. Remember, that's what happened with the Saul and David thing. David got more credit than Saul, and that caused a whole issue. But that was really honorable. He wanted David to get the credit. So verses 29 through 31 here. Verse 29, so David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah and fought against it and took it. So David, guess what? After the sin, goes back, and guess what he's doing? He's out on the battlefield leading like a king, like he should have in the spring. He's back again. Now he's actually where he's supposed to be. And he's leading them in the final phase of this campaign, and he's actually there. So it's almost like if he would have done this in the beginning, this whole story wouldn't have ever happened. And he took the crown of their king from his head. The weight of the crown was a talent of gold, and in it was a precious stone. It was placed on David's head. This symbolizes that the kingship, he has taken down the royalty. That's why it was called the royal city. He has conquered the main heartland of the Ammonites. Not only that, he puts his crown on his head. Talent of gold, by the way. Does anybody know how much a talent of gold weighs? Yeah, go ahead.
About 75 pounds.
75 pounds is correct, Beard. Beard knows it. Could you imagine putting a 75-pound crown? They think it was more for a show. I don't think he walked around on the battlefield like that, but it's almost more for one of those things you put on his head, you let it rest. Everybody, is that cool? All right, somebody get this thing off me. Like this is pretty heavy. I can only imagine the neck. My neck hurts today from sleeping wrong. I couldn't imagine having to wear a 75-pound crown today. Oh my goodness. But that, even with the stone there, it talks about a precious stone. It's showing this is the royalty. This is the greatness of Ammon has now been captured. Rabbah has been taken. And then what does he do there at the end? He brought out the people who were in it, set them to labor with saws and iron picks and axes. And this is forced labor shows that David has now dominated the Ammonites, and he's making them be slaves basically and work for them because they rebelled. Remember, this is all because of that rebellion against him. When he was just trying to make peace, and this is where all this war. So because of the rebellion, he's going to make them pay, and that's why they're going to be slaves. That's why he didn't kill them or let them go. He just kept them around and gave them pickaxes. He allowed them to live, at least. That was kind of generous. But he's going to make them slaves because of the rebellion against them. And that's how that chapter ends. Does anybody have any questions or thoughts? Yeah, Shively.
While you were going through this, all I could think about was James 5.
Yeah.
5:16, confess your sins. And then James 5:19-20, where a brother restores another brother. And it's just, you talked about how it kind of foreshadows the New Testament. I mean, this is that played out to a T.
Amen. It is.
Because Nathan's the friend that comes
and restores
David. David, confesses, and then, I mean, the multitude of sins is
covered.
He's saved from.
Yep, and it is, again, like what he said, it's a New Testament lived out, which is almost a fun exercise. You can almost go read the New Testament and then play a little game to yourself, see if you can go back and find it in the Old Testament lived out, and you can. I guarantee you can, wherever you're at. And we're seeing that right here. Again, I got Galatians, I got James. It's all over the place that's lived out. Beer, did you have a thought or question?
Yeah, just a question, more curiosity. So it talks about when the child was dying, David went in and laid down on the ground.
Yeah.
Are we assuming that he's like in the room with the child, or is he in the tabernacle praying before God?
That's a great question. We don't know for sure. I got to look at how the language, because when he gets up at the end, what does it say when he, let's see, I fasted. Did he go? I'm trying to see if he went up when he went to worship. It seems like he went up and went to a different location. We're not sure. We're not sure if he was with the child or not. I'd imagine he probably wasn't with the child. He's probably alone, and maybe in the tabernacle or maybe alone in his room. But we're definitely not positive on that. And he could possibly be praying over the child for all we know. He could be having his hands on the child. We're not very sure. But we do know that he was down on the ground for sure. Just that submission. It's like, we could stand here and praying. And praying, you can pray. God hears your prayers no matter what. But when you're on your knees and people pray on our knees, why do we do that? It's not because it's a better position for God to hear us, right? It's for us, it's actually for our own mind to remember that we are below God. And we get down because God is mightier than us. And it's actually a good reminder for us, and we're submitting to the Lord that he's the higher power and he's the judge over all things. So, any other questions? Yeah, Paul.
So all sickness and death is due through sin.
No, that's a great question. Some people say, is all sickness and death through... Well, hold on. Back up. Technically, yes. All sickness and death is due to the sin in Genesis 3. The reason we all get sick and die, the reason good people get cancer and they didn't do anything wrong or whatever these things happen, is because of sin in Genesis 3. But it does not mean if you get, you all of a sudden have pneumonia is because you sinned against somebody, or you get cancer because you sinned against. It doesn't mean that. Perhaps. That's why I never, ever guess. Some people say, that person's in the hospital. You know what they did last month? This is the Lord getting them back. I've literally heard people say that. And I've had to say, listen, we don't know. Don't be quick to say that, because next thing you'll end up in the hospital for all I know. I don't know. But you can't judge that people are sick because of their own personal sin. We are all sick because of sin. So that is true. Because we won't get sick and die if it weren't for the fall in the garden. However, not everybody gets sick and dies because they're being judged. However, you can. You can commit a bunch of sins, and the Lord can have you get sick and die. So these are all possible, and the Bible shows us that it's all possible here, just right through the story here. So that's a great question. Technically, all sickness comes from sin, but in the grander scheme, not particularly for your individual sin. But it can happen according to this here, and to your own family members. Think about that. David didn't get sick and die. His child did, which is even worse. That's why many things like it's sick, but the mafia, like they used to do, they wouldn't kill you, they'd kill your family members. So then you'd want to pay, because who cares about you? And that's kind of almost what God does here. It makes it almost hurt worse when your sins affect somebody innocent. Don't sometimes when you sin, you're like, I wish I would have been the one to pay for it. I wish I would have, because you feel guilty. And that's, again, the moral of the story is sin affects innocent people. Your sin included. When you sin, it affects innocent people. Rarely would it only affect you and God, right? Rarely would it only affect you and God. Well, yeah, Dave, go ahead.
I just see a huge parallel to this in the New Testament. God made the covenant with David. He wasn't going to break that, but it broke down through his family.
Yeah.
Our salvation, our promise for eternal salvation through Christ. I've just always marveled at this passage in Matthew 27 when Pilate washes his hands and says, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. You see to it. But look what the people say. And all the people answered and said, his blood be on us and our children. This is the Jewish nation. This is the leaders of the temple. It may have taken years, but look what happened to the Israeli nation, the Jews, over the years. All the way to present day.
And no, that's a really great point. They had no idea what they were really saying at all there. And they got what they said, his blood be upon us. And it's carried out just like it is right here. It's amazing. See, Dave already did his homework already before we even got out the door. He already has an assignment of the New Testament matching up with it. This is perfect. But again, you can go through this New Testament and see it lived out here. That's exactly what he's talking about. Matthew 27, that is carried out upon the house of Israel even today. Go look what's going on today. It's not pretty, right? And there's a lot going on, and we're still praying that the Lord, one day the Lord will open up their eyes, but it's not going to be a Christian nation probably while we're around much. But you can still get them saved, and they're still living this out, this chaos. I say it goes all the way back to Joshua, but then, of course, really strongly attached to the Lord, what they did to the Lord. And they, like you said, they asked for it even in front of Pilate there in Matthew 27. Well, thank you again, everybody. Make sure to read ahead. We're going to be in chapter 13 next week to see what continues on. Until then, keep reading your Bibles, keep your lamps trimmed and burning. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. We are in 2 Samuel of our book Bible study today, the Trimmed and Burning. We'll be in chapter 13. We've done the first 12 so far in our Sunday school in the mornings. And again, of course, we're telling this as one story through one family. This book's really easy to see because it is like one flowing story with David's family, but we're connecting this all to all the families that we learned about in the Bible that pertains to Christ's family. And we're in the history books. And I'm just going to jump right in because we got a good long chapter and a lot to talk about today. But just to recap what's been going on, 2 chapters ago, because we're in 13 today, 2 chapters ago was chapter 11. This is a common chapter people are familiar with, David and Bathsheba. Remember, he was supposed to be out at war because all the kings led the war in the springtime. David was not where he was supposed to be. I talked about that's how a lot of sin starts in our lives, when we're in places we shouldn't be or not in places we should be, right? And because of that, he just happened to go outside. And because he was up on a rooftop, he was able to see Bathsheba. We don't think she was doing anything malicious here. She was just going through a cleansing ritual, and David was in the wrong because he stared at her and thought she was beautiful and took her on. Then David tried to cover his sin with Uriah. Remember, he tried to convince him to sleep with Bathsheba to cover up the pregnancy. When he wouldn't do that, he tried to get him drunk. That didn't work. So then, of course, he had him assassinated on the battlefield in a really terrible situation. That was his sin just kept going further and further there. And that shows us that when sin goes unchecked, it's just going to get worse. And then, of course, like I said, David had Uriah murdered. They were all supposed to pull back, but Joab didn't. Other men died. Joab didn't follow David's orders completely, but I'm sure I talked about how Joab, it would have been hard for him to turn on Uriah like this when Uriah was one of the mighty men. So it would have been hard getting an order that you had to abandon your friend on the battlefield. That wasn't very heroic. And Joab probably had a problem with it, but ended up getting other people killed. And again, the sin just kept going and going. Not only did Uriah die, but other people died because of David's sin, if you think about it. All the other people that died in the battlefield was because David slept with Bathsheba. And then again, I put out the map just so you know we've been talking a lot about different places and all these kings from Aram Zobah and all the Ammon and Moab. So there you can see Edom's down to the southeast, Moab's down there, Ammon. That's where a lot of the battle's been going. Rabbah just got taken recently in the story we were reading. There it is, just so you can see all of that there. Then remember last week when we were here, Nathan rebuked David. He came in and told him this parable. David didn't know it was a parable, probably thought, remember, David's the king, and things like this are probably always brought to him, all these disagreements. So he brought Nathan was talking about some rich guy who stole some guy's innocent pet lamb when he had all these other lambs, and he killed it. And David got furious, remember, and said, hey, that guy needs to be killed, which was a little extreme because the law didn't say it needed to be killed, but he had to be restored fourfold, which David did say based on the law. And then, of course, Nathan says, the man is you, David. You are the man that I'm talking about. And David repents, which is why he's the man after God's own heart. Not because he's perfect, obviously. This is why we're here. It's not perfect. This is a bad situation. But it's his reaction, very different than Saul. Saul was you have 2 kinds of people, and we can be both of them sometimes. When you get caught in your sin, you have the people like Saul that says, well, this is why I did it. It wasn't really sin because this is why. And they try to explain away the sin. Then there's people like David, which is God just calls us to be like David. When you get presented with sin, say, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that, right? So that's why he's the man after God's own heart. It doesn't have anything to do with his actions, other than his actions, his reactions, and his repentance there, right? But we did learn about how David fourfold will pay for it. Just like, for every sheep, you're supposed to pay fourfold. David did pronounce his own situation. His baby dies, Amnon dies, Absalom dies, and Adonijah dies. So he loses 4 children, according to the law in that parable, which is really interesting there. Then I talked about David's child died. Remember, he was praying and mourning for it, and he wouldn't eat or anything like that, hoping that the Lord would return the baby, even though the Lord sent with Nathan that the baby was going to die. But he prayed because we know in other times God says something and you can pray, and he doesn't change his mind. It appears to us that he does, but God will answer prayer. We have, Jonah and Nineveh. It didn't happen yet in this story or by this time, but there's other situations like that. Where it looks like God changes his mind. Doesn't really, but David tried, he prayed, and the Lord didn't answer, and then he was able to eat, and his people were all confused, like, why are you able to eat? And he said, well, the child's dead. He'll never come back to me, but I will go to him, which is a sign of the afterlife in the Old Testament. And then, like I said, Rabbah ended up getting captured then. Joab said, hey, David, you better get down here. I cut off their water supply. You better get down here before I take this, and they're going to say that Joab defeated them. And he knew it was honorable for a king to do this. So David gets down there, and they claim Rabbah. They take over it. And this again, why is this at the end? Doesn't seem like a random part of chapter 12. Like we're talking about Nathan rebuking David, and then all of a sudden The last, couple verses here, 6 verses or whatever it is, David wins the battle. Well, this is a sign that now that David's sin had been dealt with, remember the child died after 7 days. 7, usually a sign of completeness. This judgment, this sin had been completely judged in God's eyes for that. And I mean, there's still going to be repercussions in his family, as we're going to see the rest of the book. But that had been finally judged. Now, once the child had died, now the Lord allows them to win the war. Because remember, this has been going on for at least a year. Because he got, Bathsheba pregnant, and then the child dies. So there's that whole gap in there, which means David didn't repent any time in there, which meant the fight was still going on because, it wasn't settled yet. So once God settles this, then he's able to be with David again to win the battles. And you can see David is restored here. And that was chapter 12. And now we're going to go ahead right into chapter 13 because it's a nice long one, 39 verses, I believe. And there's a lot in here that we'll be able to go ahead and break down. I'll make sure I get through all of it if I can. All right, 2 Samuel 13, verse 1. Let me get here we go. Now Absalom, David's son, had a beautiful sister whose name was Tamar. And after a time, Amnon, David's son, loved her. And Amnon was so tormented that he made himself ill because of his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin, and it seemed impossible to Amnon to do anything to her. But Amnon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shimeah, David's brother. And Jonadab was a very crafty man. And he said to him, "O son of the king, why are you so haggard morning after morning? Will you not tell me?" Amnon said to him, "I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister." Jonadab said to him, "Lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. And when your father comes to see you, say to him, 'Let my sister Tamar come and give me bread to eat, and prepare the food in my sight, that I may see it and eat it from her hand.'" So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. And when the king came to see him, Amnon said to the king, "Please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of cakes in my sight, that I may eat from her hand." Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, "Go to your brother Amnon's house and prepare food for him." So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house, where he was lying down. And she took dough and kneaded it and made cakes in his sight and baked the cakes. And she took the pan and emptied it out before him, but he refused to eat. And Amnon said, "Send everyone out from me." So everyone went out from him. Then Amnon said to Tamar, "Bring the food into the chamber that I may eat from your hand." And Tamar took the cake she made him and brought them into the chamber to Amnon her brother. When she brought them near to him to eat, he took hold of her and said to her, "Come, lie with me, my sister." She answered him, "No, my brother, do not violate me, for such a thing is not done in Israel. Do not do this outrageous thing. As for me, where could I carry my shame? And as for you, you would be as one of the outrageous fools in Israel. Now therefore, please speak to the king, for he will not withhold me from you." But he would not listen to her, and being stronger than she, he violated her and lay with her. Then Amnon hated her with very great hatred, so that the hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her. And Amnon said to her, "Get up, go." But she said to him, "No, my brother, for this is wrong in sending me away, is greater than the other that you did to me." But he would not listen to her. He called the young man who served him and said, "Put this woman out of my presence and bolt the door after her." Now she was wearing a long robe with sleeves, for thus were the virgin daughters of the king dressed. So his servant put her out and bolted the door after her. And Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long robe that she wore. And she laid her hand on her head and went away crying aloud as she went. And her brother Absalom said to her, "Has Amnon your brother been with you? Now hold your peace, my sister. He is your brother. Do not take this to heart." So Tamar lived a desolate woman in her brother Absalom's house. When King David heard of all these things, he was very angry. But Absalom spoke to Amnon neither good nor bad, for Absalom hated Amnon because he had violated his sister Tamar. After 2 full years, Absalom had sheep shears at Baal Hazor, which is near Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. And Absalom came to the king and said, "Behold, your servant has sheep shears. Please let the king and his servants go with your servant." But the king said to Absalom, "No, my son, let us not all go, lest we be burdensome to you." He pressed him, but he would not go, but gave him his blessing. Then Absalom said, "If not, please let my brother Amnon go with us." And the king said to him, "Why should he go with you?" But Absalom pressed him until he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. Then Absalom commanded his servants, "Mark when Amnon's heart is merry with wine, and when I say to you, 'Strike Amnon,' then kill him. Do not fear, have I not commanded you? Be courageous and be valiant." So the servants of Absalom did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded. Then all the king's sons arose, and each mounted his mule and fled. While they were on the way, news came to David. Absalom has struck down all the king's sons, and not one of them is left. Then the king arose and tore his garments and lay on the earth, and all his servants who were standing by there tore their garments. But Jonadab, the son of Shimeah, David's brother, said, "Let not my lord suppose that they have killed all the young men, the king's sons, for Amnon alone is dead. For by the command of Absalom, this has been determined from the day he violated his sister Tamar. Now therefore, let not my lord the king so take it to heart as to suppose that all the king's sons are dead, for Amnon alone is dead." But Absalom fled, and the young man who kept the watch lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, many people were coming from the road behind him by the side of the mountain. And Jonadab said to the king, "Behold, the king's sons have come, as your servant said, so it has come about." And as soon as he had finished speaking, behold, the king's sons came and lifted up their voices and wept. And the king also and all his servants wept very bitterly. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, the son of Ammihud, king of Geshur. And David mourned for his son day after day. So Absalom fled and went to Geshur, and was there 3 years. And the spirit of the king longed to go out to Absalom, because he was comforted about Amnon, since he was dead. And that is the end of the chapter. An ugly chapter in the Bible, but it's something that David ended up causing with this sin, we'll find out, is why this comes to be. Let's go ahead and start breaking down these verses and what it was actually saying here. So verse number 1 starts, "Now Absalom, David's son, had a beautiful sister whose name was Tamar." So we're going to get 3 characters in this story that might not have been dived into before, brought up before. You're going to have Absalom here. You have to understand Absalom is David's 3rd son, and later we know he's known as one of his most evil sons. He tries to overthrow David later from chapters 15 through 18. Then you have Tamar, who we're talking about in this story. Tamar is Absalom's full sister, okay? So it means they have the same father and the same mother. They actually come from Maacah. If you read in 2 Samuel 3:3, we read that Absalom came from Maacah, which is one of David's many wives. So they're full brother and sister. Meanwhile, you have Amnon, who is David's oldest son, and he's their half-brother because he's the son of Ahinoam. If you look in 2 Samuel 3, verse 2 ahead of them. So he's the son of Ahinoam, so they're a half-brother, right? Half-brother and half-sister to Amnon. And what's interesting here is it uses the word beautiful. Usually in the Bible, unfortunately, when it says the woman is beautiful, it has something to do that's going to happen with her appearance. A lot of times this foreshadows where beauty becomes a factor. In Genesis 12, you have that with Sarah. We had that with Bathsheba in 2 Samuel 11. So you know there's going to be some kind of situation there based on that. So we kind of get some foreshadowing there. Then verse 1 says, "And after a time, Amnon, David's son, loved her." So this is really strange because remember, this is half-sister, and he knows this. He calls her sister later on. But he falls in love, so it says, with Tamar. Now it says after a time, which is interesting. So it suggests that there's this growing obsession. You know, he thought she was beautiful, then he thought about it more and looked at her some more, and it kept growing and growing and growing, and he was lusting after her, and he probably shouldn't have been, but it took time, and it was a growing obsession. This happens with people even today, get obsessed with people. And it says loved her, but we can look at, if you look at the biblical New Testament terms of love, 1 Corinthians 13 talks about how love is patient and kind and selfless. And you're going to find out that when it says love here, that's not really what it's talking about. This is more like a lust than a love. It's a counterfeit love, which is what lust is, by the way. When people lust after people, they think they're in love with the other person, but it really just has a temporary lustful aspect, which is like it is here. Because Amnon, you're going to see, is going to be selfish, obsessive, and harmful. And if he loved Tamar, he never would have done any of this stuff to her. So this is what you can say is a love, but it's a counterfeit love. It's not real love. He thinks it's love, but he's really lusting after her, and we know by the way he treats her later. Verse number 2, "And Amnon was so tormented that he made himself ill because of his sister Tamar." So again, that's how we know it's an obsession, right? If you love somebody, I don't think you get ill over it. I mean, you might have butterflies and things like that, but even that's usually in the beginning stages and things. This seems to be getting physically ill. There seems to be some mental things going on here, right? And this does really happen. Your sins, your lust, these things that you think of can actually have a physical effect on you, right? So this uncontrolled lust ends up manifesting as a physical health issue, showing that, again, this is this obsession. Jesus, again, also warned about lust, and this is what it does and all the bad things it does. Matthew 5:28 said that it happens in the heart, and you can see it happening right here. Although Amnon had not done anything to Tamar, he's getting physically sick about it, which means he's acting on it in his mind, and a lot of things are going on. And even scientists today will tell you what happens in your mind affects your body, right? People are stressed out. You actually die of stress, they do say now. Some people get gray hair. That's a real thing. If you get gray hair from being stressed out, your body can actually have physical effects on how you mentally think about things, right? And you can see that here. Definitely, the Bible proves this. He's just obsessing over his half-sister. So bizarre to us. And he's making himself physically sick over it, right? Verse 2, still, for she was a virgin, and it seemed impossible to Amnon to do anything to her. Why was it impossible for him to do anything to her? Well, one, she's a virgin, and back then, you didn't know culturally, virgins were kept under strict supervision. Basically, they had bodyguards, probably. So, like, if Tamar went somebody, she wasn't alone. So that kind of makes it impossible. She's a virgin, she's guarded. Not to mention she's the princess. She's a princess of the king. Remember that. She's the king's daughter, so she probably has a royal crew with her anyway. But on top of that, let's forget the whole family aspect and that she's a princess of the king, the daughter of the king. The law of Moses forbid incest in Leviticus 18 and 20. So this would be considered incest, so it breaks the law there. And violating a virgin, even if it wasn't his sister or wasn't David's, carried severe consequences as well. And Deuteronomy 22 talks about that. If you violate one, you'd have to marry her, and it makes all these other situations really bad. So incest was wrong, violating a virgin was wrong, and he knew, and like I said, she had bodyguards, so it seemed impossible. So it's probably why he's making himself sick. He's obsessed with her, and he's like, I don't know how I'm going to even get with her, and I'm in love with her. And he's probably convinced he's in love with her, but he's lusting after her. Look at verse 3. This is where it takes a wicked turn even more. But Amnon had a friend, quote unquote, whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shimeah, David's brother. So right there, that's David's brother Shimeah. It's David's brother's son. So this is David's nephew, Jonadab. So Jonadab and Amnon are friends, but they're also cousins, which you'll see that in the Bible a lot. Their family, kind of keeps in touch with each other throughout the things. And Jonadab is Amnon's cousin, so he's kind of part of the royal family, but it calls him a friend, but it should really be a toxic influence, right? A toxic influence. Jonadab stands at the contrast of biblical wisdom, and it shows you what an ungodly friendship can do. So just because they're your friend, and even if they're a believer or something, some people just give bad advice. Some people even claim to be Christians and they're not, or especially people who are ungodly that don't know Christ are going to give you some terrible advice sometimes because they're thinking not in godly ways, but in human ways, and sometimes deceptive ways. You're going to see that's what Jonadab's doing. And Jonadab's going to help make things worse for Amnon, and that follows along with Proverbs 13:20. Whoever walks with the wise becomes wise, but the companion of fools will suffer harm. We're going to see that. 1 Corinthians also talks on this. 1 Corinthians 15:33, do not be deceived. Bad company ruins good morals. So this is a lesson to us. If you have any Jonadabs in your life, beware. They'll give you advice. It'll be bad advice that'll get you into wicked things later, get you into trouble later. So it calls him a friend here, but he's not really a friend. Later it'll also call him a crafty man. And a crafty man here is more like, it's the same way crafty was used in Genesis 3. Remember the crafty being in the garden? That was Satan, the serpent, right? So the same term is used about Jonadab here. He's crafty, he's deceitful, he's smart, and he's deceitful, and he has wicked plans. Verse 4 says, O son of the king, why are you so haggard morning after morning? So he announced him as son of the king. By the way, Amnon, because he's the oldest, he'd be like the crown prince, right? So Amnon's actually next in line to become king, which is really interesting. So he called him son of the king. He's the highest ranking prince, right? The heir to the throne. And he says, why are you so haggard morning after morning? Why did he look haggard after morning? Well, remember, he made himself physically ill. So this shows you your mental health can affect you so bad that you don't even know it, and the people around you are noticing it. He didn't say, hey, why do you look sick today? He said, morning after morning. He's like, man, there's something going on with you. Every day I see you, you're like a mess. What is going on with you, man? Like, you are just a wreck. You're not the same. There's something going on in your life. What is it? And again, this shows that sin left unchecked can actually drain you emotionally and physically. His sin is getting to him, and this can affect you just like it affected him. But instead of rebuking Amnon, Jonadab's going to enable and justify his obsession. If Jonadab would be a good friend here, what Amnon's about to tell him here, Jonadab would have stopped him and said, hey man, that's not right. But instead, he takes it further. But it says, Amnon answers, I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister. Now, does anybody wonder, why do you think he called her my brother Absalom's sister? Anybody have any guesses why he would say my brother Absalom's sister?
Distance.
Yes, correct. To distance himself. Like, well, that's not my full sister. That's Absalom's full sister. We're not completely related. So even in his response, he's been probably mentally thinking about this, right? It's why he's answering the way it is, because he's expecting to say, well, isn't that your sister? He can't even say this. He's going to say, no, I said that's Absalom's sister. He's trying to make that separation of distance. What is he trying to do? Justify his sin, just like Saul did in the past, right? Well, it's okay because of this. It's not technically a sin because of this little loophole, right? And I think that's really what he's getting at. It's a subtle reference there, but that's exactly what he's doing. Paul's right here. He's trying to distance himself, right? So this is what Jonadab has a plan for then. It says, verse 5 says, lie down on your bed and pretend to be ill. Now this is interesting. It says pretend to be ill. Although we just learned he's kind of really ill, but it's mentally ill. He's mentally ill. It's causing his body to be physically ill. But he wants him to pretend as if he's like physically ill and there's nothing mentally going on about this. So Jonadab has an evil plan, a deceptive plan, which again is direct contrast to godly wisdom. Jonadab should have said, hey, that's your sister, even though I know it's Absalom's sister, but it's also your half-sister. Like, there's a lot of other beautiful women. You're the crown prince. You're the next guy in line. There's some beautiful woman you'll be able to get. Just somebody outside your family. He should have done that, but instead, he manipulates and uses deceit and gets Amnon to actually listen to his deceitful plan here. Then we'll go down to, let's see, verse 6 here. So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. So like I said, Amnon puts Jonadab's deceptive plan into action. He pretends. He says, you know what, that's a really good idea. I'm going to give it a try because right now it seems impossible for me to do anything. This plan might work, Jonadab. Not a bad idea. So deception here is used in Scripture, but this is common, right? Deception. Remember, Satan, he was crafty. He deceived Eve, said that they wouldn't die and they could eat his fruit and everything would be fine. That was deceptive. Remember Jacob with Isaac? How he deceived Isaac to get what he wanted, right? David deceived Uriah, you could even say, try to manipulate that whole situation. So you can see there's a lot of sinful scheming going on in the Bible, which means it also goes on in our lives. Be careful you're not sinfully crafting your sins to pull off your sinful passions, right? That's what's going on here. And when the king came to see him, it says in verse 6, which means David, who loves his son. Remember, this is his crown prince who's going to be the next king when David dies. Amnon is going to be the king. So David shows favor for him, right? He goes to see him. And verse 6 continues on, says, please let my sister, Amnon, please let my sister Tamar come and make a couple of cakes in my sight that I may eat from her hand. Now, this is a really unusual request. Why does David should have asked this. Why does Tamar need to prepare the food personally? She's a princess. She has her own servants. Servants typically are the ones that cook the royal food, not the princess. So he should ask that. Another thing, why must she feed him directly out of the hand? This is a really intimate request, and I don't even think the servants did that. So it's taking it a little further. There's what we would call red flags on this request here that the King David ignores. And why do you think he ignores it? Probably because he sees the best in his son. It's his son, Amnon. He's going to be the king next. And he's a great guy. He's my son, and I love him. And he must be really sick, right? David trusts his son because he loves his son, and this can happen with parents where you can trust your kids, like, oh, they want the best. And meanwhile, they're scheming, and they have you involved in it because guess what? David's involved in this whole scheme. He's going to make it happen because he's oblivious because he was not attuned to what was going on. He didn't have any discernment to notice these red flags that we can just from reading this say, this is kind of sounds off. That why does she have to eat out of his hand? Why is she serving it when she's not a servant? She's the princess. So verse 7 says, then David sent home to Tamar saying, go to your brother Amnon's house, prepare food for him. So David unknowingly facilitates Amnon's sin. Like I said, because he was not discernible, David could have said, no, Amnon, your sister doesn't do that. Tamar doesn't do that. I'll send one of my servants. They'll make you stuff. He could have done that. Why he did that? Just trusted Amnon. He said, you know what? Amnon wants this. He's my son. He's sick. He gets what he wants, right? My son is sick. I give him what he wants. It's kind of the situation here. His trust in Amnon has been misplaced. Maybe Amnon's been trustworthy in the past, but his trust has been misplaced, and he avoided red flags. So even people that you love and you trust, if they ever get red flags, don't pass them by. Stop and consider them, right? Verse number 8. So Tamar went to her brother Amnon's house where he was lying down. So look at Tamar here. Obeys without question. You don't say, and then Tamar asked, why am I doing this, Dad? Why am I the one? Can't you send my servants? You don't see that, right? He just says, yep, as you wish, Father. I'll do it. I'm the princess, but I'll go down and do the servant job because you said so, right? So you can see here, she's obedient. She's innocent. So we have this innocent contrast. It's like Bathsheba, what's called the innocent ewe lamb. If there's a ewe lamb story about this, Tamar would be the innocent one, right? She just is obeying. She's obedient, and she's listening to what her father says. She goes down there and checks it out. It says, and she took dough and kneaded it and made cakes in his sight and baked the cakes. So not only did she make him the food, she followed the request. She was trying to take care of Amnon, and she believes he's sick too. So she's probably like, oh, my brother, my poor brother, he's really sick. If he really wants me here and this is going to make him feel better, I'll do it. I'll do it because I love my brother, right? Verse number 9. And she took the pan and emptied it out before him, but he refused to eat. So Amnon refusing to eat shows us again, this is a false pretense. He wasn't really hungry, right? This is all a trap. Should have been suspicious when he said, hey, like, could you imagine, like, hey, run to McDonald's, I really need a burger, and you bring the burger back. It's like, I'm not eating. It's like, what? You made this whole thing that I would make this arrangement for you to have food, and you don't want to eat it? So there's something, we can see there's something going on here, and this is where the true intentions start to unfold. Now we're going to see his true intentions. Verse 9, and Amnon said, send out everyone from me. So everyone went out from him. He cleared the room. He isolates Tamar, which is common among predators. People who are sexual predators, which you can call Amnon a sexual predator, will like to isolate their victim, right? And that's what he's doing here. Everybody out, everybody out. Why? Because Tamar had bodyguards that probably would have stuck up for her when they saw what was happening. So we know it's premeditated. He probably already had the idea to remove the witnesses. It's a strange request. But remember what happens in isolation before sin. Joseph was alone with Potiphar's wife. That almost happened. Luckily, Joseph was stronger, was able to get away. Eve was alone with the serpent. Adam wasn't there. She was isolated. And Bathsheba was isolated. So we're seeing this pattern again. When people get isolated, is how people get entrapped, right? They're deceived. They're isolated then by their predators, right? And that's what's happening here. Verse 10, then Amnon said to Tamar, bring the food into the chamber that I may eat it from your hand. And Tamar took the cakes she had made and brought them into the chamber to Amnon, her brother. So it's interesting here. It says her brother here. So it's emphasizing here, this is going to be a tragedy. This is her brother. This shouldn't be happening here. But when she brought them near to him, he took hold of her. So now physical force begins. Now it's no longer manipulation. Now it's forceful coercion. He's now grabbing a hold of her. And this is a turning point. Now the sin is no longer hidden. Now it's being physically acted out. Just like how it was in his mind and then made him physically sick. Well, now it was in his mind. Now it's physically happening here. And he says, come lie with me, my sister. Look at Amnon. He has lost so much self-control. He's so involved in a sin that's going to happen to people. They're not even thinking straight. Remember before when he said Absalom's sister? Now he doesn't even care. He says, I don't care if you're my sister. I am so involved. I got a hold of you right now. I don't even care about justifying this. I'm just going for it. So you can see Amnon is already losing his mind. He was trying to distance himself from her. Now he doesn't care because he's in the moment and his sin is manifesting and he loves it because people love their sin. Verse 12, no, my brother, do not violate me, for such a thing is not done in Israel. Do not do this outrageous thing. So she calls him my brother to, like, remember, we're siblings. This is not right. It says, do not do this outrageous thing, which that term is the same term, if you remember in Genesis 34, back when Shechem violated Dinah, same kind of story, and then the brothers went and killed all the people of Shechem. It was the same term, outrageous thing. So she's probably even hearkening back, like, hey, remember when Dinah, our ancestor, got violated like this? This is not a good thing. You're going to be outrageous, or this is going to be an outrageous thing. And it says in verse 13, as for me, where could I carry my shame? This is because women in ancient Israel faced extreme shame if violated, even if it wasn't their choice. They were violated, and because they were impure, nobody would want to marry them because you had to marry a virgin who was pure. They wouldn't have children. They wouldn't have a husband, and the husbands were their security. That's actually how they were provided for because they were considered kind of like property, as we would see today. They didn't have a lot of rights like they did, and they depended a lot on the men, right? So she's even saying this is going to be bad. As for you, you would be as one of the outrageous fools in Israel, saying you're going to be called a fool. But Amnon doesn't care because he's in this sin. You can tell somebody in their sin all they want. They don't care about the repercussions or they wouldn't be doing it. When they're in it, they really don't care about the repercussions. And you can see this here because he continues on. Now, therefore, please speak to the king, for he will not withhold me from you. That's in verse 13. Tamar suggests a legal and honorable way, although we're not even sure if it's right because marriage between siblings was forbidden in Leviticus 18. There were some exceptions like Abraham and Sarah. Maybe she's harkening back on that. But I think Tamar's just in desperation mode. Like, listen. it's so bad now. You violated me. You got like I'm a virgin. Don't do this. You could just marry me. Ask David, even though it might not even be possible. She's just trying to get out of the situation, and I can like sympathize with her here, even if it's not true and they couldn't get married. Tamar's just trying to get out of here. Verse 14, but he would not listen to her, and being stronger than she, he violated her and lay with her. So this again ruins basically Tamar here. And sadly, Amnon ignored every warning from Tamar. Look at all those warnings Tamar gave before he actually committed this crime. She warned him over and over and over, just like our sins usually warned over and over by God in our hearts, like we're convicted by the Holy Spirit, or somebody in our life says, hey, you shouldn't be, I see you're slipping down this path. You probably shouldn't be. And you get all these warnings. If you miss all the warnings, there's going to be trouble that'll come to your door here. Verse 15, then Amnon hated her with every very great hatred, so that hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her. So that's how you can tell it wasn't love. How did he hate her? Well, a lot of times guilt and shame overcome somebody when they sin. You know this. When you sin, you know you shouldn't have done it. You get guilty and shameful. And now he's looking at her and he's disgusted because now she represents his sin. And now he hates her because of the way he feels. And you can see he wasn't really loving her. And guys, a lot of guys do this. You can even hear today. I remember hearing friends do awful things to women. And afterwards they want nothing to do with them. You see that pattern has been going on for a long time. He basically used and abused his daughter in a terrible way. Then says, get up and go. Like now shouting at her. Went from being in love to her to treating her like dirt. So you can see he's objectifying Tamar, and he's not who he said he was. He was not in love with her at all. Verse 16, but she said to him, no, my brother, for this is wrong, and sending me away is greater than the other you did to me. Tamar is probably crying at this point, saying, if you do this, I'm never going to, what you did, if you send me away, I'm never going to have security, I'm never going to have a husband, I'm never going to have kids. She says this wrong is greater than even the violation, because the violation hurt her in that moment. If he sends her away, which he will, that'll hurt her for the future. So you can see this is how our sins affect other people. Amnon's senseless sin is going to ruin Tamar's life. It says he would not listen to her. And in verse 17, he calls his young man and says to put this woman out of my presence and bolt the door after him. So this shows complete rejection and abandonment of Tamar. Now he's like, there's no way, and he's locking the door, symbolizing you're permanently gone from my life, Tamar. I don't want you anymore. I wanted you for one day, and that was it. I wasn't really in love with you, and get out of my presence. It's about as evil as it gets. Verse 18, now she was wearing a long robe with sleeves, for thus were the virgin daughters of the king dressed. So she's all dressed in her royal garb. So his servant put her out and bolted her, so listen to her. But in that sleeve, she ripped her sleeves open. That's long robe with sleeves used the same ketanet pasim. It's the same phrase of Joseph's coat of many colors. So probably a really nice robe that she had for being the princess's daughter. So his servant pulled her out, bolted the door after her. She gets kicked out, and Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long robes that she wore. Remember, this is a sign of mourning, right? So she's mourning basically her life. She's tearing her robes, a terrible thing. She's going to throw dirt on her head, just like we've seen before, and she's mourning. Nobody died other than her life. Her life is now dead. What she thought was the future of her life is now gone and dead, never to live again, right? So she's kind of mourning in a way her own situation here. Verse 19, she laid her hand on her head and went away, crying aloud as she went. Not only is she going to mourn, she's going to cry out loud, which is great. She's going to cry out loud because it's not going to be a secret sin. She's not going to go away privately. She's in tears. And I don't think she's purposely trying to do this. It's just a natural reaction. But now, because of her reaction, people will know of Amnon's sin. Just like you know, your sin will find you out. And that's what the Bible says. And this is what happens to Amnon here. Look at verse 20. Now Absalom comes into the picture. Has Amnon, your brother, been with you? So it's really interesting. Tamar comes out crying. Absalom says, has he been with you? Now, he doesn't say, it's nice. He doesn't say, did he violate you? He doesn't want to go far, but this must say something about Amnon and Absalom. Amnon must not have been that great of a guy if Absalom's like, I could see him doing this. Did he do something to you? Like, why would he ask that? He wasn't in the room. Everybody got thrown out. He wasn't there. But Absalom, it shows you, maybe there was something going on with Amnon. Maybe Absalom noticed how Amnon was acting around Tamar and knew something was up. Now, hold your peace, my sister. He is your brother. Do not take this to heart. So Absalom's just telling her to be quiet, be peaceful, and it almost looks like he's dismissing it, but we know he's not dismissing this. He just wants to bring her peace. He's trying to calm her down. She's upset and says, just don't be silent. Don't worry about it. It's your brother. We'll take care of this. Well, one, it would have been dishonorable to the family if people found out, but they're going to find out anyway. But meanwhile, he wanted silence. He wanted silent revenge, and he wants to plot about how he wants to do this. He doesn't want to say, I'm going to kill him. Absalom's going to be crafty himself. So Tamar lived a desolate woman in her brother Absalom's home. So Absalom, you can see here, takes Tamar in because she's not going to be able to have a husband. She's not going to be able to have children because of what Amnon did to her. That's how the culture was back then. okay? So Absalom, you can see, being a good brother, is going to let Tamar live with her as this lonely, desolate woman, no children, no husband, sad probably forever. It's really awful what happens. We never really hear what happens from Tamar after this, which is sad. Verse 21, when King David heard of all these things, he was very angry. So David's righteous anger. How dare he do that to my daughter? But the only problem I have is it just says he was very angry. And then he's very angry. That's it. I was really mad about it. Like, what? This person raped your daughter and you're just, oh man, I can't believe he did that. All right, guys, have a good day. Like, what in the world? Like, David, I thought you were a godly man. Well, is David's family things getting in his ways? I know this personally. You can point out somebody's sin, but somebody really close to them is like, yeah, that's bad. Like, all right, well, you should probably leave that church. You should probably not do this, or you should probably not associate. It was just really bad, but you know what? It's them. I'm sure David saw that. And Amnon, he's my son. He's going to be the king. That is awful, but he's the next in line, and he's my son, and I love him, and, we all do bad things. You ever hear that? Don't judge. You can't judge lest you be judged, and all this nonsense that we hear from people. But Absalom spoke to Amnon neither good nor bad. He's staying silent. He is plotting in his mind because it says he hated Amnon because he had violated his sister Tamar. So he hates her, and he's going to be plotting, right? Then we go down here, verse 23. After 2 full years, think about that. Amnon probably thought he got away with it. He raped Tamar, and it's been 2 years, and nothing has happened. David got mad for a little bit day one, but the kings let it go. Kings forgot about it. He's put it in the past. Tamar's probably crying every day, but we're going to move on, right? It's been 2 years. Amnon thinks he got away with it. Everybody else probably thinks he got away with it. Think about that in our lives, and you look around and say, man, it's been 2 years, and that person's still not in jail for what they did. People still aren't telling them for what they are really doing, the secret life they're really living. Be sure that the Lord finds it out, whether it's on this earth or the next life, it'll be judged. But usually it comes out, even if it's been years. Don't think you get away with something just because your sin's been hidden for years. It comes out. Just go online, look at all the people on celebrities, things they did years ago that we're finding out about now, right? That happens. So verse 23, Absalom had sheep shears at Baal Hazor, which is near Ephraim. So this is a time of feasting and celebration. He has an idea. We're going to have a party. People are going to be really excited about this. So Absalom invited all the king's sons. He wants to make it look like a nice royal family event. It's a nice feasting. Remember, Nabal had this before, Jacob and I think Laban. This is a sign when they're doing sheep shearing. It's a good economic event. So people are happy. They're going to be drinking wine, having a good time, eating, feasting. So he's going to invite all the sons. And it says Absalom even came to King David and invited them, right? But verse 25, David says, no, my son, let us not all go, lest we be burdensome to you. David refuses. He doesn't think anything of it. It's just going to be a celebration. But he says, hey, let's not all go. That would be a lot, right? We're not all going to go. So then Absalom said, well, if not, please let my brother Amnon go with us then, which would have been strange. Like, oh, if you can't go, another brother. Well, how about just let Amnon go? And David, look at his hesitation. Why should he go with you? Here it is again. David's discernment. The Holy Spirit probably in David, like, David, another red flag. You avoided these red flags in the past. Another red flag. Why does he want Amnon to go? And David asks, why? But Absalom pressed him until he let Amnon and all the king's sons go. Then I can say, Dad, just let Amnon go. What's the big deal? What's the big deal? And he goes, and David says, well, yeah, I guess there's not a big deal. Whatever. All right, send Amnon. So again, red flag. David goes by. So it shows again, even a godly king like David can fail in discernment because he loves his family, wants to trust that they're doing the right thing, and he wants to think that everything's good. And he doesn't, even though it's kind of off that he asked that, he's just not going to ask any more questions. He'll just go along with it, right? Verse 28 says, then Absalom, or did I go past? Oh, yep. Absalom commanded his servants. So look at Absalom doesn't even kill him himself. He orders his servants to do it. He has them do his dirty work. There's people like this that hide behind others to do their dirty work. You can see Absalom here. He's not a great guy either. He says, mark when Amnon's heart is merry with wine. So let me know when he's drunk, guys. I want you guys, he wants his servants, let me know when he is drunk, right? And this is interesting because David got Uriah drunk. We're seeing the pattern again. David violated Bathsheba. Then he tried to get Uriah drunk to take care of the situation. We're seeing the same pattern here happen again. He's going to try to get Amnon drunk. And he says to them, strike Amnon, then kill him when he does. Do not fear, have I not commanded you? Which that's like borderline blasphemous, I think. Absalom's like, do not fear, have I not commanded you? Be courageous. Doesn't it sound like Joshua in the book of Joshua? Like, be strong, courageous. We're going to take it. It's like, this is a crime. You're having me we're murdering your brother. And you're tricking them into bravery. He's manipulating his servants. Be strong, be courageous warriors. Go murder my brother for me. And they didn't even think about it because, they're going to be obedient. And it is sad. It's still like this today. They did a study. I was actually just talking about this, the Milgram study. They did a voltage test, see how much, you turn up on the voltage. This is a real study they did. And 200 volts could kill somebody. And they had the people turn it up higher, higher, and higher. And there's all actors except the person turning the knob. And they expected about 1% or less, because you had to be a sociopath, to go through and take orders to kill somebody for no reason in a test. 67% of humans will kill people if they're commanded to. So possibly you guys, I don't know, some of you guys in here could be pressured into it. So think about that. That test came out. We'll look at it. It's the Milgram test. 67% of people will kill people under orders. You know that with Nazi Germany and stuff. But don't think you're out of that. Think about it. Make sure to think about what people are telling you to do and commanding you to do. It's like, should I be doing this? I know my superiors are telling me this. I know the people I respect are telling me this. Is this good? Oh, that sounded sinful. I probably shouldn't do that. But studies show that people will go through, and he got manipulated. They got manipulated into being strong, courageous warriors by committing murder. So they're manipulated, right? So the servants of Absalom did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded. They kill him. Then all the king's son arose, and each mounted his mule and fled. They're like, uh-oh, he's wiping out. They don't know. They're like, oh, no. They've seen this before. They read about Abimelech in the past. He's killing all the sons. He wants to be king. Absalom wants to be king. He's going to kill us all. So they took off, right? They are afraid. And they're on mules because that means they're royalty. Royalty rode mules. But they think they're all getting murdered. They think Absalom's taken over now, which is interesting because he did invite David. And later he does want to take over the throne. It makes me wonder if he wanted to kill David when he was there too. Maybe. Why would he want to kill David? Well, David didn't do anything when his sister got raped. He didn't defend his sister. So perhaps Absalom's been wanting to kill David ever since then, ever since now, ever since 2 years before this, because David didn't act. And maybe that has to do with why Absalom wants to overthrow him and kill him as a king. Maybe he doesn't think David's a good enough, strong enough king that'll save people from violations. So perhaps this is where Absalom's hatred really comes from. And he really did want to take over the throne, but maybe not at this time. Verse 30, while they were on the way, news came to David, Absalom has struck down all the king's sons, and not one of them is left. So look at that. False news, rumors. They're all dead, David. They're all dead. So even back then, he had to get fake news and rumors and misinformation, and he thinks all of his sons are dead. So he's panicking. Somebody heard that one of them was dead, and they all fled, and this news just comes out. They're all dead, David. All your sons are gone. So he, goes into mourning mode, arises, tears his garments, lays on the earth. Then look at this. But Jonadab, this guy again, the son of David's brother, said, let my lord suppose that they have all been killed. The king's son, for Amnon alone is dead. Jonadab, who, by the way, orchestrated this whole rape scene, right? He's the one that came up with the crafty idea. Is like, hey, don't worry. It's a rumor. They're not all dead. Only Amnon's dead. Why? Well, look what he says. For by the command of Absalom, this has been determined from the day he violated his sister Tamar. It's like, oh, yeah, I heard 2 years ago he said he's going to kill her, David. Jonadab, he said he's going to kill her 2 years ago. You didn't tell anybody about this? You didn't stop it? Here's Jonadab again. Could have stopped another sin, right? First he finds out, oh, Amnon wants to rape his sister. And he's like, well, here's how you do it. It's like, and now you heard that, Absalom wants to kill Amnon. He's like, oh, well, good luck. And then Jonadab's here like, oh, no, he only killed one of them. I already know he's been plotting this murder for 2 years, David. Could you imagine what David probably thought of this Jonadab? So again, Jonadab's a guy. Why did Jonadab do this? Well, he just wants to have good favor. He's that guy that'll do whatever he can to be in good favor with the guys in power. Amnon was the crown prince, so if he's going to be king, I'll be his buddy. All right, well, he's dead. Well, I'll just be buddies with David and let him know that Absalom's been planning this the whole time. I already knew everything. So then maybe he'll trust me that I know things around the kingdom, right? This guy's bad news. It says, now therefore, let not my lord the king so take it to heart. Suppose that all the king's sons are dead. So it continues on. The last couple of verses here, verse 34, but Absalom fled, and the young man who kept the watch lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, many people were coming from the road behind him. So Absalom flees, and now he sees all these other men coming in, the watchman, the person up there watching. So they're probably concerned at first. There's a lot of people coming to the king here. And it says, and Jonadab said to the king, behold, the king's son has come about, as your servant said, so it has come about. It's like, told you so. Told you they weren't dead, David. I told you they were alive. It's like, Jonadab, we don't care. This is chaos. And Jonadab's here just letting people know that he was right. I told you it wasn't all. Told you it wasn't all. That's just them coming. That's just those guys coming. I told you they would come. They're alive. That's what I was telling you, David. So there's Jonadab's real piece of work. Then it says, and as soon as he had finished speaking, behold, the king's sons came and lifted up their voices and wept. And also the king and all his servants wept very bitterly. So, they're all hurt. They're all upset about what had happened. Amnon has just been murdered. But Absalom fled and went to Talmai, the son of Ammihud, king of Geshur. And David mourned for his son day after day. So Absalom flees. And remember, his mother's Maacah. Well, his mom's dad was a king, right? So his grandfather's also king. His dad is King David, but Absalom's grandfather is King Talmai. So he's going to go to his grandfather's house and hang out in his grandfather's kingdom a while for, I think it says 3 years. He hides out. Yeah, so Absalom fled and went to Geshur and was there for 3 years. So it was 2 years he plotted on the murder, then he murders, and then he's going to wait 3 years before he ever comes back to Israel. So from the time that Amnon violated Tamar till when Absalom's going to return has been a 5-year period. A lot of time is passing here. In verse 39, and the spirit of the king longed to go out to Absalom because he was comforted about Amnon since he was dead. So on one hand, David's mourning. He mourned for Amnon, but now that Amnon's dead, he says, well, I have 2 dead sons because Absalom's dead to me out there, and I just want my son back. I had one die. I don't want another one to die to me, spiritually or whatever. So he's just so upset. You can see he still has that paternal love. He loves his kids like every parent does, but they're getting in a lot of issues. But one of the big things that we see here, before we close, one of the big issues is David not doing anything to Tamar. And a lot of us think the reason David didn't do anything to Tamar is because if he would have, or do anything to Amnon for what he did to Tamar, if David would have judged Amnon, it would have been like judging himself because he did something similar to Bathsheba. So you'll notice, it's also another warning, why did David fail again so much here in his character? Well, because we're a lot less harsh on our own sins. So we're really harsh on people who are alcoholics or drug addicts because we don't do that. So how dare they? But then if there's this one secret sin that we have, it's like, oh, ease up on them. We all are sinners. You can't judge because you know how. So you can see it here. David, I think, had he had never done that to Bathsheba, would have dealt with Amnon pretty harsh. I don't know if he would have killed him or what he would have done, but he would have been dealt with pretty harshly, but he wasn't here. And I think it was a complicated issue because of David's sin, his family. And it just is a good warning to us that make sure you don't let people you trust or whatever get away with red flag sins or just ignore the sins because these are the kind of things that happen. And David's sin is now spun out of control where it's now affecting his family. But does anybody have any questions or comments or thoughts based on that? Yeah, Beard.
So I believe in the Levitical law when it gets into the instance of rape. In a town, the woman has a responsibility to cry out for help. Otherwise, she is held just as responsible for the incident as the man.
Yeah.
Did we not see, like, Tamar didn't make any noise, and there's people around?
Well, it does say that she went and cried weeping, but let's see what that verse actually says. I don't know if I can find it again here. There was a verse that said, let's see, get up and go. Here it says, so if you go to verse 19, and Tamar put ashes on her head and tore the long robe that she wore, and she laid her hand on her head and went away crying aloud as she went. So that would probably, again, what Beard's getting at here is if you didn't, it is one of those things. Unless you said, I was violated, help me. Unless you're crying out, you are seen as an accomplice, that you're a part of this adultery, right? That's why some people even take Bathsheba as that she was a part of it because she didn't cry out. Well, she was under the king's power, and we think Bathsheba was pretty innocent. But some people will say that. Well, Bathsheba should have yelled for help. It's like, well, who's the king? What was she going to do, get murdered? Like, she was kind of in trouble there. But so I think that's why when it says she went away crying aloud as she went was to alert people that she had been violated. But that's a really good point, Beard. Anybody else have any other questions or comments based on any of that? All right. Well, thanks again, everybody. Go ahead. You can read ahead to chapter 14 where Absalom returns to Jerusalem 3 years later. We'll go ahead and jump into that next week, Lord willing. Until next time, keep reading your Bibles. Keep your lamps trimmed and burning. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back for another Bible study. We're in 2 Samuel. As you guys know, 2 Samuel chapter 14, moving along. 2 Samuel is obviously the book we've been learning that transitions from Saul to David in the kingdom. We're just going to jump right in because there's a lot to cover again. So 2 Samuel chapter 11 is kind of where we got to this point and everything that's going on. David and Bathsheba, the whole situation there with David and Bathsheba, where he saw that she was beautiful, got himself into all this mess. We know he shouldn't have been there. He should have been out to battle. David tried to cover his sin, tried to make people not realize what he had actually done, hoping Uriah would be able to get Bathsheba pregnant, and then nobody would know what David did, but that doesn't work. Tries to get him drunk, that doesn't work, so David had him killed, right? Now, the whole problem with all this is, David does repent. That's why he's a man after God's own heart. But you also reap what you sow, the Bible says, and the Lord tells him that the sword's not going to depart from his house, and basically what he just did, his house is going to pay for it. It's going to be in his house. So in chapter 12, we saw that Nathan came and told David, he rebuked him with that story. Remember, he gave him that little parable, essentially, of the innocent ewe lamb that the rich man stole, and David was so angry about it and said that guy should die, and he should actually take 4 of his sheep and give it to the guy that he stole the one from, the lamb. And Nathan says, that was you. And then he finds out, and that's when he repents, right? This is when we see David's heart of repentance and turning from his sin. But again, he still has to pay for that sin in an earthly way. Although he was spiritually forgiven, there are still physical consequences of sin, which is why David's child dies. And that's actually exactly what the Lord said would happen. David's child does die even though he praised, and that takes place there. And then Rabbah is captured. Remember the death of the child. He died on the 7th day, symbolizing it was the final completeness of this judgment, at least on David's situation here. There's still going to again be repercussions. And we see then Rabbah is captured right after that. That's because now the fighting, there's fighting going on for about a year or so. But now that things are spiritually taken care of, the war can be won. It's more proof that there's a spiritual war. This wasn't a real physical war. It's actually a spiritual war carried out in the physical. And actually the things that go on today, all the wars today, you could say are the same. And that's why all of a sudden Rabbah was able to be captured. That's why it's at the end of that chapter. And then last week, we started to see the repercussions of what was going to happen in David's family. So right out the gate, you have Amnon, who is the crown prince. He's the one that will be the next king in line after David. And he falls in love with his half-sister Tamar, which is Absalom, his brother's full sister, right? Because Absalom and Amnon are half-brothers, because remember, David has all these wives, and there's Maacah and Ahinoam, that's their parents. And he falls in love with Tamar, so he thinks, he calls it love, but we found out it was counterfeit love, right? It was lust. And his friend Jonadab gives him this really great idea to trick her, pretend he's sick, and then he could violate her. It's pretty awful. Well, I don't know why they call him a friend, but I guess some friends act like that, and they're really not friends. But then, of course, Absalom found out about this and ended up having Amnon murdered. He didn't do it, but he had his servants do it. Remember, he tried to get the whole family to come out there. He even tried to get King David. David declined, and then he begged for Amnon to be able to come. And some people think it's possible that Absalom's wanted to kill David since then. And that he was maybe even going to murder David at this banquet where he had Amnon murdered because he thinks David is a weak king. Because remember, he got angry. He got angry that Tamar got raped, but he didn't do anything about it. It's such a crazy thing. Imagine somebody in your family has something happen and you're like, oh, I'm really angry. Wow, that was really terrible. And then that's all you do. So it's pretty awful. Absalom says, I'm going to take it into my own hands, which is never good. Remember, God gets vengeance, right? Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So Absalom gets himself into trouble by doing this, because this is also sinful, which is why Absalom had to flee to Geshur. Now remember, his grandfather is the king there. That's why he goes to that place. He's going to go live with his family. His dad's also a king, and he's taking refuge there. And he had to run, because the law says, that basically he'd have to be put to death, right? David's a king. He'd have to put his own son Absalom to death for murdering Amnon. So Absalom takes off and flees for a handful of years. I believe it says 3 years. And that's where we let up last time, where Absalom's now in Geshur. He's exiled. He's hiding out because he had just had his brother murdered for the violation of his sister Tamar. And now we're in 2 Samuel chapter 14. And we can go ahead. So if you're in your Bible, you got your Bibles today, just open up to 2 Samuel chapter 14. All right. Here we go. We'll go ahead and get started. 2 Samuel 14, verse number 1. Now Joab, the son of Zeruiah, knew that the king's heart went out to Absalom. And Joab sent to Tekoa and brought from there a wise woman and said to her, pretend to be a mourner and put on mourning garments. Do not anoint yourself with oil, but behave like a woman who has been mourning many days for the dead. Go to the king and speak thus to him. So Joab put the words in her mouth. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and paid homage and said, Save me, O king. And the king said to her, What is your trouble? She answered, Alas, I am a widow. My husband is dead, and your servant had 2 sons, and they quarreled with one another in the field. There was no one to separate them, and one struck the other and killed him. And now the whole clan has risen against your servant, and they say, Give up the man who struck his brother, that we may put him to death for the life of his brother whom he killed. And so they would destroy the heir also. Thus they would quench my coal that is left, and leave to my husband neither name nor remnant on the face of the earth. Then the king said to the woman, Go to your house, and I will give orders concerning you. And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, On me be the guilt, my lord the king, and on my father's house let the king and his throne be guiltless. The king said, if anyone says anything to you, bring him to me, and he shall never touch you again. Then she said, please let the king invoke the Lord your God, that the avenger of blood kill no more, and my son be not destroyed. He said, as the Lord lives, not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground. Then the woman said, please let your servant speak a word to my lord the king. He said, speak. And the woman said, why then have you planned such a thing against the people of God? For in giving this decision, the king convicts himself, inasmuch as the king does not bring his banished one home again. We must all die. We are like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be gathered up again. But God will not take away life, and he devises means so that the banished one will not remain an outcast. Now I have come to say this to my lord the king, because the people have made me afraid. And your servant thought, I will speak to the king, and it may be that the king will perform the request of his servant. For the king will hear and deliver his servant from the hand of the man who would destroy me and my son together from the heritage of God. And your servant thought, the word of my lord the king will set me at rest. For my lord the king is like the angel of God to discern good and evil. The Lord your God be with you. Then the king answered the woman, do not hide from me anything I ask you. And the woman said, let my lord the king speak. The king said, is the hand of Joab with you in all this? The woman answered and said, as surely as you live, my lord the king, one cannot turn to the right or to the left from anything that my lord the king has said. It was your servant Joab who commanded me. It was he who put all these words in the mouth of your servant. In order to change the course of things, your servant Joab did this. My lord has wisdom like the wisdom of the angel of God to know all things that are on the earth. Then the king said to Joab, behold now, I grant this. Go, bring back the young man Absalom. And Joab fell on his face to the ground and paid homage and blessed the king. And Joab said, today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight, my lord the king, and that the king has granted the request of his servant. So Joab arose and went to Geshur and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. And the king said, let him dwell apart in his own house. He is not to come into my presence. So Absalom lived apart in his own house and did not come into the king's presence. Now in all Israel there is no one so much to be praised for his handsome appearance as Absalom. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. And when he cut the hair of his head, for at the end of every year he used to cut it, when it was heavy on him he cut it, he weighed the hair of his head, 200 shekels by the king's weight. There were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter whose name was Tamar. She was a beautiful woman. So Absalom lived 2 full years in Jerusalem without coming into the king's presence. Then Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king, but Joab would not come to him. And he sent a second time, but Joab would not come. Then he said to his servants, see, Joab's field is next to mine, and he has barley there. Go and set it on fire. So Absalom's servants set the field on fire. Then Joab arose and went to Absalom at his house and said to him, why have your servants set my field on fire? Absalom answered Joab, behold, I sent word to you, come here, that I may send you to the king to ask, why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me to be there still. Now, therefore, let me go into the presence of the king, and if there is guilt in me, let him put me to death. Then Joab went to the king and told him, and he summoned Absalom. So he came to the king and bowed himself on his face to the ground before the king, and the king kissed Absalom. All right, and that's the end of the chapter there. So it gets pretty interesting here, and it's kind of confusing at first, like what is going on here? But we're going to go ahead and break it down. What is actually taking place? So let's go ahead and start. We'll start right at the top here with the first verse. So it starts out, says that Joab, which we know again is his army commander, knew that the king's heart went out to Absalom. So right here we see Joab knows David's in a predicament. He's conflicted here because Absalom is exiled. And remember, Absalom should be killed. The Goel, which you'll see, the avenger of blood, should be killing him. David should put him to death for murder, right? But at the same time, it's his son. And he loves Absalom. He loves his son. Who doesn't love their kids, right? You have that natural love for him. So he's in this tough place. He wants to be made right with Absalom, but he also knows he has to judge and be a just king. Because if he doesn't, and he shows partiality to his son, then people are going to call him a bad king, and his kingdom could fall apart. So he's in trouble, and Joab is recognizing this. Basically what that means there. So it says in verse 2, Joab sent to Tekoa and brought from there a wise woman. So Tekoa, it's a town a little bit away from Jerusalem. It's actually also where Amos came from. So you have this wise woman here. You have a prophet. So Tekoa, there's some wisdom in Tekoa. but it's basically somebody outside of Jerusalem, somebody that wouldn't have been living there. And the phrase wise woman here suggests that she was intelligent, had discernment, and maybe even a prophetic reputation. She might have been a prophetess of Tekoa, because Joab basically goes and seeks her out, you notice. Joab's the one making the effort here. It doesn't say that a wise woman came upon Jerusalem. It's Joab went out seeking her, because what he's going to do, he's going to orchestrate a deception, right? And he's going to do a knockoff version of Nathan's parable. It's basically what we read about here. The woman comes with a parable similar to the way Nathan did it, right? And that's what he's trying to do here. And he's probably thinking, well, if it worked for Nathan to convince David, I've got a plan, but I got to find a woman to do this. So why a woman? Why couldn't Joab have done it like Nathan? Well, maybe God would have expected Joab to do it. He could have even had another man that maybe David didn't know. But women were often seen as more sympathetic in storytelling. They were good with conveying a message. The king would maybe listen to her a little bit more. A woman who is supposed to be protected by the king. Kings looked out for the women, the children, the widows, all those people that are, that need the help. So this is probably a tactic here to kind of soften David's approach. If it went to a man, he'd still maybe convince him, but a woman is way more going to be convincing to David. So we think that's probably why he went with that. Then it continues on where he tells the woman, Joab tells the woman, pretend to be a mourner. Then he says, behave like a woman who has been mourning many days for the dead. So again, this is kind of a ruse. It kind of reminds me back on, if you remember the Gibeonites back in Joshua 9, where they come and they wear old clothes and old sandals, pretend they were traveling a really long time. It's kind of like that kind of deception. She's going to pretend, she's going to, basically make herself look like she's been crying and mourning and there's been this crazy, horrific event. So she's basically a paid actress. She's basically an actress right now, a political actress, which they still exist. Actors and actresses still exist in politics, by the way. Just to let you guys know. It is. It's a universal archetypical thing that will go on forever and ever and ever. So that's why you can't even trust everything. So yeah, and David's getting right here into a political mess here. So Joab hires an actress and she basically, is going to look like she's mourning, right? And this mourning is also, Joab's not stupid, it's also going to resonate with David. Because, she's mourning and David inside is mourning. Although on the outside he can't show it. Joab knows. Remember, that's how it all started. He knows he's mourning on the inside for his son that is lost, but he doesn't know what to do because he has to be a good king. So kind of playing that off. Later it says, do not anoint yourself with oil. Reason being there, that would be a sign of normalcy, right? Remember when David gets up, he does that whole thing. Basically, that would have, if you anoint with oil, it'd been like everything's normal. So he's like, I don't want things to look normal at all. I want it to look chaotic. I want it to look like it was just an awful situation in your life. You really got to play this out. And we know that Joab gave her the story, at least the overall idea, because it says right there, so Joab put the words in her mouth. So he crafted this narrative to manipulate David. Joab came up with this, and he gets this wise woman. She's wise probably the way she acts, the way she's able to interact in these live situations, right? Because I could give you a story to go tell somebody, and you're going to say, what happens if they say this? Then what do I do? What if I do that? So he had to pick a wise woman that he didn't have to explain all this stuff. Just carry this story, and you're wise enough. God's given you wisdom. You'll know how to answer and deal with David as you go through this process here. Verse number 4. When the woman of Tekoa came to the king, she fell on her face to the ground and paid homage and said, save me, O king. So she comes, this is courtly protocol. You come in, bow before the king, show reverence. She's going through the protocol. Save me, O king. This would have been, again, to stir David's compassion. Save me. He needs to rescue her. And what are the kings supposed to do? They're supposed to take care of those in society who need protectors, who need help. They're supposed to bring justice. So right here, save me, O king. He sees a woman who is mourning, in distress, and needs his help. So he's going to be attentive. And the king said to her, what is your trouble? So right out the gate, he doesn't say, what's really going on here? He says, hey, what's your trouble? What's wrong? What's the matter? What's going on? And despite David's sinful failures that we've seen, it hasn't been really good for him the past couple of chapters, you can see David's heart here. As a king, he still has a heart for justice. He does want justice. Actually, what he's struggling with right now, because he wants justice in his kingdom, but he doesn't want to bring it because it's his own son. That makes it harder when you have to bring justice on your family, right? But he does love justice because a good, true, righteous king loves justice. That's what the Lord does. The Lord loves justice, right? So you can see that in his heart here. In verse 5, she says, alas, I am a widow and my husband is dead. So right here, she's vulnerable. I have no husband. And that's a really big deal because widows were helpless members of society back then. And they relied on kings and leaders for justice. So he would say, oh, not only is she in trouble, oh, she has to come because she has nobody else to go to. This is why they killed her husband. So this is part of the deception, to make up a story that would evoke all this sympathy right out the gate for David. It's going to cloud his judgment. It's this woman mourning. She's having a terrible time. She's a woman that needs protected. And not only that, her husband's dead. This is a complete injustice here. So now she has his full attention. Verse 6, and your servant had 2 sons, and they quarreled with one another in the field. So in this parable she's going to give, she has 2 sons. Interesting. It's, again, reflection off of Amnon and Absalom. Deep down, as David's listening to this, his subconscious is probably like, he doesn't know why, but he's really feeling this passion for this woman because it's his story. And inside, he knows it's his story, but he doesn't, he can't see that. He's looking as an external thing, but it's why you sympathize with people going through similar things as you. It invokes a sympathy, right? So that's what's going on here. In this situation, her 2 sons are out there. They get in a fight in a field, and one of them dies, which is really interesting. It's like the story of Cain and Abel. She just kind of went back and said, hey, I'm going to retell the Cain and Abel story, right? And there was no one to separate them, so that implies here that it was an uncontrolled escalation. She's saying they didn't go out there. This is a little bit different than Absalom. Absalom intended, this is where the story is slightly different, because Absalom planned to kill Amnon. When she says there was no one to separate them, kind of gives you an idea that it kind of escalated over fight, over time. It wasn't really planned, but we don't know. And then she says, one struck the other and killed him. That's like the Cain and Abel story, like I said. And again, it's meant to parallel Absalom killing Amnon, striking that chord in David's heart. And that's what's going on here. And you can see here, this is another reminder of the power of storytelling in convicting the heart. It's why Jesus told parables. One, it was, he's going to make things a little bit hidden. It was going to be hard for people to understand after that. But stories do make things a little bit better to understand. If you teach somebody a principle of Christianity and you tell them this thing, it might set in. But if you explain it through a story of the way it's actually been carried out and happened, it seems to connect with the human psyche a little bit better. And you can see here, it's another good way to get deep truths across. That's why Jesus was doing it. And this is what these parables are meant to be. The only difference really is with this one compared to Nathan's. People say, oh, it's like a ripoff of Nathan's. It is a ripoff of Nathan's because Nathan's parable, where did it come from? Well, it didn't come from Nathan's mind. It came from God. Remember, God's words, hey, go tell David this thing. It's like, all right, God, I'll go tell him. Whereas Joab's like, hey, go tell David this. And the woman's like, all right, I'll do it. So they have different sources. If it's a godly source, it's a good way. If it's not, there's going to be some deception, some kind of other things going on here, which you could say is actually what Joab's doing. We have to go back and think, why is Joab manipulating David to bring back his son? Doesn't Joab know he wants to bring back his son? Shouldn't Joab just go up and say, bring back, hey, David, we all know you love Absalom, and I'm cool with it. They're cool with it. Just bring him back. It's your kid. Bring him back. Why didn't he do that? Well, because, again, it wasn't. He had to manipulate him because he knew, one, he wouldn't listen to Joab as much as like this situation. But also, again, it made it an easier way to trick David into doing this judgment that he couldn't do, knowing it was Absalom and Amnon. So he's getting him to think about the Absalom and Amnon from a distance. So he had to almost trick him into doing this. So then he wouldn't be called, because the whole issue here is the whole issue that we have in general, like what Christ was able to solve. He's really the only one able to solve this in leadership. When you're a leader, whether you're a king or in some kind of leadership, the toughest thing you'll find out, and only Christ could solve it, is the balance between mercy and justice, right? That's what Hosea says. We're supposed to, love justice, show mercy. Well, how do you do that? Because Absalom, should we show justice? Should we kill him? Or should we show mercy and forgive him? If you forgive him, there's no payment for the penalty. That's unjust again. So he's in this, it's like this interesting, like almost paradox. Like, how can I show mercy and justice? And you'll find that in leadership. That's a really tough time. When do you actually drop the hammer? When do you actually bring punishment? And when do you forgive, right? So that's what's kind of going on right here. Verse number 7, she says, and now the whole clan has risen against your servant. So now her story is going to expand. Now there's a new conflict. New conflict here. Not only has her one son been killed, but now her entire family wants to execute the surviving son because, well, he murdered the other one, right? And that was actually just. Numbers 35, you don't have to go there. Numbers 35:19 talks about the avenger of blood. And the avenger of blood in Hebrew is called a goel. And basically what they were to do is to seek justice. This is where the Avengers come from, right? When we watch the Avengers, we don't even think about this. We watch the Avenger movies, right? An Avenger is a real thing. An Avenger in the Bible, if somebody killed your family, you were the Avenger. You were legally allowed to go kill them. That's why they would run. That's why Absalom's hiding out. Because actually any of his brothers could murder him and not pay the penalty because they were bringing justice. So you see the dilemma of David goes even deeper. Even if David brings him back, if he doesn't make some kind of decree, justice would have to be served where one of his brothers would have to murder him. That's what's going on here. And that's what she's kind of playing in her story. She's saying, hey, the Goel, the avenger of blood, they want to kill my other son. And that's a big problem, right? And again, this is the question, should vengeance override mercy? That's like the struggle of being a leader. You have to figure it out. It says, give up the man, verse 7, give up the man who struck his brother, that we may put him to death for life of his brother whom we killed. So again, they're asking the eye for an eye. He killed him, he killed our brother, we're going to kill him. Exodus 21 hints at that, right? And it probably reflects how some in Israel viewed this. Just like it is in our country when you have an issue. Some people want this, some people want that, right? So David was probably conflicted because some people were probably saying, bring back Absalom, bring him back, it's your son. But a lot of them, I'd imagine a lot of them were saying, kill him, somebody go get Absalom and kill that guy. I can't believe what he did to the crown prince. So Israel, there's probably a call for blood. There probably was a call for blood around David. That's probably why he wrestled with this. And it forced David to wrestle with his own dilemma. Because if he punishes Absalom like they want, he loses his son. But if he pardons Absalom, he risks appearing unjust. So again, this is his whole dilemma that Joab's trying to help him with. Verse 7 continues on, thus they would quench my coal that is left. Basically, the woman is saying in a poetic way, this is her last remaining hope, right? This is the last coal keeping the fire alive. What fire? Well, the fire of her family's legacy. And that was a really big thing back in the day, right? That's where you see the whole book of Ruth is basically based on this concept, right? Levirate marriages were based on this stuff, that you had to keep a family line going. So she's saying, listen, if they bring justice, that's the end of my family. That's not the end of my family. That's the end of my husband's line. Because remember, I'm a widow. And then my sons, they'll all be dead. I'll have nobody. He's the last coal. He's the last one keeping it together here. And what's really interesting, again, is this kind of plays right into David. David essentially had the risk of losing his dynasty. Because if, in his eyes anyway, God wasn't going to let that happen. God already promised, and God won't break his promises. But if this continues on, and they kill Absalom, and then other people, this war go on, everybody could end up dead, and David could lose his kingdom. And that's kind of what Joab, I think, is really worried about. Why does Joab want to bring Absalom back? Is it to make David happy? That's part of it. But it's actually maybe a secondary issue. What Joab really wants is political stability, right? That's really what he wants. Just like in situations before, if David would go down, Joab would lose his job too. If the kingdom fell apart, Joab's life would be in a danger too. So Joab wants stability, and as long as Absalom's out there, he's kind of a rogue one of the kingdom, right? And he knows it's a little bit unstable right now, so Joab, I think, really just wants political stability. He wants the family to be happy again. He wants Israel to stop calling for Absalom's head. He wants David to settle this because we need to stabilize things, because this could turn into a civil war, and it won't be good for Joab, right? It would not be good for him, and we've seen this before as well. All right, so it says, verse 8, then the king said to the woman, go to your house, and I will give you orders concerning you. So this is funny, because this shows the hesitation. David doesn't, he didn't fully convict or pardon his son. That's why his son Absalom's kind of in limbo right now here. He's not convicted, but he's hiding. So there's that whole thing going on here. And David is delaying here, which is what he's good at doing. And I get it. As a leader, I wouldn't know what to do right away either. I'd say, let me think about it. Go back to your house, and we'll talk about it then. It's like he's buying time. David doesn't know what to do with her. He didn't know what to do with his own life. He doesn't know what to do with her life because it's his story. And he's stuck again. He's like, I don't know what to do, because I guess that guy should die. But that would ruin your family. I don't know what to, just give me a little bit of time, right? That's really what it says. So then this is what the woman says. She's a brilliant legal move here. On me be the guilt, my lord, the king, is in verse 9, and on my father's house let the king and his throne be guiltless. So the widow insists, say, hey, here's the deal. I'll take on the guilt of any decision, right, that you do. Whatever you decide should happen, just put it on me, because I need my family line to live. Kill me. Don't kill my son. If somebody's got to die, I'll do it, right? Which, of course, again, is the gospel message hidden. And I love God encoded the gospel all throughout the Old Testament, not only when Jesus shows up, but also his story. Because that's really the story. That's like basically 2 Corinthians 5:21, for our sake he made him to be sin who knew no sin. That's literally what this woman's saying. Hey, I didn't sin, but I'll take on the sin for them so that they can live on, right? Which is exactly what Christ did. That the only way we could live is if he died in our place. So you see that happening here. And the other reason that was a really big deal is then David is actually kind of an out. Well, if David punishes her, it would look bad, but he brought justice, but he also saved the family, and it was a solution. But it's also secretly they knew David would never, want to actually kill the woman. So he's playing on those emotions again, which is really interesting. But again, you can see this tension of mercy and justice, and it's all throughout our world today even, continues out because we're supposed to do justice and to love mercy and to walk humbly with our God. How do you do justice and love mercy is what we're running into right here. That's a struggle. Verse number 10. If anyone says anything to you, bring him to me, and he shall never touch you again. So basically, David now, this decree will override the Goel. So they could pursue the Goel, the Avenger of Blood, could kill until the king said, you can't. Like, nope, peace. It's almost like they get a pardon. It's like a presidential pardon, but, the king's pardon. And now, if he does this, they won't be able to kill him. So that's one way he can get rid of that whole situation. The king can override the Avenger of Blood. Verse 11, please let the king invoke the Lord your God, that the Avenger of Blood kill no more, and my son be not destroyed. So this widow, she's not fully satisfied. She's like, I want a formal oath. I want it in writing, David. I want it in writing. I want you to put the Lord's name on this, right? Basically, she's trapping him into making a binding commitment. Because if David swears the Lord that he will do this for her, he'll have to do that for him. So she's trying to trick him into using the Lord's name to pronounce a judgment, right? Just like he did against himself when Nathan came up. They're trying to do the same kind of tactics to him. So she's like, hey, just don't tell me it's good. Promise the Lord. Put it in the Lord's name. Because that makes it really official there. And that's what's going on. So he says, as the Lord lives, not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground. Now, not one hair shall fall. That's an idiom meaning complete safety. In Hebrew, they use that. And basically, he swears by God's name here, as the Lord lives. He makes a divine commitment here. What's really interesting, look what it says there. I don't know what your translation says, but it's something to the effect of this probably. Not one hair of your son shall fall to the ground, okay? So he's saying he's going to be safe. But what's really interesting is there's like a deeper thing going on in there. And it hit me when I was studying this. So does anybody know how Absalom dies? I know it's down. I'm going to spoiler alert. Does anybody know? Do you know, Jen? Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, his hair gets caught in a tree.
His hair gets caught in the tree. Between it says heaven and earth. So not one of his hairs will touch the ground. So what he accidentally did there by the Lord, he pronounced Absalom's judgment on there. Not one of his hairs will touch the down, and that will lead to his death, by the way. So it's a really fascinating thing when you stop and think about this judgment. It's like, wait a minute. God literally took this seriously and said, well, I'll apply this to Absalom. Not one of his hairs is going to touch the ground, and he's going to get stuck, and that will be the end of him. So it's really fascinating what happens right there. He pronounces a judgment that he doesn't know will be taken literally. The Lord will literally bring that about on his own case, which is pretty amazing. Verse number 12, please let your servant speak a word to my lord the king. So it's respectful. She's saying, hey, can I just talk to you, please? She's being, again, wise. She knows how to approach the king. And verse 13, why then have you planned such a thing against the people of God? So this is like the moment when Nathan's like, you're the man, you're the one. This is what she's doing here. And this is when David realizes this is about him. The woman's now flipped the situation. Well, if you're going to forgive my son, why don't you forgive your own son, David? And now his eyes are wide open. He realized he got stuck now twice with these parables. He's been tricked twice by this stuff, right? And now what does he do? It says, for in giving this decision, the king convicts himself. So again, she turns against the king's word, says, you set a double standard. If you do this for me and not for him, you can't have a double standard. You're a good king, David. So now, there you go. Your problem solved. This is what you have to do for Absalom. And, that does go along with the Bible. With the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged. So that's Matthew 7, and that wasn't written yet, but it was true all along. David's getting that situation right here. Verse 14, we must all die. We are like water spilled on the ground, which cannot be gathered up again. I love this. Is like a nice little wisdom nugget here. That life is short. It's irreversible. So that's all true there. And what she's saying, water spilled out on the ground, like, hey, you only have a little bit of time. You better reconcile with your son. When he's dead, he's gone, and there is no reconciling. Life is short. It happens. Better make up now. It's basically what she's getting at. Again, playing on those situations. Like, time is short, David. Give him that urgency. Continuing in 14, but God will not take away life, and he devises means so that the banished one will not remain an outcast. So again, talking about Absalom here, but there's a deeper meaning again going on. It's the gospel again. This hints at God's redemptive plan. He will not take away life, and he comes up with a plan. The banished one, the outcast, that's us, has a way to come back. That's what the Lord did. He took justice and mercy, and he took care of it all himself there. He makes a way for restoration, right? And that's what it's symbolizing here as well. And she's saying this to David, like, God makes a way. Here's a way that you can restore Absalom. Here's a godly way you can do it. Verse 15, now I have come to say this to my lord the king because the people have made me afraid. So now again, she's playing off. She's helpless widow. She's afraid. She's still sticking to her story that it's real, though we don't think it is because Joab said. right? It may be that the king will perform the request of his servant. So now she's saying, I had all these demands. Now she's making a request. If you will, David, if you could, you're the one that could do this. For the king will hear and deliver his servant from the hand of the man who would destroy me and my son. Puts David in as that protector role again. You can see she's a wise woman because she is laying, it's like the perfect speech she's giving, right? She's now made it a request, not a demand. And, she won't destroy him. David won't destroy him. He's a protector. He's the king. The word of my Lord, the king, will set me at rest. So she's basically saying, I trust you're going to handle this well, David. I trust you're going to take care of this, and you're going to take care of this whole situation. So again, urging him on, you know how that works. It's an effective tactic. She really hits him here. For my Lord the king is like the angel of God to discern good and evil. So she's been buttering him up this whole time. Like, oh, if you would do this, and I know you're a protector, and you'll do this. And it's like, you're as wise as the angel of God, and you know right from wrong. Surely you would know how to do this, David. So she's buttering up. It's flattery. I don't think it's genuine honor. She might, but she's trying to compare David's wisdom to divine insight, right? Put him up there with the godly, making him feel good, puffing him up, right? Another good tactic. This is why she's a wise woman. This is what it meant by a wise. She didn't come up with the story, but look at her, how she's delivering it. One by one, she's softening his heart until she gets down like, well, you're like the angel of God, David. She has them all, softened up. The Lord your God be with you. She ends with a blessing then. Genius. So then it's basically like, all right, here you go. The Lord be with you, David. Here you go. Make a decision now. So she's buttered him up, got all that. And this shows just the danger of flattery, because flattery could actually cause you to make bad judgments, right? Proverbs 27:6, I love this one. It says, faithful are the wounds of a friend, profuse are the kisses of an enemy. That's a weird verse, but basically it's saying, there's somebody that told me, I was talking to a Jewish man, wasn't even a Christian, but he believed in these Proverbs and they said, flattery is the most evil thing anybody can do for you. He said, because all that's doing is getting you to focus on yourself and your pride. And then this is what kind of stuff that happens. Then you start to feel good. Then you start to be influenced by other people. And really what it is, a way to influence you. It doesn't mean that compliments are natural and they can come. That's true. But what will happen if you don't say that's all to the glory of God, you'll start to receive this stuff. And really, this is what has happened here. This woman is giving all this flattery, and it's making David change his judgment. It's clouding his judgment here. Verse 18, I love this. Now he's starting to get a little wise now. Do not hide from me anything I ask you. Now he's suspicious. He's like, all right, this is a little too slick. I see what's going on here. Is the hand of Joab with you in all this? So David sees Joab's fingerprints all on the scheme. He's like, wait a minute. Joab knows my story. Joab's the only one that would know all these things. And Joab is very political. He has a lot of political motives. I've seen what he's done before. He's killed people before. He's killed my relatives before. He's very crafty. I bet he's done this before. It's too well planned to come from this woman. How will this woman from Tekoa know? This is too well planned. So finally the jig's up. He's figured it out. As surely as you live, my lord the king, and one cannot turn to the right hand or to the left from anything my lord as king has said. She's like, got me. You're right, David. You got it. Nobody can trick you. You knew exactly what was going on here. It was your servant Joab who commanded me. It was he who put all the words in the mouth of your servant. So now she openly confesses. She's just a messenger. I'm just a messenger. It was Joab. He put me up to this. In order to change the course of things, your servant Joab did this. So she admits that Joab's trying to politically influence. He's doing this to change this situation. He's trying to take care of the political liability that's going on right now. He's basically letting the cat out of the bag here. But my Lord has wisdom, like wisdom of the angel of God. Here she goes again. Like wisdom of the angel of God to know all the things that are on the earth. So she closes with another appeal. She's still going to double down. Like, yeah. We kind of came up with this. It's kind of a fake story. But you're still wise as an angel. I know you're still going to make a decision, even though we lied to you. I know you still get it, David. So what a manipulative, but wise woman, I guess. She's still convincing him to do all this stuff. Verse 21. Behold now, I grant this. Go bring back the young man Absalom. So you see there, David calls him the young man, not my son, right? How many fathers say, hey, it's my young man? It's like, no, that's my son. You can see the emotional distancing happening here. Just like you saw in the Tamar-Amnon story where it starts to distance, didn't want to call her family. Same thing here. It's that distance because there's still that issue going on. David, he still feels betrayed by Absalom murdering his son Amnon. He's still bitter about it. He loves him, but he's also bitter because he killed his son. It's a big conflict. Joab fell on his face to the ground and paid homage and blessed the king. So he shows deep gratitude. He's going to, go there, do it the right way. Today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight, my lord the king. So Joab arose and went to Geshur and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. So remember, Absalom had been in Geshur for 3 years now. It's been 3 years, David had been thinking about this stuff, which is, you can imagine the rumors and the murmurs going around, which is why Joab's getting nervous. It's been 3 years, and people are saying we should kill Absalom. Other people are saying we should let him come back, and I see political civil war breaking out. If there was social media back in Israel, it would have been awful, right? It would have been awful. The threads would have been 800 comments deep with why Absalom should be killed or brought back. You know this. This is exactly how it would be. Verse 24. Now things take a turn. It says, let him dwell apart in his own house. He is not to come into my presence. So David allows Absalom to return. Joab requests, says, you know what? He can, but I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. Bring him back the king. I don't want to see his face at all, though. Right? And this creates partial restoration. And this is the problem, actually, in the Christian life even. Partial restoration, right? Because, and why was it partial? Well, it wasn't a real restoration. Real restoration, somebody will repent. They'll say, I'm sorry for what I did. And the other person can say, I forgive you. And now it's restored. But how can you restore a situation where Absalom's not even sorry? He doesn't even care. Amnon deserves to die. He's not apologizing for killing Amnon, right? So now can David fully restore him? Not really. So that's why you're going to see this partial. This is only a partial restoration. He's restored, but he can't see the king. That doesn't seem like, hey, could you imagine if you and your friend, you have a big fight, and you're like, we're going to restore a relationship. I don't want to see you. Like, nope, we're friends, but don't even come to my house. I don't even want to see your face. Like, I don't know if you guys restored things. I think there's still some deeper issues here, right? So this is a partial restoration, and be aware of partial restorations in your life, because this can happen. And all that happens, you guys probably know how this ends, right? Because it was only partial, not a complete restoration, that's going to come back and cause problems. Partial restorations are not restorations at all. They're still issues. So Absalom lived apart in his own house and did not come into the king's presence. So we see right there, he's a prince, but he has no access to the king. That's weird. He has power because he's part of that, but no recognition. And so he's going to start working on taking the throne himself. That's what's going to happen. He's bitter about this. Verse 25. Now we're going to learn a little bit about Absalom here. Now in all Israel, there was no one so much to be praised for his handsome appearance as Absalom. This is a hint. So he's a handsome man. But this is a real big hint. He has charisma. He has outward appeal. Even the Antichrist is going to look good, sound good, be smooth. You guys would want to vote for him if you didn't know he's the Antichrist. That's how good he's going to be. You're seeing that here. Absalom has charisma. Also, he has pride. He's kind of prideful. The people that are real good looking, they want you to know about it, and they're checking themselves in the mirror. He's that guy, probably. He's doing his hair. He's a guy that probably combs his hair all the time, does all that kind of stuff. You can see outward beauty is a big deal, right? Outward beauty, and that's how people are. Sometimes they don't care about the inside of the true things going on. They're going to judge on the outward beauty. So it's setting us up here. It's going to foreshadow how Absalom's going to use his handsomeness to convince people, his outward pride. And how it's going to be the downfall. Remember his hair? His hair gets stuck. We learn later here that his hair, actually verse 26, look at when he cut his hair of his head, for at the end of every year he used to cut it. It was weighing on him. He weighed the hair of his head, 200 shekels by the king's weight. That's like 5 pounds. That's a lot of hair. So he grew his hair out because that was part of his beauty, right? So you can see that's how he gets caught. That's how he dies later. We'll find out. That's how he dies. So his pride is going to get in his way. But it does say in verse 25, from the sole of his foot to the crown of his head, there was no blemish in him. It's just saying, again, he looked the part of a king. He was the perfect spokesperson. He'll be able to convince people of all kinds of stuff. Verse 27, there were born to Absalom 3 sons. We don't hear much about them. And one daughter whose name was Tamar. She was a beautiful woman. Interesting. I remember Tamar from last chapter, and she was also a beautiful woman. So you can see here, he names his daughter after Tamar, and she's also a beautiful woman, showing that Absalom has lingering bitterness. That story, he's never going to forget what happened to Tamar. That's why he named his daughter. So as long as his daughter's alive, she's a beautiful woman, he'll never forget what Amnon did, and he'll never forget what his dad let happen to his sister, right? That's what that's hinting at. The bitterness in Absalom's not gone. That's what it's telling us there. Verse 28, so Absalom lived 2 full years in Jerusalem without coming into the king's presence. So again, he brought back to Jerusalem, but he's not able to see him. Again, with this justice and mercy thing, David's still struggling with it because he hasn't given him full mercy, because he still wants a little bit of justice, right? And that can happen. That's a consequence of unresolved conflict, right? That's what will happen. It allows bitterness to fester. And that's what's happening with Absalom. For 2 years, you're going to see how bitter he gets here. Verse 29, then Absalom sent for Joab to send him to the king, but Joab would not come. Isn't that interesting? Remember who got Absalom to come to the kingdom? Joab. Remember when Joab went all the way to Geshur to bring Absalom to the kingdom? Joab's that kind of guy that he did what he needed to do. The political instability's gone. Absalom, I don't really care about the situation. I'm not worried about you. I have it solved. You're here. the unrest is going down. I'm not afraid of a civil war as much. You're not really a priority anymore. So Joab was so involved getting Absalom here, and now he abandons him. Like, well, I don't care. I got what I wanted, Absalom. And he asked him, and he would not come. So look what he said. He asked him twice, and he's ignoring him. We know he's ignoring him at this point. It wasn't, oh, he forgot. Well, maybe I'll ask him again. He asked him twice. He doesn't come back. So what does he say? So he said to his servants, see, Joab's field is next to mine, and he has barley there. Go and set it on fire. Wow. Talk about burning bridges. This is burning bridges, and yeah, you'll see. I mean, Joab shows up here. We see that Joab shows up, but he sets him on fire. He basically, it's force and intimidation, right? And this does happen today. If you don't get your attention, it's actually funny. Like, sometimes I'll know Roscoe if I'm not doing a good job paying attention. He'll say, hey, Dad, do this. Hey, Dad, do this. Next thing you know, he's jumping off the couch. I go, hey, don't do that. And then I realize, oh, he's trying to get my attention. He's going to start doing things I don't like to get my attention. So then I have to pay attention to him, right? That happens to me as a dad, and I have to be more careful of that. But that's what's going on right here. He's going to set it, well, he has to find out. He's going to come back and look at his field because that's a lot of money. That's an investment. I'm going to set it on fire. I'll get Joab to come and talk with me. And that's what he does. But again, you never want to manipulate. You never want to take, like, this is where, the politics and, diplomacy comes into play here. Because this will happen a lot. There's an option you can take. Drop the hammer on them. Go do this, and this will force their hand. You can do those things in leadership sometimes. You can do those things. But what it usually does, you usually want a diplomatic way to solve it. Because this is going to end in Absalom's demise. Spoiler alert, Joab kills Absalom later. And I'm sure when he killed him, he was thinking about that fire. I really do believe this didn't leave Joab's mind either. Verse 31, then Joab arose and went to Absalom in his house and said to him, why have your servants set my field on fire? Right? And of course, we just talked about why. And Absalom answered Joab, behold, I sent word to you. He's like, hey, I tried to reach you. This is your fault, man. You ignored me. I asked you twice. You went and got me and brought me here. Now you're ignoring me. What else was I supposed to do, Joab? So he blames Joab for this issue, right? That's usually what happens in these situations. Verse 32, why have I come from Geshur? It would be better for me to be there still. So you can see his frustration. You kind of sympathize with him. He was there in 3 years in Geshur, and he was fine. He was safe. And now he's come back to be restored to his dad. But he's still in exile. It's just 2 more years of exile, just in a closer house, really. It's the same as Lenny lived. He's like, might as well go back to Geshur. What was the point of bringing me back here to the king, Joab? What was the whole point of this? Right? Now, therefore, let me go into the presence of the king, and if there is guilt in me, let him put me to death. He's like, listen, let's just give my dad an ultimatum. Either he restores me fully, no more of this partial stuff, or he kills me. One or the other. I don't want to be in this in-between. I'm sick of it, is basically what Absalom's saying. He's also being bold, too. A bold posturing here. He's like, David's got to make a decision. My dad's got to make a decision. Verse 33, then Joab went to the king and told him, and he summoned Absalom. So Joab, I'm sure very reluctantly gives in. He didn't want to have to. But to end the drama and to end the instability, he's going to have to go to David. So he came to the king and bowed himself on his face, or he said Absalom. So he came to the king and bowed himself on his face to the ground before the king, and the king kissed Absalom. So Joab went to the king, told him about Absalom. They summoned Absalom, and here's how it ends. Absalom bowing, right? So now it looks good, like, oh, good. Well, now it's ending with Absalom bowing and the king kissing his hand. That's pretty good, right? Well, that's good on the outside. On the outside, it looks like they're at peace. If you wouldn't have known anything about it, you'd just been some servant, didn't know who these guys were or whatever, and you're like, oh, wow, I'm glad they made up their friends now. He's bowing to the king. He's showing his honor. He's kissing his hand. It's all good, right? That's just an outside appearance, though. Go back to partial restoration. Partial restoration on the outside will be like, yep, we're good now. We're good. Everything's great. But there's nothing going on the inside, right? You don't see in this part, because it left it out, God would have probably included this. I'm pretty certain would have included, if it would have said, then Absalom repented and apologized for killing Amnon and all the strife it brought to the kingdom. But you don't see that, right? So, and then that's why you don't see. And then David told him, I forgive you of everything you've ever done, right? You don't see that either. So this gives us a hint. It was all outward. That's why he bows. It's an outward thing. He kisses his hand. But there's no words. There's no internal dialogue here, which means they're only restored. Everybody's looking around. It's like everything looks nice. But inside, Absalom hates David. David's still bitter at Absalom. And that's how that ends. And the whole, like I said, the whole main points of this chapter, there's a lot in here. Unresolved issues lead to greater sin. We're continuing to see this. Every time that was happening with David's situation, every time you leave sin unchecked, it just grows and grows. So take care of it. And forgiveness without repentance is shallow. Even if somebody you forgive somebody, they didn't repent, it's going to be more of a shallow forgiveness, right? But reconciliation without repentance is not true reconciliation at all, right? For there to be reconciliation, one party has to repent, the other one has to forgive. If that does not happen fully, then it's only a partial restoration. And all you have to do is read ahead later in the afternoon. You want to go ahead, read ahead, and you'll see how that ends. We'll talk about it in a couple weeks too, but that's how that ends. Does anybody have any questions or comments based on this? Yeah, Dave.
I think the true hero in the last couple chapters is Joab.
Joab, yeah.
David messed up.
Yep.
Amnon messed up. Absalom messed up. Joab's like the Secretary of Defense and Director of the FBI at the same time. He knows all the secrets. He has to fix all the problems and try and fix a family's drama that he cannot do. But yet he's the one trying to restore and make peace everywhere.
Absolutely, that's so true. And you can even see Joab as somewhat of a peacemaker. He really is. That's how the whole chapter starts out. He knows David's distress. He knows there's a lot going on, and he wants to bring peace. So Joab carries the heaviest burden. I know he did it manipulatively in certain ways, and he's probably for political stability, but he does have the hardest job. He's in the middle of this, and you'll find that usually. There's always somebody in the middle trying to make peace with the two parties, because usually the person's friends with both people. And Joab, I don't know if he liked Absalom or not, maybe, but he's just trying to make peace and trying to get things going. Yeah, he had the hardest job of all, trying to bring the peace with things. And then I'm sure at the end he regretted bringing Absalom back. It's like, dude, I'm trying to help you. I went and brought you back here and you set my field on fire, right? But Joab should have been a little quick to listen to Absalom. But yeah, it's a great way to put him. It's all politics. Joab had to be the political figure to go clean up this mess. And if you look at that's what politics is, basically. It's like people, we used to say when I was in leadership, even at school, like, our job, we're firefighters. We just go around, we put out fires all day. That's all we do, right? That's what leadership a lot of times is. Not always, but a lot of times it is. So Joab literally had to put out a fire. Like, that's why people start fires, you got to put them out. That's literally what happened here with Joab. But yeah, Joab had a short straw here in this situation. Not an easy position to be the commander of the army and have all this political strife. Because you just won the war. Remember, you just beat the Ammonites. You don't want to go back to another war, and you're the guy that has to lead it. You're the leader of the army. Joab's just trying to take a break. He's trying to get people to have peace so he can settle from war for a while, right? Internally and externally. Yeah.
Oh, didn't Joab start this thing? If
Yeah.
he wouldn't have got Amnon to be so deceptive, none of this would have happened.
Well, close. So it was actually Jonadab that got Amnon to be deceptive. Yep, Jonadab. So the names are really tricky in the Bible. So Joab is David's military leader. Then there's just that Jonadab, who was actually another nephew so Joab's a nephew, then Jonadab's another nephew. Jonadab's the one that got him. Still though, Joab is a very violent man. So Joab isn't completely innocent. This situation he is trying to patch up. But in the end, I mean, if you guys haven't read ahead, David has Joab killed then at some point. So Joab was a man that had a lot going on. Remember, like Joab and Abishai, they've been murdering people for a long time. They've killed so many people in this book already. It's crazy, right? And I'm not just talking in the military wars. I'm talking like the assassinations, right? And they're only going to heat up as we go on. And you get into the Kings, a lot of assassinations going on, right? But Joab is, they're called, I think at one point, David refers to them as the violent sons of Zeruiah or something like that. Basically, like my nephews, they're just bloodthirsty. They're violent guys. Because Joab and Abishai, they were still killing people up to this. So, yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah, Paul.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
21, when the king said to Joab, was he there? Was this something that just skips to that point?
Oh, so it says, all right, then the king said to Joab, behold now, I grant this. Go bring back the young man Absalom. So that right there is Joab probably approached David first because Absalom can't see the king. So that's why he had to set a fire. It's like, I want to go talk to my dad. I'm not allowed to. Somebody let me out of my prison. So he set it on fire. So Joab then goes, talks to the king, and the king says, bring out. So Joab fell on his face, paid homage, and Joab said, today your servant knows that I have found favor in your sight. My lord king has granted the request of his servant. So Joab arose and went to Geshur then. So what happens is Joab first, he had to be the go-between, kind of what Dave's saying. It's his job, apparently, he has to keep settling these things. So he's traveling, talks to Absalom, and he goes over and he bows, and David says, all right, go get him. It's like, all right, I'll be right back. And then he goes and gets Absalom and brings him there. So Joab's kind of what Dave's saying. He's kind of the go-between. He's bringing people back and forth. He's the messenger in between there. So that's what was going on there. Great question. Any other questions or comments? Awesome. We'll keep reading ahead. It only gets crazier, I'm sure, as you know, as you go on. Read chapter 15. We'll be in next time. Until then, keep reading and keep your lamps trimmed and burning. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to another Bible study in 2 Samuel. Today, we're going to be in chapter 15, so if you're not there, you can turn there a while. We will get to that. But just beforehand, we're going to do a recap as usual, a nice brief recap, just to remind ourselves of where we're at. So I'm just going to recap. It's a little bit more recent with the Amnon and Tamar event. So we know that the Amnon and Tamar situation actually came out of what happened with David and Bathsheba. Now, it sounds strange saying that because how is that related? Well, God related that, right? God said to David, this is what's going to happen because of how you treated Bathsheba and Uriah. So we now saw sexual immorality and murder take place just like we saw with David, right? So Amnon tricked Tamar, his beautiful sister. He wanted to sleep with her. He ended up violating her with Jonadab's advice. So then Absalom went to David and said, David, did you hear about Tamar? And David said, yeah, I'm really angry about it. And David didn't do anything after that, which is, crazy, especially he's the king, supposed to bring justice, right? But I talked about how, especially when it's people you know, family or friends, it's harder to bring justice because you want to show more mercy. And it's a difference between balance of mercy and justice, right? But that's what we saw there. So Absalom took it into his own hands, which is never good to take justice into your own hands, we learn here. Absalom was not correct. David had the authority to do that because of what went on, right? But Absalom didn't. Absalom murders his brother, and this causes a lot of chaos in the family. And of course, Absalom had to flee because he would have been put to death. David would have had to put him to death, and David struggled with that anyway, right? So Absalom fled to Geshur. That's where his grandfather was king, right? So his dad was king of Israel, but his grandfather was king of Geshur. So he said, I'm just going to go flee and hang out with my grandfather for 3 years. So it was 3 years, and he went there and hid out in exile, right? Because otherwise, he could have been killed. So last week was 2 Samuel 14, right? And we learned that Joab, he sent a wise woman to David to try to do that whole Nathan thing again, use a parable, right, to trick him into making his decisions. So they kind of went there to get him, and it was all about getting Absalom back to Jerusalem, right? Because David had this struggle. He loved his son, wanted to bring him back and restore him, but at the same time was also bitter that he killed Amnon, the crown prince, who was supposed to be the next king. So David struggled with this, and he didn't know what to do, and he delayed. And you're going to see that's David's problem now. He's too passive as a leader now because it's involving his family. He's not making decisions right away. Should he bring justice or should he bring mercy? He's just not deciding, and it's causing more issues. So Joab says, this is not, in his mind, I think he's like, this is not stable. This is not good for the kingdom. There's going to be a civil war. We got to make peace here. So he sends this woman from Tekoa to trick David into seeing that he should let Absalom go. It works. He says, you know what, you can bring Absalom here. So Absalom comes to Jerusalem then, right? Joab went and got him. And then Absalom asked Joab to see the king because David said he could come back into the kingdom, but I don't want to see him. He can't see my face. He can't come into my courts. So it was a partial restoration. And that's a problem. A partial restoration is no restoration at all. To have full and complete restoration, one party has to apologize. The other party has to forgive, right? So Absalom didn't ever apologize for killing Amnon, and David never forgave him for it. So we're in this sticky situation. That's why he was allowed in, but he was still kind of living, this, almost like he was a distant life anyway. So Absalom couldn't get Joab's attention, so he sets his field on fire. That's another thing. Don't ever take force. If you're not getting your own way, it's not a good idea to set people's property on fire to get their attention. You'll get their attention, but you'll ruin the relationship, right? And later on, we know Absalom and Joab's relationship is completely ruined after this, and I'm not surprised, right? So that happens. He gets his attention. And basically he says, I want to talk to the king. If I can't live here and see the king, why don't you guys just leave me in Geshur? What was the point of me coming back? So he makes that point. So he goes and sees King David, and he bows to David, and David kisses his hand. It's like, oh, everybody there is probably like, oh, good, they made up, they're friends again. This is good. It's like, no. That was all external. And you guys have always thought about it. You guys have all seen in your life people externally make up, oh, they're good now. And the next thing you know, they're talking about this person, they're complaining about that person, they're back in fighting and arguing again. So we know what artificial restoration looks like, right? And that's what happened right here. So Absalom's back, and now it looks good. And that's how we ended last time, where it looks like David and Absalom made peace, but it was really only external, okay? And that's where we are now. And we're going to go ahead and jump right in to 2 Samuel 15. So go ahead and open up your Bibles there. We'll go ahead and jump on in. All right, 2 Samuel 15, verse number 1. After this, Absalom got himself a chariot and horses and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the way of the gate. And when any man had a dispute to come before the king for judgment, Absalom would call to him and say, from what city are you? And when he said, your servant is of such and such a tribe in Israel, Absalom would say to him, see, your claims are good and right, but there's no man designated by the king to hear you. Then Absalom would say, oh, that I were a judge in the land. Then every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice. And whenever a man came near to pay homage to him, he would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. Thus Absalom did to all of Israel who came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. And at the end of 4 years, Absalom said to the king, please let me go and pay my vow, which I have vowed to the Lord in Hebron. For your servant vowed a vow while I lived at Geshur in Aram, saying, if the Lord will indeed bring me back to Jerusalem, then I will offer worship to the Lord. The king said to him, go in peace. So he arose and went to Hebron. But Absalom sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, as soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then say, Absalom is king at Hebron. With Absalom went 200 men from Jerusalem who were invited guests, and they went in their innocence and knew nothing. And while Absalom was offering the sacrifices, he sent for Ahithophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor from his city Gilo. And the conspiracy grew strong, and the people with Absalom kept increasing. And a messenger came to David, saying, the hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. Then David said to all his servants who were with him at Jerusalem, arise and let us flee, or else there will be no escape for us from Absalom. Go quickly, lest he overtake us quickly and bring down ruin on us and strike the city with the edge of the sword. And the king's servant said to the king, behold, your servants are ready to do whatever my lord the king decides. So the king went out, and all his household after him, and the king left 10 concubines to keep the house. And the king went out, and all the people after him, and they halted at the last house. And all his servants passed by him, and all the Kerethites, and all the Pelethites, and all the 600 Gittites who had followed him from Gath, passed on before the king. Then the king said to Ittai the Gittite, why do you also go with us? Go back and stay with the king, for you are a foreigner, and also an exile from your home. You came only yesterday, and shall I today make you wander about with us, since I go, I know not where? Go back and take your brothers with you, and may the Lord show steadfast love and faithfulness to you. But Ittai answered the king, as the Lord lives, and as my lord the king lives, wherever my lord and the king shall be, whether for death or for life, there also will your servant be. And David said to Ittai, go then, pass on. So Ittai the Gittite passed on with all his men and all the little ones who were with him. And all the land wept aloud as all the people passed by. And the king crossed the brook Kidron, and all the people passed on toward the wilderness. And Abiathar came up, and behold, Zadok came also with all the Levites, bearing the ark of the covenant of God. And they set down the ark of God until the people had all passed out of the city. Then the king said to Zadok, carry the ark of God back into the city. If I find favor in the eyes of the Lord, he will bring me back, and let me see both it and his dwelling place. But if he says, I have no pleasure in you, behold, here I am. Let him do to me what seems good to him. The king also said to Zadok the priest, are you not a seer? Go back to the city in peace with your 2 sons, Ahimaaz, your son, and Jonathan, the son of Abiathar. See, I will wait at the fords of the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me. So Zadok and Abiathar carried the ark of God back to Jerusalem, and they remained there. But David went up the ascent of the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went, barefoot and with his head covered. And all the people who were with him covered their heads, and they went up, weeping as they went. And it was told David, Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. And David said, O Lord, please turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness. While David was coming to the summit where God was worshipped, behold, Hushai the Archite came to meet him with his coat torn and dirt on his head. David said to him, if you go on with me, you will be a burden to me. But if you return to the city and say to Absalom, I will be your servant, O king, as I have been your father's servant in time past, so now I will be your servant, then you will defeat for me the counsel of Ahithophel. Are not Zadok and Abiathar the priests with you there? So whatever you hear from the king's house, tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. Behold, their 2 sons are with them there, Ahimaaz, Zadok's son, and Jonathan, Abiathar's son. And by them you shall send to me everything you hear. So Hushai, David's friend, came into the city just as Absalom was entering Jerusalem. All right, and that's the end of chapter 15. There's a lot to unpack there about what's going on here. So, verse number 1, it starts out by saying that Absalom got himself a chariot and horses and 50 men to run before him. So remember, he's been restored, so it looks like David just kissed his hand. Everything looks good Jerusalem. And now he's getting these chariots and these horses and 50 men. So what this does is it creates an image of royalty. It's kind of like when you see like the big celebrities or politicians, they roll with their motorcades and all these people ahead of them when they do the parades and stuff. It's something like that. He's making himself look like a royalty, like a royal king. Now, he is royalty, but the issue is we've never seen David ever even do this. We never see David have his armies and men always around him marching. So Absalom is trying to look like he has a lot of power. It's a symbol of power here, right? And you can see the difference. Like I said, we never really seen David had all these chariots and horses. I mean, he had them in war, but it doesn't talk about him parading them around for no reason. There's no war going on. The Absalom needed all this stuff. So he's just like, looking tough, basically. Remember what Psalm 20 says. You can see there's two different kinds of people. Psalm 20, verse 7, some trust in chariots and some in horses, but we trust in the name of the Lord our God. So you can see right here, he's trying to show the strength of the horses and chariots, and that verse shows that was a sign, a symbol of strength and trusting in military over God. So you can see David trusting God. Absalom's kind of full of himself and wants to have this look. So just be aware of people that will seek power and attention rather than servanthood. And that's what he wanted. He wanted the power and the attention there. Verse 2 says, and Absalom used to rise early and stand beside the way of the gate. So the city gate was a place where legal judgments took place. So the city gate was kind of like their courthouse. So every morning he rose early. So he's on his game, right? He didn't sleep in. First thing he did, woke up real early, went right down to the courthouse, basically. Well, why is he going down there? Because that's where all the people brought their disputes that they were upset about. Somebody was bothering them. They have an argument. Somebody's fighting or whatever. And they'd come to try to settle these issues here. And Absalom would get to them before they could get to King David. Because that's why they were going there. Because the king just didn't rule over the land. He actually decided and ruled justly on what to do with everything. So before they could get to David, Absalom would almost beat him there, and he'd hang out there. And it was a strategic move, right? This is a political move to start to gain power because he's mad at David, wants to kill David, hates David for not doing anything about his sister, right? And now hasn't restored him fully, and there's still that animosity there. So he's now acting like a self-appointed leader. Because nobody said, you don't read about, then Absalom was appointed to go handle the court cases for David. You don't see any of that. He just jumped in and said, I'll start, I want to hear what you have to say, right? And it goes on, it says, and when any man had a dispute to come before the king for judgment, they're looking for David, Absalom would call to him and say, from what city are you? So, these people are coming here, they're all angry, they have something, or they're distraught, something crazy is going on. And he's not a judge, right? He's not the king, he's a crown prince. And Absalom would say, hey, what's your name? Where are you from? To show that he cares about them. Like, where are you from and how can I help you? So he's starting to kind of soften up and seems sincere, right? He's asking them questions about them to get these people to feel like he's sincere and he cares about their issue. And then look what it says later. He says, see, your claims are good and right, but there is no man designated by the king to hear you. So the king, he says that the king doesn't have time to ever handle their issues and their tribes, wherever they're from. He's trying to point out that David's administration is flawed. There's not real justice here. I know you guys have issues, but there's nobody here by the king to even hear your argument. Isn't that a shame, guys? Isn't that a shame? Then he says down in verse 4, oh, that I were judge in the land. Then every man with a dispute or cause might come to me, and I would give him justice. So Absalom here is not saying, I should be king. I should be the king there. He's starting to plant these seeds, which is what some people do, to sow discord and chaos. He's like, oh, where are you guys from? Oh, what a shame you guys are going through. There's nobody really here to help you. If I were in charge, I'd help you, but I'm not really in charge, so I don't know how we could even help you here, right? So he's starting to open he's starting to plant the seeds, and they're like, well, I wish Absalom, I can imagine people, I wish Absalom were king. He would have said what he told me. He's there every morning. He cares. He shows up there every morning, the first thing, because he loves the people. I wish David would be more like Absalom. So he starts to plant all the seeds of discord here, right? It's, the classic, you see this with politicians all the time. Like, these are every election, especially when there's a former administration, no matter what, right? The next election will be the same. Like, if I were in charge, this would have never happened. If I were in charge, you'd have this, right? And everybody says that. When whoever's the president now, the other party says, if we were in charge, the economy wouldn't be tanking, or you wouldn't be losing all this money. Or if I were in charge, so you see that today all over the world. It's so easy. What these things are is people love to give simple answers to complex problems, right? That's what it is. These problems are usually very complex, and they'll oversimplify them to make it look like nothing's getting done, right? Because that's how politics are. Even when you hear the politicians say, if I were in charge, I would fix the economy. Do you know how complex that is? And they'll usually just say these things, well, I'll fix this and help you. And it's like these vague answers. A lot of times from politicians, just going to give you these vague answers so you pull for them. That's what Absalom's doing. Absalom's one of the earliest, best politicians here in the worst way. He's one of those bad politicians that's going to use flattery to gain power and I just care about you guys. That's why I want to be in charge. I just want to help your guys' problems. When really we know Absalom is power hungry. He had those chariots and horses. He's full of pride. He has his hair. We already learned about that last chapter. So he's a prideful man parading around about caring for you guys, basically the people of Israel is how he was acting. Verse number 5. Whenever a man came near to pay homage to him, he would put out his hand and take hold of him and kiss him. So here now, people saw Absalom, like, oh, that's the prince. I want to bow. And he goes, no, you don't bow to me. I'll kiss your hand. So he's almost, before they can even do it, no, not for me. You don't have to do that for me. I'm so lowly. I'm not the king. I'm not anybody special. I'm just Absalom. He is so crafty, so smooth of a con man that he now looks to them. And if you're in Israel, you'd probably look at him. You wouldn't know, if you didn't know his backstory, that's so funny. When you go to learn some of these people, I had seen it in my own life, people can look nice on the outside, but when you get closer and closer, you can find darker and darker things about these people. But if you're far enough away and you only see them in these certain lights, you won't see that. And that's how it was here. If you saw Absalom every morning in the courthouse, you'd think he's nothing but a good guy. He's always there to help the people. He's always asking where they're from. He's not letting them bow to him. He's always down here just caring for the people. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Absalom's trying to steal his father's throne, right? But nobody there would ever accuse him of that because he's just so nice and he just cares about us. He doesn't care about himself. He's all about the people. So Absalom is very crafty and he continues to pretend to be full of humility, all to gain power. And that still happens. That still happens today. Trust me. Verse number 6, it says, thus Absalom did to all of Israel who came to the king for judgment. So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. So right there, stole the hearts of men. He convinced them, right? He stole the hearts, not through truth, but through deception, right? He wasn't being honest. He did it through deception, but he got them and he convinced them, right? And the thing is, this went on, you'll read later, I think it says for 4 years, right? So it was a 4-year process that Absalom was doing this. You have to imagine that at some point David heard about this, right? Wouldn't David know Absalom's down there every morning and he's like telling people that he'd help them better than you're helping them. David had to have heard that over 4 years, right? But what does David do? Nothing, right? David's going to get into issues again. He's going to ignore it. It's like, that's a small issue. I'm the king. I'd imagine, David doesn't say this in the Bible, but I can imagine David hears this like, I'm the king, not worried about Absalom. I'm in charge, not really afraid of him, not really worried. He can say that all he wants. I'll take care of it. I get accused all the time. People in leadership, you get accused all the time of, you should do this, you should do that. So David's like, I've heard it before. I don't care. It's Absalom doing his thing. I don't care. But because he didn't stop this, he let this discord go on and sow seeds of discord. It became worse and worse and worse. So as leaders, you can't ignore small issues. They become big problems. And that's what happened right here to David. We also see how rebellion can often begin with subtle manipulation. Absalom just didn't do this, steal their hearts in a month or 2 months. Over 4 years, he did this subtly, and over time, the compound effect. Over time, Absalom looked like the greatest king ever that wasn't ever king. And they probably really thought, man, he would be the best, right? So that's what's going on here. Now we go down to verse 7. So yeah, it says at the end of 4 years, so you can see his rebellion was slow and strategic. He took 4 years. He had crafted this in his mind. He didn't just do it right away. He slowly won more and more people, because with more time, you get more fans, right? That's how it works. And that's what he did there. Then it says, now he goes over to King David, and he's going to fake some spirituality here. Look, he says, please let me go and pay my vow. And look where he wants to pay it, in Hebron. Now remember, this was David's first capital. Hebron was where David used to be the capital. Remember when he didn't have all the 12 tribes? He moved up to Jerusalem to make it more, to show that he was going to be the king for all of Israel. So Absalom says, hey, you know what? I made a promise to God that if God ever let me go back to Jerusalem, I'd go down to Hebron and I'd pay my vow to him. So I gotta go do that. And of course, David is gonna, say like, that's for God, so you might as well do it. So he's using God, and people can do this as well. He's gonna make it seem so godly. He's gonna use God to manipulate the situation and to try to do this whole rebellion, because that's where he's going to go and have the rebellion, is in Hebron. But he's pretending it's godly, which is really interesting. So it says, if the Lord will indeed bring me back, I will offer worship. So there's some more. He invokes God's name there again to make his deception seem righteous. And then it says, the king said to him, go in peace. David failed to see the warning signs here. Like, wait a minute. I know Absalom for the last 4 years has been undermining me and saying he'd do a better job. But I'll let him go because it's for God, right? And that can you got to be careful because people can use God all the time. I mean, you ever hear the people like, God told me this? And it's like, well, that's pretty bold to say. And now you're using this so that I listen to whatever you say. Unless God audibly told you this, you say, I believe God wants me to. You might want to say that rather than God told me, because people invoke God all the time to make it seem like their way is better. And that's what Absalom's doing. He's using God to basically trick David into letting him go without any problems. And David allows it, right? Verse 10, but Absalom sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel. So now you see he has a coordinated political move here. There's a coordinated political move. He's now going to have secret messengers. So now it's not only Absalom at the courthouse. Now he has a couple people on his side. Now he's starting to build his political cabinet, so to speak, but quietly, right? So he has this. He's starting to get, he knew he needed the nationwide support. He's not going to overthrow David without the support of the men. He stole the men's hearts, but he still needs to keep his momentum growing. You always want to gain more popularity in politics, right? You always want to gain more popularity and get more people to keep your power. And he's going to get ready to take this power, so he's going to need it here. All right, so it says, let's see, verse 10. Did I skip down too far? Yeah, there said go to peace. Verse 10. Let me get back over here into my scripture here. So what it says, I'm lost, lose my place. I can't find it here. Oh, here it is. But Absalom sent secret messengers throughout all the tribes of Israel, saying, as soon as you hear the sound of the trumpet, then say, Absalom is king at Hebron. So that trumpet sound also signifies a new king. So that's why there's a trumpet sound. When there's a trumpet sound, that's to announce there's going to be a new king. That'll basically announce publicly that it's war. Civil war is going to take place. There's a rebellion, and Absalom is going to try to take over these secret plans. All right, so verse 11, with Absalom went 200 men from Jerusalem who were invited guests, and they went in their innocence and knew nothing. So these men were used as his political props. They said, hey, you guys want to come with me? I'm going down to Hebron. You guys want me to come down? I have a bunch of guys going with me. Like, yeah, sure, I'll go to Hebron. I haven't been to Hebron in a while. Yeah, let's go down. So he got 200 men because it says they were innocent and knew nothing. He didn't tell them, hey, I'm going to announce myself as king. Come down with me. We're going to take over. He didn't say anything. He just acted like, hey, let's go on vacation together. Let's go down to Hebron. Let's go hang out. And he convinces 200 men from Jerusalem. He invited them as guests, it says, right? And this gives the illusion that respected men supported him, right? You could do this today to people. You could go find respected men. Hey, you guys want to go to dinner? Like, yeah, sure. And now all of a sudden you're around these important people. Like, oh, wow, he must be important. Look at all these people with him. So that's what Absalom wanted to look for, and it worked, essentially. So now people are going to see Absalom going down to Hebron, and there's these 200 men, really nice men from Jerusalem. It's like, wow, he must be legit. If they're with him, he must be legit. So Absalom is trying to make himself look even more legitimate as time goes on. It says, while Absalom was offering the sacrifices, he sent for Ahithophel. So this is interesting, right? So Ahithophel was one of David's closest counselors, one of his friends. And actually, David in Psalm 41 will write about this. Psalm 41 is about Ahithophel here, we believe. It says, even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate my bread, has lifted his heel against me. So Ahithophel is another version of Judas, another archetype of Judas. So Ahithophel would have been great friends with David, probably just like Judas was, quote unquote, great friends with Jesus, right? Even though Jesus knew his true colors. Ahithophel's the same way. It was one of his best counselors, but Absalom calls for him, and he essentially goes with him. Now, why would Ahithophel betray David? It's an interesting thought. They're such good friends. Why would he betray David? Well, Ahithophel might have a little bit of bitterness in his mind, and he might be a little bit against David. Why? Well, if you look at the genealogies and you look at whose son is who, Ahithophel's granddaughter is Bathsheba. Okay? So when you start to realize, oh, wait a minute, and he knows what David did. And he never forgave David for his sin with Bathsheba and Uriah. And I liked Uriah. I liked my son. I liked my grandson-in-law. Like, what were you doing to him? So Ahithophel probably in the back of his mind is like, well, David's a dirty scoundrel anyway. I know what he did to my granddaughter, what he forced her to do, and what he did to her husband. So Ahithophel, although they were really good friends, maybe had a problem still, just like Absalom. And maybe that's why he kind of went with Absalom. It's like, yeah, your dad is kind of, he does have some issues. I know what he did to my family, right? So it's important to know that Ahithophel is related to all this. That's why, because otherwise there's no reason why he'd even do this. But there's a little bit of family buy-in there again, right? He has people that have been affected by David. So there's a little bit of bitterness and unforgiveness even in Ahithophel, right? And we'll continue on. And the conspiracy grew strong, and the people with Absalom kept increasing. So now he's starting to gain more and more momentum, more and more fans, more and more people love Absalom, more people are joining him here. All right, verse 13. The hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. A messenger came to David saying, the hearts of the men of Israel have gone after Absalom. So David finally finds out that all these men are now joining Absalom, right? David knows it's no good. He says, arise and let us flee, or else there will be no escape for us from Absalom. Go quickly, let he overtake us quickly and bring down ruin on us and strike the city with the edge of the sword. Basically, David knew it was going to be war. I don't think he even wanted to go to war. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to flee. We just got to get out of here. And the king's servant said to the king, behold, your servants are ready to do whatever my lord the king decides. So there you can see he still has loyal people. There will always be loyal ones that remain. If you're true, David was the true king, and he was the one in the right here. Absalom was the one in the wrong. It can feel like everybody's betraying you, and all the people are blinded by these liars that are convincing them that they're good, but they're really doing evil things. I've seen it. And you can think it feels like all the people are following, but no, there's true, faithful people that will always know the truth and stick with the truth and not betray or turn against anything with the evil there. So you can see there's still true followers of David, even in the hardship, and that's how it is today. The majority followed Absalom's deception, but the faithful few stayed with David in his suffering. And it kind of reminds me of Jesus in John 6, when he says, after this, many of his disciples turned back and no longer walked with him. So Jesus said to the 12, do you want to go away as well? Simon Peter answered him, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. So you can see this pattern again. Jesus went through this, where Jesus, remember, he says about eating, you got to eat my flesh and drink my blood. And they're like, I can't handle that. And all these people started to leave. And Jesus is like, you guys want to leave? They're like, no, we're with you, Jesus. Same thing here with David. He's got a faithful remnant. I forgot to give all my pictures here. Here we go. All right, so the king went out, all his household after him. So it shows that, he's going to leave. He's going to leave. He had once entered Jerusalem as a conquering king. Now he's going to leave it in sorrow and shame. And it's basically repeating that pattern that he did with Saul. He had to take off and run from Saul. He's going to have to do it from his son now. And it says that the king left, in verse 16, 10 concubines to keep the house. Why would he leave 10 of his concubines, basically his mistresses? Why would he leave them behind? Well, to take care of the house, make sure the palace is in order, make sure, things kind of went smoothly. He didn't want everything to fall to destruction. But we know later in 2 Samuel 16, next week we'll get to that, those 10 concubines will come into play. And Absalom will, you'll read about that next week. That will come into play when he leaves those 10 concubines there. And the king went out, and all the people after him, and they halted at the last house. So right there, and it says they halted at the last house. It shows that he's walking out of the city, and he stops, and he probably takes one more good look about it, probably with tears in his eyes. Like, I don't want to leave. It's almost kind of how, you ever go on vacation and you're at the beach and like you pack up and you're the last person to close the hotel door. But before you close it, you look at the bed and you look out at the ocean and like, all right, I'll leave. And you close it. He was getting one good last look at Jerusalem because he doesn't know if he's going to come back. He had to run from Saul for years. He doesn't know how this is going to go, right? All right, continuing on to verse 18. It says, and all his servants passed by him, and all the Kerethites, and all the Pelethites, and all the 600 Gittites who had followed him from Gath, passed on before the king. So what's interesting right there, Kerethites and Pelethites and Gittites, these are all foreigners. These aren't Jewish people. These aren't Israelites. They're foreigners actually a lot of them are from the Philistines, from Philistia. So they'd be from the enemy. So what's so interesting to see is that these foreigners had more loyalty to David than his own people of Israel. They had more faith in him as a king than the Jewish people did, which is ironic, right? But that's how it can go sometimes, right? It reminds me of what Jesus said in Luke 7. When Jesus heard this, he marveled at him and turned to the crowd that followed him and said, I tell you, not even Israel have I found such faith, right? So it shows you that sometimes there's foreigners, people not from, it shows you it's not always important to be a certain bloodline or blood type, right? Faithfulness can come from anybody. And this is a sign of the Gentiles again, right? There's Gentiles now following David, right? This is a sign that Gentiles will follow Christ because David is supposed to be the Christ prototype. And all this good stuff, not the bad stuff, the good stuff, right? Christ is a much better king than David. So it says here that David now is going to talk to Ittai. Then the king said to Ittai the Gittite, why do you also go with us? Go back and stay with the king, for you are a foreigner and also an exile from your home. You came only yesterday. Shall I today make you wander about with us since I go I know not where? So Ittai was a Philistine from Gath. Guess who else is from Gath? Goliath. He's from Goliath's hometown. And this guy just recently, it says, like he hasn't been here for 4 years. He just showed up the other day. David said, you just joined me the other day, man. Bad timing. You should have been here years ago. This is a bad time to join my side. Just go back to Philistia, buddy. I don't blame you. You don't want this. I don't even know where I'm going to go. I've wandered around before. Saul chased me around here before. I don't know when God's going to bring back, if he's ever going to do it. Why don't you just go back? But I love what he says. As the Lord lives, and as my Lord the King lives, wherever my Lord the King shall be, whether for death or for life, there also will your servant be. Ittai says, nope, I'm with you, David. I'm loyal. It's another loyal Gentile, right? I'm loyal to you and Yahweh. I know your God's better than Dagon, the God back in Philistia. I don't want to go back to that God. Your God's the real one true God, right? And this is very much, again, I love the Bible. It's just patterns. Ruth 1:16, for where you go, I will go. And where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God, my God. So Ittai actually sounds like Ruth here. Same kind of thing. I'm a Gentile, I know, but I'm with you. Wherever you go, I'm going. Whoever your God is, that's my God. I'm not following Dagon. I'm following Yahweh now. And you see that here. And he pledges allegiance. So, and David said to Ittai, go then, pass on. So David accepts his faithfulness. And it says that his entire household came, which is awesome. Ittai says his little ones passed, so his wife, his kids. He's moving his whole family. This is Ittai leaving Philistia. He has a family, and he's bringing the family out into the wilderness. That's how dedicated he is to the Lord and to David, which is really interesting. So you see here then in verse 23, and the land wept about as all the people passed by. So the whole land's crying. This is a national tragedy. This is their king. The people with them love this. They're in tears. They can't believe David waited all those years to become king and to be the ruler of Israel and to unify this place, and now he's leaving again. What in the world is going on? They want their king back, but this is such a travesty, and Absalom is now taken over. Let's go to move on down here. We'll move the last few verses here. The Ark of the Covenant arrived here. It says, and Abiathar came, and behold, Zadok came also with all the Levites bearing the Ark of the Covenant of God, and they set down the Ark of God until the people had passed out of the city. So remember, the Ark of the Covenant symbolizes God's presence. So the two priests come with it to show that God is with the people, and they're ready to bring the Ark of the Covenant out. But then the king said to Zadok, carry the Ark of God back into the city. If I find favor in the eyes of the Lord, he will bring me back, and let me see both it and his dwelling place. So David refused to see this as a good luck charm. They made that mistake back in 1 Samuel 4, right? And the Philistines got it. They tried to use it in battle. It doesn't work like that. David knows that. David says, God will be with me. I don't need the Ark of the Covenant. You take the Ark of the Covenant back where it's supposed to be in Jerusalem. You take it back to his city. If God wants me to be with him at the Ark of the Covenant, he'll bring me back into Jerusalem. And if not, well, I deserve it. So David's almost like kind of, saying like, I get whatever I get. I'll let God decide. God's going to figure this out. I did a lot of sin. God might be punishing me, but send the Ark of the Covenant. I don't need that. It's not the way you treat the Ark of the Covenant. It's not a relic that you're supposed to carry around as a good luck charm, right? So you see that there. Then he starts to approach Zadok as a seer, right? With spiritual insight. He says, are you not a seer? See, I will wait at the fords of the wilderness until word comes from you to inform me. So David here sends Zadok and Abiathar back to Jerusalem, not only to take the Ark of the Covenant back, but to be his informants. Genius move, David. David's going to install some spies now in his land so he can figure out what Absalom's doing there in Jerusalem and what's going on. So David trusted God. He did trust God, but still sent spies to gather intelligence, which shows that faith doesn't always mean ignoring wise strategy, right? You can have faith that God's going to do things, but it also sometimes takes real strategy on your part. David couldn't just kick back and like, well, God he'll send people to give me all this. He's like, no. I trust God, but I'm also going to be wise enough to create this network of spies and a communication network. And that's essentially what he's doing here. So Zadok and Abiathar, they carried the Ark of God back to Jerusalem, and they remained there. So Zadok and Abiathar are faithful. They join. They say, all right, we'll be your spies, and they go back. It says, but David went up to the ascent of the Mount of Olives, weeping as he went. And this is really interesting because I know somebody else who's wept on the Mount of Olives 1,000 years after this. And that was Jesus. So again, when you read the story of David, you can see Jesus' story foreshadowed in there. Because this is where Jesus weeps over, oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Remember, he's like weeping over everything? That was at the Mount of Olives here. So you can see that pattern here. David also walked barefoot with his head covered. So the barefoot, that's humility. Remember when Moses had to take off his sandals, be barefoot? That's humility to God. David is showing humility to the Lord here, showing that he's distraught and needs the Lord. Verse 30, and all the people who were with him covered their heads, and they went up weeping as well. So David's not alone. They're going to weep. They're all kind of mourning this whole situation. David's crying. They're crying. It's been a sad situation to watch this march out of the city, everybody in tears, not knowing what was going to happen next. And it was told to David, Ahithophel is among the conspirators with Absalom. So David finally finds out that he's been betrayed, right? Like I said, he's betrayed earlier. Psalm 55 also says, for it is not an enemy who taunts me, then I could bear it. It is not an adversary who deals insolent with me, then I could hide from him. But it is you, a man, my equal, my companion, my familiar friend. David was really hurt by this. He wrote multiple Psalms about Ahithophel, right? Just like Jesus had to say, he who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. Again, there's that pattern of Judas. But look what David does right away. He doesn't go, oh, darn, Ahithophel, that jerk, you know. He says, oh, Lord, please turn the counsel of Ahithophel into foolishness. He actually takes action. He prays about it. He says, Lord, please, what he's doing is evil. Lord, you take care of it, right? Lord, you have my vengeance, right? So he turns to prayer, which is a good thing. You should always pray in the situation rather than just grumble about something. Take it to the Lord, and the Lord will decide how to handle it. But he said, and you'll find out later, God does end up answering his prayers later on. Verse 32, while David was coming to the summit where God was worshipped, behold, Hushai the Archite came to meet him, and his coat torn and dirt on his head. So he goes to meet him where God worships. This suggests David was still praying or seeking God's guidance. He's at the place where he should worship. He's in a place of worship, and this guy named Hushai shows up, right? A coat torn, dirt on his head. So he's mourning. He's in distress just like everybody else. David said to him, verse 33, if you go on with me, you will be a burden to me. Now, that sounds bad at first. Like, oh, man, that's really not nice to say. But we think Hushai might have been an old man. He might have been a little older. Like, it's going to be a little bit, if we bring you on, it's going to take a little bit of effort to bring you on, okay? But I don't want to reject you. I got a better idea, Hushai. I got a better idea for you, Hushai. If you return to the city and say to Absalom, I will be your servant, O king, as I have been your father's servant in times past. So now I will be your servant. Then you will defeat for me the counsel of Ahithophel. So David says, listen, you can travel with us. I know you're with us, and we love you, Hushai. But you're kind of an old man. It's going to take a little bit of effort for us. You could be way more useful. You could go and cause our own deception. You can go back and manipulate the king for me and manipulate Ahithophel's counsel, because Ahithophel is going to give Absalom counsel. And back then, Ahithophel it was like his wisdom was from an angel of God. Ahithophel was one of the greatest, and the Jews have a lot. You can read about Ahithophel. The Jews have a lot to say about Ahithophel and how wise he was, and that God was basically a direct channel to him. So David's worried because Ahithophel had some of the greatest advice in the entire kingdom. So he says, well, here's a strategy. You can go in. If you can convince the king to listen to you over Ahithophel, that's good enough for me, Hushai. How about just go back to Jerusalem? So that's what he says to Ahithophel there. And that's being wise as a serpent and innocent as a dove, right? He's being wise, innocent. He's got this plan, right? So whatever you hear from the king's house, so this is in verse 35, it says, so whatever you hear from the king's house, tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. Behold, their 2 sons are with them there, Ahimaaz, Zadok's son, and Jonathan, Abiathar's son. And by them you shall send everything to me. So David organized his own system of messengers, right? Remember, Absalom had his own secret messengers. Well, now David has his own secret messengers. So Hushai, you're going to tell the priests, Zadok and Abiathar, and then I have their 2 sons, Ahimaaz and Jonathan. They're going to be carriers of the message, and it's going to be good. So it's going to be all these people, this network of people, so you can't really pin it down to one person, and that's how David's going to get his information. Remember, David said, I'm going to go at the fords of the rivers in the wilderness. So David already has a location. There's a secret rendezvous meetup in the wilderness where David's going to stay and collect this information. So now he has the priests back there with the Ark of the Covenant. They can do God's work while they can kind of listen in. Hushai is going to go and try to manipulate Absalom to listen to him over Ahithophel. When he figures out what Absalom or Ahithophel says, he's going to go tell Zadok and Abiathar, and they're going to tell Ahimaaz and Jonathan. Why wouldn't Abiathar and Zadok go? Well, they have to be working in the temple because they're the priests, right? But also, nobody's going to expect Ahimaaz and Jonathan. These are just the sons of the priests. Nobody's expecting them to do all this. A lot of the eyes are going to be on Zadok and Abiathar, right? So it's kind of like passing the message along to be unsuspecting. And Ahimaaz and Jonathan are going to be the ones to deliver the message there. And that is how that chapter ends there. So do we have any questions or comments based on this? Yeah, Bill. Yeah.
Verse 7.
Yes.
You said 4 years. And my
Oh,
Bible says
40 years. Yes.
Okay.
That is I'm glad you brought that. I forgot I wanted to mention that. So there's two things that we think there are. So when it says 40 years, some people think 40 years, Absalom was 40 years old, and that's what it meant after 40 years. But we also know later 4 years, or we know it was 4 years that he was there doing all this stuff. So sometimes there can be textual variance too, you'll find out, based on how scribes relate them. You'll find out later when we get to another chapter, it'll say that Elhanan killed Goliath right? And he didn't really. It was the brother of Goliath. So sometimes in the Bible there are these things called textual variants, and they'll have these scribal errors, is what it is. It doesn't mean the Bible's wrong, but what happens is these scribal errors over time will be written in. So some people wrote 40 years, some wrote 4 years. The good news is we have all the originals, so we know like 99.95% accuracy what it actually meant. But every once in a while you'll get these scribal errors, so depend on the translation there. So some people think that when the scribe wrote that in that translation that it meant that he was 40 years old, and others like me think it was maybe supposed to say 4 years, but they ended up adding a 0 there. So that's a really good question. You're going to find that, like I said, in a couple chapters actually, you'll find the same thing with Goliath. The nice thing about that one, the reason that we know it was Goliath's brother that was killed and not Goliath, you'll find out it's written in the Chronicles as well. That levels that out. But that'll happen. That was a really good question. Yeah, 40 years old, exactly. Yeah, because that's what we think he was probably 40 years old. So sometimes it'll happen like that, like I said, with scribal errors, and they're called textual variants. And you'll hear, like Wesley Huff just had to deal with this, where an atheist said, you said that Isaiah is word for word, but you're actually wrong. That would be nice if it was, but it's not. There's variations like, well, yeah, the variations sometimes are the, or they forgot to put the word brother, or they put 40 instead of 4. What we can do is go back to the original Dead Sea Scrolls or whatever, the old 200 BC. We can look at these scripts and say, oh, it was a little bit of a textual variant there. God's word is still kept there. And these textual variants don't ever like, oh, because it says 40 instead of 40, you can't be a Christian now. Or because it said get Goliath instead of the brother of Goliath, well, now the whole Bible's wrong. None of the textual variants that we find ever impact theology. So that's another thing when people tell you about these things, well, how come my translation says this or the Bible says this? Say those are textual variants and we know about them. You can actually go read the old Hebrew if you know how to read Hebrew, and you can read the actual scripts there. So I'm really glad you brought that up, Bill, because I actually wanted to bring that up. And I'll get to textual variants a little bit more, like I said, in a couple weeks yet, still probably. Any other comments or questions? All right, well, thank you again, everybody. Go ahead and read ahead. Chapter 16 will be in, Lord willing, next week. Until then, keep reading your Bibles and keep your lamps trimmed and burning.